Hello and welcome to the beautiful Trelissic in Cornwall as we continue our search to find Britain and Ireland's most outstanding artistic talent. And we're taking on the British weather as we head outside.
8 of the country's best amateur and professional artists are about to tackle one of Trelisic's most outstanding views in just 4 hours.
But with 3 judges to impress, who will secure a place in the semi-final? This is Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
This year, we've teamed up with the National Trust to search the country for a new exciting landscape artist.
From 1,000 entries, only the most talented have been invited to paint a selection of beautiful properties.
I like trees very much, so I think I'm probably going to look at these trees and have fun with them.
All with one goal, to win a £10,000 commission to paint Flatford in Suffolk, made famous by Constable himself. The winner's work will become part of its permanent collection.
This engages a whole different part of your brain, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The whole right side is on fire now.
Today, 8 hopefuls have come to Trelissic to showcase their talent.
I know that the painting's finished when everything's covered.
And not just for the judges. Ex-head gardener Barry Champion and his wife Lynn have dedicated their working lives to Trilysic. And as a thank you, they'll get to choose their favourite painting to keep.
The oak there has got a branch cut off. I cut that. My chainsaw.
But that's not all. 50 more artists from all over the British Isles are here to try their luck as a wild card.
Oh, wow!
Using a variety of mediums.
This is cow manure.
Yes, fresh cow manure from this morning.
Where did you get the cow?
They'll have to win over judges Kate Bryan, Ty Shan-Sheerenberg and Kathleen Soriano.
I think I'd eat my words.
To claim a place in the semi-final.
Are you a sufferer with nerves?
A little bit.
Because you have an enormous bucket. I wondered if that's in case you're overcome with nausea. Eight artists, a mix of amateur and professional, have travelled from all over the country to impress the judges. The professional artists are Amric Vakalis, Christopher Aggs, Emma Copley, Rosie Hewitt, Grant Wood, Peter Matthews and Elizabeth Cowley.
I've not finished a piece of artwork in 4 hours ever before, so it'll be a race against time.
And today, there's only one amateur artist, Ivan Daly.
I'm feeling kind of confident. A little bit of nerves, but I think I can do pretty well today.
The artists had to submit a digital copy of one of their best landscapes for the judges to evaluate. So until now, they haven't seen the real thing. And for me, it's time for an honest confession. You know what I really love more than anything in the world?
West Bromwich Albion?
No, well, it's when we walk down the wall and we look at the artists' paintings that they submitted and you talk about it. I think it's brilliant. Shall we do it?
Pressure on us. Okay,
No.
we'll try to entertain you.
Really, I love it.
Well, what I particularly like about this one is I was in Greece last year and there's iron in the rocks on the island I was, and it looks interesting, like it started to leak out of the picture.
I love those dripping clouds in the background.
Well, there's a real sense of the weather, I think.
Yeah.
If it stays grey, they are going to have a field day.
Yeah. Can I ask one of my stupid questions? This is definitely a landscape. Is that defined because it's outdoors? This is almost a still life to me. It's all about the boat, really.
I'm not so sure that the definitions between still life and landscape actually matter that much. I think, in a way, you're right. It is about being outdoors. I think trying to define them into different types isn't important.
I mean, it's a very common subject, isn't it, a boat? But in this case, I think what makes it really sing is that light that's sort of, as the waters are receded and it reflects on the shadow side of the boat. It's very sort of atmospheric.
This looks a bit like a paint by numbers.
Ah. This stylisation is kind of interesting.
I think this is someone that could come to the landscape today and surprise us.
I think you're right. I can see today's landscape in this style, so I'm looking, it's going to be great.
We were being really maverick when we saw this one. We fell in love with I think it was the intellectual approach, the sort of mind mapping of the landscape through text and that sense of the mountains in the background. I know you're going to think it's not a landscape, but we were completely seduced by it.
Can I tell you, you guys are assuming I don't. I love this. The landscape for me is all about looking at weird maps and stuff and trying to work them out. And this is like, it's got all that strangeness and all that hostility that I associate with being lost.
He was in the sea when he did this, so this would have been pinned to a board as he worked on it.
I think this is fantastic. I don't know what they can do today with it, but I'd love this on my wall.
Today's artists have a choice of painting. The view of Trelissic House, originally bought by Leonard Cunliffe, a former director of the Bank of England, or out towards the River Fal estuary.
Whichever vista they choose to capture, they've all brought essential bits of kit.
This palette I've had since I studied in Florence. It's traveled. It's like an old guitar case, I guess, for a guitar player.
My tools are paintbrushes, and I've had this palette knife, I guess, for a long time, and this palette scraper. They're special to me. They're not very pretty, but they are.
Well, I got a lucky charm. Never travel without a banjo. Because I don't feel at home with this. I've got, if I get too far from a banjo, then life could go pear-shaped.
Passionate banjo player and retired lecturer Christopher Aggs is from Ashington in West Sussex. His submission painting is a view from his studio, which includes his neighbour's camper van and a subject he enjoys painting and that Trilysic has in abundance.
I like trees very much, so I think I'm probably going to look at these trees and have fun with them.
Artists, we hope the weather's going to hold for you because your challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your work, so good luck. And your time starts now. Most of our artists are used to painting en plein air, or in other words, outside. And for one, marrying Mother Nature with his canvas takes on a whole new meaning.
This is cow manure.
Yes, fresh cow manure from this morning.
Where did you get the cow?
I was tracking a cow walking down the field here.
Actually, that's very liquid, isn't it? What kind of colour will that give you?
Well, I'm not sure,
It's quite nice,
Joan.
isn't it?
It's a lovely, rich colour,
indeed.
isn't it? Yeah.
Peter Matthews is from Leicestershire. For his submission, he fixed a piece of paper onto a floating board and stood in the Atlantic for 9 hours, noting down the experience with expressive markings and words. As a conceptual artist, he uses all his senses to create his pieces.
Oh, what's that dust? Are you smoking?
It's a resin from a tree in North Mexico, copal.
Are we getting high here?
No.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. So what does it do?
Well,
It's nice, isn't it?
It's a lovely way to connect with the land through the smell. And what I'm hoping for today, Joan, is a visceral approach to exploring the landscape rather than just looking at it.
God, you've already got a photograph of grid.
Yes.
You look like someone in your office.
Yeah,
so,
no. I tend to work in my bedroom a lot, so this is my setup usually for doing drawings. So
I'll tell you what,
just trying to feel at home.
Elizabeth Cowley is from Lost Withel, Cornwall. Her landscape is of Logan Rock near Treen, a place where she used to go camping with her family as a child. Before undertaking a degree in illustration, she considered a career in mathematics. I read that you actually think mathematics can be applied to art.
Oh, definitely. The thing about this view is there's a human impact on this. So mathematics has been used in this building. So I will be using mathematics in this, but all around it is nature. So it's going to be a mixture of the both, I think.
Are you a sufferer with nerves?
A little bit.
Because you have an enormous bucket here, which I wondered if that's in case you're overcome with nausea.
No, the team gave me that for pencil sharpenings. So
that's for pencil sharpenings.
For pencil sharpenings.
How big is your pencil?
Usually I spend a lot more than 4 hours on a painting. You know, more in the realm of 20. So this will be a challenge for sure.
Emma Copley lives in Cambridge. Having studied at the Rhode Island School of Design, she went on to work at Boston Museum of Fine Art and Tate Britain. Her landscape is of Petersburg Pass in upstate New York and captures the moment a storm cloud rode in from the Hudson Valley.
You've already sort of set quite a sort of up-in-your-face composition you've got there. You're right in amongst the trees.
I'm very interested in the dark trees back in the distance in there, all the tangles of branches. That's really a challenge to draw, so that's fun.
So it's got to be a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
It can't just be something that you think, oh, I can do that, and I can make that look.
No, there has to be a bit of a challenge or I can't really do it.
So even today, when you know it's a competition, you're not going to take an easy route. You're going to make it hard for yourself.
No, but like I said, I think if I did take an easy route, it wouldn't look as good, I don't think. It didn't have a bit of complexity in there.
This year there is a new element to the competition. 50 other artists have descended on Trilysic to try their hand as a wild card. If they impress enough, one could find themselves in the semi-final.
This is the first time I've ever painted outside, so it'll be interesting.
And they're not leaving anything to chance.
I brought acrylics, oils, watercolours, pastels, everything, you know.
By the time I loaded my car up, I looked at it and I thought, wow, I've just transported my whole studio into the car. So here it is.
They're even prepared to protect themselves from the elements.
Just a bit of wind precaution. Heavy showers this afternoon, apparently.
Yeah, thunder maybe, lightning.
Thunder. Rain, sleet, snow,
so you
hail.
never know. Everybody's going to be falling into our little tent.
You two just met today.
Bizarrely.
But you've got kids at the same school.
Yeah, yeah. And this lady lives about 5 minutes up the road.
Oh, hello. How you doing? We could have saved you all a lot of journey and just come to your place. Well, good luck. How lovely being over. It's like being on Loose Women. Battling it out for a definite place in the semi-final, our 8 heat artists are already 1 hour into their 4-hour challenge.
It's a little bit chaotic still. A bit of chaos. It's quite creative sometimes.
I think there's always a period of being lost, and then you find yourself, so feeling good.
I'm a little bit behind schedule, but it'll be fine. I can't stress in the first hour, else I've got no chance by the end.
At Trelissic in Cornwall, our 8 artists are battling the British weather and each other for a place in the semi-final. And they're just over an hour into their challenge.
Grant, I'm behind you. Don't do anything too flamboyant.
I'll try not to.
I tell you what, it's so uplifting to see a proper palette with a thumb coming through it and big chunks of paint. Originally from Chattanooga, Grant Wood now lives with his wife in New Romney, Kent. The abandoned and rotting fishing boats in his landscape were discovered after talking to local fishermen at Rye Harbour. I was kind of fascinated that you used to be an artist's apprentice.
I was, yes.
What do they do?
You just stretch canvases, sweep the floors.
You literally swept the floors and stuff?
Yes, yeah. But also, in turn of, basically a education.
It sounds so great, living art like that, doing all the dirty stuff, and in the meantime, like the Sorcerer's Apprentice, gaining your own skills and your own art. I don't normally get this close. Not only does it look good, but it actually smells pretty good too.
It does, doesn't it?
I feel happy being here, so I'm going to hopefully create a very happy painting.
Amrit Varkalis lives in Huddersfield. Born in the Punjab, she moved to the UK as a child and went on to study textiles at Art College in Manchester. Her submission was painted after a long walk through a local village called Marsden.
Is colour for you something which is part of your cultural heritage?
I think the colour comes from inside me.
Yeah.
You know, it's something that's quite intuitive. I think it's sort of balancing the wealth of heritage and also the wealth of British landscape.
Yeah.
I don't want to just create a painting that doesn't resemble this.
Yeah.
I do want it to...
No, and there's certainly likeness there. Well, it's fascinating watching you navigate all those different ideas and find your way through the landscape.
Of today's 8, only 1 is an amateur artist.
So are you painting much of your time?
Mostly it's in my spare time. I work as a full-time job in a medical device company in Shannon, County Clare.
Right.
It's not as creative, but...
This engages a whole different part of your brain, doesn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. The whole right side is on fire now at the moment, so...
Ivan Daly is from Newmarket-on-Fergus in County Clare. He studied fine art and printmaking at Limerick School of Art and Design. The rugged rocks in his painting are part of the Burren coastline near Doolin, a place he and his wife like to visit in their camper van.
Have you been practicing?
I have. I've been practicing outside, especially.
Is painting in the open air just different from painting in a studio?
In a studio, if you're painting for photographs, for example, there isn't quite the same satisfaction when of achieving the colours as such. When you're painting from life, you can really get the colour as close as you possibly can. Plus, you have, beyond the photograph, you have so much more around you than what you take as a photograph. So, yeah, it is freeing in that sense.
Being just 1 mile from the English Channel, weather at Trilysic changes rapidly and frequently.
This weather's wild.
It's just crazy, Jane. I mean, this morning we've had rain, the clouds have parted, we've had a bit of sunshine, but it's part of the elemental feeling of this place. It's a fantastic location.
It's a wonderful location, isn't it? But it's an enormous challenge for an artist, setting up an easel in a location like this.
It's a lot of landscape, but of course, the editing of the landscape as the light changes is difficult, but that's what makes painting plein air exciting.
We do have these pods, but unfortunately the wind and the rain is blowing straight into mine. I don't mind it, it's quite exhilarating in the one way.
Rosie Hewitt is from Walberton in West Sussex. A self-taught landscape painter, she likes to find the beauty in every scene. Her oil painting captures the reflections of the reeds in the River Arun on a summer's day.
You know what I like about the first thing I look that I really feel? I can feel the wind in it. No, but
I can feel that too.
But not everyone has got that.
Oh.
Those trees are wind affected. It feels like the day feels.
Good.
What are you listening to? Is it?
Joni Mitchell.
Yeah, that's why, you see, it's got that slightly broken melancholy about it, this picture, I think.
With a possible place in the semi-final at stake, the wildcards are trying to impress the judges in spite of what the weather throws at them.
The canvas blew off my easel, the umbrella blew on top of it, and it's sort of ruined, but, you know, it's good experience.
Do you want to come onto my brolly?
Very kind of you.
We started off not being able to see anything, and then it all became clear, and now it's all gone away again. But it's good fun.
I'm so impressed by these artists. This is not an easy day to paint. And actually, there's some brilliant, brilliant paintings. There's one girl that started with this very dark background and has got all this pink running through it. It's very sublime.
It's normally lovely and sunny when I venture out to paint. And I usually use watercolours, and oils are not happy in the rain.
sky looks quite blue compared to that.
Yeah.
Are you hoping it might get blue?
No.
We all are.
These are the Cornish colours.
Are you Cornish?
I am.
You don't think it's in your soul a bit because you live around here?
A little bit, but I think wherever I go, I can paint this good, so I'm not really bothered.
Okay. I love your confidence.
Thank you.
You had to be confident in this, didn't you? No,
Yes,
you wouldn't see
yes,
anyone
this
in
is
a
my-
pink
this is
waterproof
my-
smock that wasn't confident.
Oh, whoa!
7 of our heat artists are using oils or acrylic in their work, but Liz has discovered a new way of using an old school favourite.
What is that? Is that ink?
Yeah, it's this quink ink, and it's a black ink that separates into its blue and orange parts, and I've found ways to bring out the blue more or bring out the orange more. So I'm putting in the trees in the background, some fine line detail. It's really black at the minute, but when I wash it over with water, the blues will come out in it and it'll look further in the background than it is at the minute.
Our artists are nearly halfway through their challenge.
I don't really know if I'm on schedule or not, but I know that the painting's finished when everything's covered.
Yeah, I'm feeling the pressure now a little bit. Definitely.
Have you painted landscape plein air before?
I have before for fun. Yeah, but usually my finished stuff I do in the studio.
I think I'm going to eat my words. I've been looking at Emma, who I felt sort of painted rather like a paint by numbers.
Yeah, which you said twice.
Yeah, and it turns out that she's nothing of the kind. It's a far more sort of sophisticated approach. It looks like it could be quite exciting.
At Trelissic House on the Cornish coast, our artists are into the 3rd hour of painting, and the judges have been keenly observing progress.
Well, we're halfway through. The weather hasn't improved very much. At least it's not raining. But I want you to give me a rundown on what you think so far. Kate, let's start with Peter.
Peter, well, he's certainly a very interesting character. I think I'm waiting for him really to kind of come into his stride.
I was a bit disappointed. You know, we really liked what he had entered with. I think he's overwhelmed by the landscape.
Liz, very painstaking.
And very well organised. I mean, she really has a plan of action.
And what was so clever about her submission is that there was a little touch of warmth, a little sense of spirit of place. And, you know, I really hope that she'll be able to do that here.
The sky, I think, is finished, and I did think it caught today's weather very well. Grant, what do you think so far?
It's, again, in a traditional manner, it's a very, very well-constructed painting, but it's got a bit more dynamism.
It's very expressionistic, you know, he's using all these colours, the composition is finding itself through the paint.
I just want to see that little bit extra by the time we come to judge.
Well, we've got time.
Emma, she's one of the few artists I've watched when she actually paints. She paints in a very considered way, and the marks are slow. Hers are the most interesting colours for me today.
You are in a dilemma here, aren't you? Because here is a landscape with so many elements. Do you want an impressionistic version of them or even a conceptual version of them? You're going to have to decide.
Used to working with just black ink, Liz has chosen to use today's competition to try something new.
I'm just about to put my my green layer, my first green layer on. I don't usually use colour in my works. We'll see how this goes. It's always a bit nerve-wracking because once it dries, you can't really go back on it very easily.
So windy. It's loud. It's kind of scary. It's making me paint faster, definitely.
the end of this, am I going to be able to look at this and I'm going to see that it's what you see out there?
No, I don't believe you will. You may pick out fragments like I am, because what I see is quite disjointed.
And what about the writing?
Well, the writing is a way for me to anchor myself in what I'm seeing.
So it's a kind of a journal as well as a...
Yeah, absolutely,
as a
yeah. You know, I'm interested in the inner landscape as well as what's happening out there, you know. And as we navigate out there, we navigate through our inner landscape.
Not only are today's artists spoilt by the abundance of exotic plants and trees within the garden itself, they also have the dramatic views across the Fal estuary to inspire them.
Most gardens are created with internal vistas, so you create a vista within the garden, but at Trilysic we're a little bit different in that we have several external vistas taking in the landscape outside of the property.
The water surrounding Trilysic creates a fantastic environment for growing lots of subtropical and tender plants because the water insulates the garden. People talk about climate, but that's quite deceptive, really. A garden like this is a series of microclimates.
And it's this particular climate and atmosphere that's been drawing artists to Trilysic for over 200 years.
The whole of this area is an extraordinary inspiration to artists. You have this wonderful moisture-laden wind being brought in, and that gives a very diverse and diffusive quality to the light here. So things spread and glow.
Offering a snapshot into Trilisic's past is a 19th century romantic painting by Thomas Lyde Hornbrook.
It's a reflection of how landscape was viewed at that time, almost as an Arcadian landscape. Perhaps the hill isn't quite that steep. Maybe the house isn't exactly in the right place. Maybe the trees are not quite as wizened and twisted. So there's a story being told.
The view from the river is recorded in a simple pencil sketch of 1826 by naval officer George Trevelyan. It has only recently come to light after being discovered in a second-hand bookshop.
It struck me immediately that it looked like the sort of drawing that young naval lieutenants were taught to draw. I think for observation purposes, there's much more attention to the trees, the shape of the riverbank, and the house is almost a sort of afterthought.
But with the house being such an iconic mark on the landscape, how will the work of today's artists compare with those of the past?
If I wanted a painting to remind me of the property, if we could take the artist back to 1826 and had the view of the mansion with the portico, that's what it would be.
And Barry and his wife Lynn, who have both dedicated their working lives to Trilysic, will get their favourite of today's paintings to keep.
So how long have you two been associated with this fabulous place?
36 years.
36 years, yeah.
So you were born here?
Almost.
Yeah. So you were the head gardener. What was your role in all this, Lynn?
Well, I was Barry's secretary, and I've also worked for the National Trust as well.
So I can't imagine what it's like being the head gardener at a place this big.
There was myself and 3 gardeners, and we looked after 376 acres.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say you had a team of 200 or something like that.
3.
It's in your blood, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tell me the place.
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah.
So today you are going to choose a painting.
Yeah, we got a space for it. Yeah,
And I love the idea of you having some sort of representation put together by one of our marvellous artists. No, I'm looking for a new secretary.
All right, yeah, I'm available.
Please.
I can start Monday.
A day of painting in the ever-changing weather is almost over for the wild cards. Before they pick their winner, the judges take one last look.
I love the way you've picked up the colour in the bushes.
I like the verticals and the framing of the trees here, and then with the splash of colour.
Are you pleased with the result?
I feel OK about it. That's probably as good as I can say.
Yeah, good.
You know, I walk around an art gallery, I see a painting, and I think, I wish that you were allowed to touch them. Because there's something very
tactile about it. Yeah.
So
Yeah, there
I'm
is.
quite envious of you just.
Well, now's the
shoving your
time if
hand
you
in
want to
it.
put your.
Well, the trouble is, if it turned out to be a winner, I'd feel I'd help to.
It's been really interesting. I've tried not to look at other people too much because I'm a bit intimidated. There's such like a high standard here.
The judges have to decide on one artist to put through to the pool of wildcards from across the heats, from which one will make it to the semi-final.
Hi, Robert. You're busy tidying away. I'm delighted to tell you that you've won today. You're our wildcard artist winner.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Even though our 8 artists are up against each other, members of their families have joined together in support.
Seeing all the different approaches to the work, I think that's what's so wonderful about putting artists together like this. There's something really lovely about seeing the way other people see the world and how they then express things through their hands. I think it's lovely.
I'm so used to seeing him painting in the studio. I was wondering how he would manage with all the people around, but he seems to be loving it. I'm way more nervous than he is, definitely.
Exactly.
I'm way more nervous.
There are just 30 minutes of the challenge remaining.
Half an hour to go.
Yeah.
What are the priorities?
I want to make more of these dark trees over here.
Keep going.
Yeah,
These marks that you're making now are going to make a big difference.
I
It just
hope
goes
so.
to show that
Yeah.
every moment counts.
Yeah.
Now, this is very vigorous. Are you pleased with it?
I've had fun with it. I think I'll have to push to finish it, but...
And don't overdo it.
No, exactly, yes.
I'd like to get some more depth in, so adding some more dark layers to come through, and then I'm going to work 2 different tones in with a hairdryer in between, and hopefully that will make it work. It's a bit up against it at the minute.
Here at Trelissic in Cornwall, our artists are in the closing minutes of today's challenge.
I don't have time to do any more layers, so and I want to get some more tone in, so I'm just getting this done and then seeing how much time I've got left to see if I can finish it off to how I want it to do.
Just wondering what to finish now at the moment. Hopefully the judges will like it, so fingers crossed.
I am feeling stressed out because I have to decide what to do, and it's very difficult because there's a lot I could do.
And I'm trying to complete, well, not complete, but to add a bit of depth to the painting in terms of its relationship with time and place.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your equipment and stand back from your easels. Well done, everybody.
After 36 years of service to Trilysic, former head gardener Barry Champion and his wife Lynn are first to see the finished works and will choose one as a reward for their dedication.
Lovely colours.
Now, you mentioned colour.
This is very vibrant, isn't it?
It's really in your face. Wonderful. Really good. Excellent. Yeah, thank you.
Entirely different in style.
Oh, my goodness, that's caught the house beautifully.
The oak there has got a branch cut off. I cut that. My chainsaw. Going to be difficult to select one out of the 8, isn't it?
Which do you think would give you most pleasure as reflecting the place you know?
Yeah.
This
yeah.
one?
This one here,
This
yeah.
is the one?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's lovely. It's lovely. They were all lovely, but that is just how it looks. Just beautiful.
While the artists head off to get warm, the judges move to the calm of the solarium to look at the work produced today.
I still don't know what I'm supposed to think of this. And I just feel really frustrated because he was an artist that I just felt was so distinctive and unique.
I enjoyed the performance side of it. It was a performative art piece.
He's open to the elements, and I thought that was quite beautiful. But what he's made out of it is not a sum of all those things.
I found the day challenging, the time restraints. Most of all, challenging to be yourself. To be yourself.
I love this one.
Yeah, and I love this one. I was really impressed with the fact that she hadn't really used green before, and she hadn't really painted trees before. But out of all of the trees that we've had today, I find them incredibly believable. And I love that scratchiness of the blue inky trees in the distance.
It was an experience that I don't think I'll forget. I didn't think that I realised how much stress I'd actually end up being under coming the last hour.
I really enjoyed watching Grant paint this.
I think it's great.
You know, this is what my afternoon was like in parts. You know, I was like, what is this weather? You know, I really felt completely kind of in with the elements, and that's what he's made me feel here.
I'm feeling good, actually, because about halfway through the painting, I wasn't really that confident in the way that it was going, and I think that it turned out better than I expected.
I thought, as I looked out over these huge vistas, you know, and my eye caught the little dark, dank places, I thought she caught the sort of sodden, rather mysterious undergrowth rather well.
And it's very lickable, all those paints, and oily. And so you move around it rather beautifully.
I think out of everyone, she's bitten off just about the right amount that she can chew.
I don't feel like I've had a chance to even look at the painting yet, so I just finished it, but I was standing at a distance from it, and I'm pretty happy with where I got in 4 hours.
I've never had an experience quite where I've been changing my mind so much. There's so many good little bits of painting here.
The ones that appeal are the ones where the artist has understood how to edit it down.
Yeah. To help decide who goes through to the semi-final, the judges first reduce 8 to 3.
The first of those artists is Liz Cowley.
And the second artist is Grant Wood.
And the third artist to be shortlisted is Emma Copley.
Commiserations to all the artists who didn't quite make it, but it was a tremendous effort. Well done.
I think the whole experience of just being here is plenty for me today.
Obviously, slightly disappointed, but I do respect the decision, and I think I'm quite happy with that.
Before they settle on who makes it through, the judges talk to Liz, Grant and Emma about their original submissions and today's work.
Liz, the way you've painted these trees behind the house, these beautiful spindly blues, it's utterly inspired. I just love it. But actually, it's not really so much a painting about the trees, it's actually the house. That's the main component of it. Did you know quite early on that you wanted to include it and let it be such a presence?
Yeah, definitely. It's, I mean, it's a beautiful house. It's one of my favourite in Cornwall, I think. surprised that they picked me, to be honest, and yeah, and I'm really glad that the pieces that I made resonated with them and that they were interested in them.
I'm curious as to why you chose this particular subject matter for your submission.
It's one of my most favourite subjects to paint, and I thought that it showed a nice variety of approaches to different textures.
From your perspective, would you do more to this painting, or are you satisfied with it?
I would be satisfied with it in the state that it's in now, because I think it has a pretty fresh sense of the day and the space. I think it's a toss-up, but I mean, I think between the three of us, it'll be fair ground.
This one is, I find, much more evolved. They feel different.
I mostly was trying to evoke a feeling. That was my goal for the 4 hours, is to get some kind of feeling. That was pretty exciting for me, to realize in 4 hours I could do something that I'm quite happy with. The other two artists' work is fantastic, and I'm really chuffed to be part of the group of three.
Esteemed judges, I am in a complete tizzy, because for the first time ever, I totally agree with your three choices.
Let's change them.
But I must say, and now I feel obviously a certain empathy with you, I am finding picking the actual winner a bit more difficult.
I keep on coming in and out with regards to which one I think is the winner.
Is judging a democracy? Is it 2-1? Or how does it work?
We try to be unanimous.
I think that's actually what's lovely, is you come to a painting through the eyes of someone else who's seen a whole catalogue of paintings you've never seen, and they bring their experience and their perspective. It's left me in a position, though, where I am really struggling to know who my winner is.
Talking to them also throws a whole different thing into where you're saying, God, you're very authoritative and know exactly what you're talking about, and that's thrown me off a bit as well.
Do you feel you have your winner now?
80% sure, is that?
Yeah,
I'm 80% sure.
I'm 80% sure, but if I'm going to just turn around in a minute and I'll probably change my mind again. But I think that's just because we've had such a fantastic day. There's just some really interesting paintings.
Good luck.
OK, get on with it. Liz, Grant, Emma, congratulations to each of you for reaching the shortlist, and the work of each one of you has really impressed the judges, which means, of course, it's been very difficult for them to decide.
But they have decided, and the judges felt that the artist they have chosen to go through to the semi-final has displayed an ability to capture the spirit of the place and has showed a capacity for innovation. And that person is... Emma Copley.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
To win is just amazing. I'm shocked.
Tough decision, and that's a lovely work.
It would have been nice to have gone to the semi-finals, but I don't know if my nerves would have made it. I don't think I would have held up.
It was hard fought, I tell you.
I love Grant's boat. I loved the grass in Emma's her piece she submitted, so it could have been either one of them. I didn't think it was me, but it could have been either one of them, I think.
You look so shocked.
I genuinely am. Thank you.
Really good.
I'm just really, really pleased. I got a real confidence boost today in my painting.
This is it. After 7 weeks travelling the country, we've reached our final destination, the stunning Stourhead in Wiltshire. It's home to a world-class art collection, and for one day only, 3 very talented landscape artists.
Our finalists have beaten off stiff competition to make it here today. In the past 7 weeks, National Trust properties up and down the country have been host to our talented artists. We've seen some remarkable work, from etching to sketching, from lino cut to collage.
Yeah, exciting.
They've all been competing for the chance to win a £10,000 commission to paint Flatford in Suffolk, made famous by John Constable.
Fresh cow manure from this morning.
Where did you get the cow?
But only 3 have made the final.
Jamie Hageman, Sam Taylor,
Narin McIntyre.
And today they take on their biggest challenge yet, capturing the breathtaking scenery here at Stourhead.
Have you been and looked at what they've done?
No, because I'm just freaking out that I won't get finished.
Are you worried?
Very worried.
Which one am I looking at?
But there can only be one winner.
And with a £10,000 commission from the National Trust at stake, the pressure is on. Without further ado, let's find out who will be crowned the very first Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
Oh, wow. They are incredible.
Among today's 3 finalists, 2 are professional artists, Jamie Hageman and Narin McIntyre. And there's 1 art student, Sam Taylor. Today, the judges have brought them to Stourhead, one of the National Trust's most visited properties. Artists have captured this world-famous garden for centuries, and today it's the turn of our 3.
Sweets. Bloody hell. Working on paper, it's going to get soaked.
We've got 3 fabulous artists. They work in very different ways, so I'm really looking forward to see how they approach this beautiful scenery here. Unfortunately, you might have noticed it's raining.
At the moment, I'm panicking because I don't want to get anything wet. I don't want to get my workspace wet. Acrylics, you know, if they get wet, it's going to run, and I like my paintings to be pristine, and it won't help.
The atmosphere today at the final, I'd love to say that it's really sort of palpably energetic, but actually I think it's really quite nervy. I'm nervous for the artist, but I'm also nervous for us as to how we're going to make this decision.
I'm fine now. Like, let's see if I'm stressing later. I don't know, yeah. Quite calm about it all.
This place feels quite Gothic in the rain. It's got this amazing landscape and all these wonderful old buildings. But with this kind of rainy, grey day, and the green seeming to be almost like acid green and stark, it's like a very atmospheric movie set. So I really hope we get some great paintings to tell a good story.
Just gonna stick my music on and just try and enjoy it, because I'm here anyway, so.
Artists, it's now time to start your final piece. You have 4 hours to paint the stunning view in front of you.
You'll be judged on your ideas, your creativity, and your capacity to approach the task in the most imaginative way possible. The judges want to feel the full force of your imaginations. Good luck. Your time starts now.
For their final challenge, the judges want to see more of the artist's process, so have encouraged them to explore the gardens to help inform their composition.
Oh, yuck. Oh, dear. Find somewhere dry, I say.
It's entirely up to them what they choose to include and how they choose to include it.
Oh, yeah. This is nice. I found this little shelter under here. It's dry. That's the most important thing. The angle of the bridge here is a bit nicer than from the pod. It's straight through the arches, whereas here at an angle you've got the perspective of the arches, which is quite nice actually.
Professional artist Jamie Hageman lives in Fort William. he specialises in painting mountains in a style he calls romantic realism. His work normally takes months to complete, but for the heat at Lime Park, he had to adapt his usual methods to create a piece within the 4-hour time limit.
I think he's created something quite fabulous.
It's sort of David Lynch meets Tim Burton by way of surrealism.
When it worked, it suddenly took me with it. I think it's a phenomenal piece of painting.
In the semi-final, he was one of the few artists to tackle the whole of Tower Bridge, and his new, faster technique continued to impress.
Jamie's an artist who's incredibly confident with this quite hyper-realist style. He likes to have a real sense of finesse to his finished works. The style that he's created in order to compete with us at the Heats is a sort of a hybrid between what he wants to be and what he has to be on the day. And actually, we love that style. It's got this wonderful sense of the sublime and of this sort of foreboding atmosphere. It's almost like the artist that he is and the artist that he's wrestling with during the competition. Will the weather affect the way that you paint today at all?
If it was bright and sunny, I wouldn't necessarily paint it bright and sunny, but at least then I've got the option of light and shade. In weather like this, there's no bright colours. It's all a sort of monotone, monochrome. And also with the rain, it's lending some aerial perspective to the scene, so I can really set back those far trees with blues and purples, which maybe wouldn't appear if it was a bright sunny day. So that's nice. That's nice.
I'm just taking images of different parts of the landscape because I was thinking about doing different parts of the buildings, maybe different angles of them, and trying to work it into the composition.
Professional artist Narin McIntyre is from Fife. Before this competition, the main focus of her work was in seascapes. The judges thought her heat painting of Waddesdon Manor was inventive, mysterious and beautiful, even though the manor itself was mainly ignored.
It's reconciling the built environment with the natural environment, which is what we're doing here today.
I've fallen for it, I'm afraid.
Yes!
I've been seduced by it completely.
In the semi-final, she was confident enough to reverse the angle of the bridge, something the judges admired.
Narin's got this fantastic magical, mystical style, and she tries to get right underneath the sort of essence of the landscape and extract a sort of, I suppose, a deeper meaning in a sense, but sort of transports you to another little fairy tale place. Hi, Narin.
Hi.
I know you like to get a sense of the sort of the spirit of the place, don't you? And the moodiness of it.
Yeah, so I do like, I would get as much information as possible. So this is perhaps maybe how I would prepare for a piece I was doing for myself.
Would you normally do it on the tablet?
I would use my camera and my sketchbook, but I'm just doing everything on this because of the time, yeah.
Yes.
There's too many options now, I think. I kind of preferred it a bit before and then just whilst you do something. And there's loads of different views you could do that'd be really interesting. But it's a bit, not overwhelming, but just like, yeah, I don't know, could pick something here, start doing it, and then it could be the wrong decision.
Art student Sam Taylor is studying for his degree at the world-renowned Slade School of Fine Art in London. For his heat painting, he started on a larger work before abandoning it in favour of distilling the view of the Fal estuary into a much smaller piece.
He was looking to create an abstraction of this landscape. We all loved that dirty lake sea that he was creating and all the textures in it.
In the semi-final, Sam struggled when faced with a cityscape. But after a lot of experimentation, he created a piece that won the judges over.
Sounds very interesting that he's our youngest finalist and he's also just started at the Slade School of Arts. And his work is really interesting in that way that I've never seen anything like it before. Although the format always seems the same, he does approach the subject matter in different ways and is very inventive in what he does. And he produces these little beautiful miniatures that had so much light and magic in them, and I think it's fascinating. Do you have an idea in your mind?
I really don't. I think I need to do something wrong, go over it, and then find something right in it.
No, that sounds like
It's
your
like
usual
with the-
working process.
It's like with the, yeah, it's not something I see. It's something I've done as a reaction to it. Then that'll excite me. Then I'll do something.
No, but that is, I mean, that is a very organic working process. So you're finding out about the landscape and what you want from it by actually doing it. Yeah.
Once I've done that, obviously, there'll be something good. You know, something I'll enjoy from what I've just done. Then that gets brought out. Something.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
But there's only so much prep that can be done before the painting must start.
All right.
Oh, bother. I've just knelt in a wet bed. I'm just feeling a bit.
I put the bridge in the wrong place. It's got to move. So
okay,
I'm panicking aside.
Oh, good.
Here at Stourhead in Wiltshire, our finalists Narin, Sam and Jamie are committing to canvas their final painting of the competition. And each has their own distinctive way of beginning their paintings.
It's a familiar situation. You always start on the floor.
Yeah, yeah. If I'm using the sort of materials, if I tilt the canvas up, then they'll run uncontrollably, and I don't always want that.
And it's got your characteristic line.
It just helps to focus me to start off with more than anything else.
So it already looks like a Narin painting.
Oh.
It really does.
Okay.
What's your biggest worry?
Always the buildings and always the structures. I do like to create structure within the landscape, but I use more the natural elements, and I don't just want to ignore the fact that there are obviously, you know, man-made pieces in there as well. So that and the time as well. The time's always a worry for me.
Sam.
Yeah.
When I first looked at your sketches, it looked like a Beatles album sleeve. I thought, what's he doing? I was looking for the temple. You've ignored the temple.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really obvious now. It wasn't before. You see the reflection of the circles?
Yeah.
I really honed in on those.
Yeah, so the arches become ovals, in fact.
Yeah. And there's, like, interesting things going on in them, so, yeah.
I had drawing lessons for a short period.
Yeah.
And one of the things I was told is that I should focus more on negative spaces rather than...
No, that's very true. It's much more interesting, the negative space.
Which is what those arches are.
Yeah. And it's complete illusion, because there's not really anything below them. It's the reflection. They look like 4 pills or something.
Yeah, they do. So is it about stripping the whole thing down to some essential sensory experience?
There's no, I mean, the importance of me wanting to come in is paint something that is personal, whereas I've found something and I'm providing that instead of the view and providing what I've noticed, instead of just kind of coming here and providing this postcard view that you could find on the internet. I always find it funny how people live like on the coast and then like, in their houses they've got like a painting of a coast.
Yeah.
I think it's completely pointless. Do you know what I mean? Like.
No, it's an interesting point I have never thought about. But yeah, it is very tempting to have photographs and pictures of stuff that's just down the road.
Yeah.
I've got me on the wall. That's the worst example of that, isn't it? You know, we have a mirror.
Yeah.
But no, I want to see me in acrylics.
While Sam takes a minimalist approach to Stourhead, Jamie has a completely different vision.
No, you're very exact when it comes to the architectural features, very precise. So you are going to feature on that temple over there, are you?
Temple, bridge, and then there's sort of ruined folly or something over in the trees over there. So, yeah, I'll try and get those recognisable. Whether they're totally accurate, I'm not sure. So there's elements I'm going to bring into this. For example, the bridge at a slightly different angle, because we're end on here, so we're looking straight through the arches. I like the elevated position, so I'm going to have that, but I'm also going to have the bridge at an angle.
You'd be amazed how interesting it is to watch paint dry. It is absolutely absorbing to see other people absorbed in the task. So get on with it.
I will, thank you.
Good luck.
Described as a living work of art, the garden at Stourhead was designed by Henry Hoare II to be explored as a series of views. Opened in the 1750s, visitors discovered that Hoare's design was a complete departure from the more customary regimented garden, with each of the buildings and statues aligned to take you through this living painting.
You get these magnificent framed views, framed within the trees of the landscape below. You might see one or two arches of a Palladian bridge. You'll see the Temple of Apollo in the distance, and then it will disappear. It will be concealed, it will be hidden. So you'd walk around the garden and drop into the grotto. One of the most romantic and beautiful distractions, I think, in a garden in the country. The reclined nymph Ariadne there, the water's cascading beneath her, and that is the River Stour. And the banks of the River Stour are protected by the river god, and he's ahead of you. And you leave the grotto behind, and you see this gorgeous thatched cottage. It's there to distract you, and it's there to hold your attention. But then as you go, you can start exploring the relationship that the temples have with each other. Why choose the Temple of Apollo and put him on a hill? Well, Apollo was god of the sun, and he is on the hill where the sun rises and sets, and without the sunshine, the garden doesn't exist. Apollo looks across at the Temple of Flora. And without flora in the garden, you don't have the flora and fauna, so the garden is lifeless. Framed right in the middle is the Pantheon, and then you open the doors, and who else is going to welcome you into the Pantheon but Hercules, framed by the other gods, and it's the most rewarding moment. It is Henry the Magnificent's landscape scene. Absolute true success in landscape architecture and landscape gardening.
Ty, what's the specific challenge of this view?
It's a fantastic place for the finalists. I mean, there's just so much to work with, and that might be the problem, is there's just too much. It's just so beautiful. It is unbelievable. It's stunning. I mean, thank God it's raining.
Give it a bit of texture.
It's so picturesque, and there's so much in it. It's difficult for an artist to edit this down or choose a view.
I know if I was trying to take a photograph of that, I'd have to decide whether I'm going to sharpen the foreground or sharpen that classic temple over there. When you're painting, is that in any way a dilemma?
It's not an issue, because as a viewer, when we're looking at things, our eyes focus. And for an artist, unless they were, they were really trying to create atmosphere and create great distance, they'd make that smudgy and grey, and cool, the colours would be cool, so it would recede into the distance, and the bridge would be sharp. And two of our artists are being very cavalier with the things that they've got in front of them. One of them is avoiding most of the little temples and follies and concentrating on reflection under the bridge. And Narin has decided that she's going to put the temples in front and the bridge behind. So I think we've picked some very interesting artists to work with. They're kind of feeling free about what they're going to do here.
1 hour into the final challenge, and one artist still hasn't decided on his composition.
It's all up in the air. I don't even know if I'm doing it. I'm just like messing around. I might do a diptych, like 2 pieces, like that kind of work with each other. Maybe, yeah. I think it's like silly to think just because the view in front of you is a certain way that have to like conform to that. You should be kind of thinking, composition should be something you should think about all the time. I think people's view is that it's solid and it's like you can't kind of play with it a bit because it's an actual view already.
I've not really told many people that I'm in the competition because I don't really tend to do this sort of thing. I'm kind of just hoping that I do a good piece of work because I mean the other two artists they're really different from me, I think, but they're really good also.
I never thought I'd get this far. Now I'm here, so yeah, it's just surreal. I don't really want it to end, actually. It's just exciting. The whole process is exciting.
For their final challenge, Sam, Narin and Jamie have been asked to paint the view of the gardens at Stourhead in Wiltshire.
I'm just using different sections of the landscape that I've taken, and I've manipulated the colours and the layout of it. Swapped it around, erased some sections to create what I'm doing.
I always make lots of little errors and I come back and correct them later. And when you've got 4 hours to do a painting, you just can't go back and adjust everything. So I just don't want to make any little errors like that I don't have time to go back and correct.
But it's not only today's paintings our finalists will be judged on.
Before they make their final appraisals, the judges want to know what the artists are capable of when given more time.
So each of them was asked to take on a commission of 3 very different landscapes for the National Trust and the National Trust for Scotland, and they were given 2 weeks to complete their work.
The judges sent each artist to a place that would play to their artistic strengths. Sam went to Glencoe in Scotland. Jamie travelled to the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland, and Narin's destination was Plasnoweth in Anglesey.
Welcome to Plasnoweth, or should I say, Croeso Plasnoweth. Shall we have a little look around the house?
Yeah, that'd be great.
When taking on their commissions, the artists were asked to take into account the criteria given by the commissioners.
What sort of areas or aspects of the landscape do you think you'd like to have incorporated?
Something that depicts what Plasnoweth is about. We get lots of different sort of changes of light and atmosphere. It's quite ethereal at times, and I think it would be nice to create wonderful sort of areas that look like there's dappled sunlight coming through and something nice and atmospheric.
I do definitely sort of work to an atmosphere. The paints and the enamels should create like little bits of magic as well on the canvas, hopefully. So that should add to the finish of the piece.
In Glencoe, Sam met with the commissioner, property manager Scott McCombie.
So what are you kind of looking for with the picture and the kind of landscape?
Really, Sam, I was looking for you to convey a sense of how hard the glen is and just to make the place seem as hard and as harsh as possible, really.
Yeah. I really wanted to kind of capture a bit more of a dark side, something with a bit more of kind of edge of not just kind of a postcard view, but more something with something more true to it, you know. So kind of peaceful and tranquil now. I think it's a very violent kind of place.
That catches people out, you know,
yeah.
Especially on a day like this, the weather's still and it's not too cold, it's quite nice, and then people go up there and suddenly realise that it is quite harsh, quite suddenly.
At the Giant's Causeway, Jamie meets Eleanor Killoch.
Hi, Jamie. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Welcome to the Giant's Causeway.
Thank you. So have you had to think about what sort of size piece you'd like then?
Obviously, we'd like it to be a standout piece.
Yeah.
And really to, I guess, add to the images that we have here. What kind of colours were you thinking about?
I think very subtle tones, so lots of greys and greens and blues that all merge into each other because it's sort of foggy out to sea at the moment.
I think a lot of people have this perception that the causeways, columns and the stones themselves are this kind of basalt grey, but actually the colours can change so quickly down there.
And there's lichens on the rocks as well.
There's lichen in the rocks. Some of those can be white or yellow, so lots of unexpected colours probably.
Yeah, OK. Well, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
As well as an increased time limit, this challenge offers the finalists the opportunity to explore the landscape and choose their own composition.
The causeway comes in 3 different parts. We have a small causeway, a middle causeway and a grand causeway. And you can see them marked out here on your map.
Yeah, OK.
So there's lots of different viewpoints. We could be painting what you can see behind you here, which is known as the Giant's Organ.
Yep.
Or you can go in round the back and take the chimney tops of Finn McCool's house.
That's exactly what I want, yeah. I need things like this in the painting.
Yeah.
Taking photos is pretty important, because I like to get quite a varied number of shots or components within the landscape so that I can start piecing it together. I found a really lovely tree, really sort of old and gnarled. I'd like to probably incorporate that. I also took some shots beside the fountain, so I might think about getting some small details in.
What is it you're looking for now?
Now I think I'm looking for more of composition, you know. I want a nice mix of verticals and horizontals, you know, something like a strong foreground and background. Something that's going to keep the eye darting around the picture instead of just being one simple view.
OK. I'm sure I can find some of that further out here in the glen.
To help the artists form their final composition, they do some preparatory sketches.
If I do these, it's just to get like a very basic idea of like shapes and forms and things that kind of work. Like I might do a few of these just changing the composition, but very kind of loose, and everything is kind of like green and merging together. And when you look at it, when you kind of like block it out with different colours, you can really kind of notice the different shapes and everything. Obviously, catching my eye now is obviously something that it must be important later on.
So I'm just looking at the building from a different aspect and working out compositionally how I could use it, that sort of scale, because that's something that I would quite like to do, make the building smaller and secondary to the landscape. I'm just using pastel, chalk, a little bit of oil bar again, just to mix different tones together, but just looking at lights and darks, really.
So much detail in this landscape, and I love my detail, but I'm going to have to simplify some of it. Colour-wise, it's quite a flat, dull day, but I think that's quite nice, actually. I can add some atmosphere with that. And the cliffs are so impressive here that I think it's something that I've got to include in the painting. My issue is that it's a long way from the causeway, so I'm trying to work out how I can include that in the painting. I'm going to have to shift everything closer together.
Once the artists returned to their studios, they each had 2 weeks to complete their commission.
I'm hoping that the judges find the composition quite interesting. They see what I've tried to achieve. They've been able to see maybe what I can do with a little bit longer time.
I hope the judges love the commission work, but I think I've captured the landscape and the atmosphere of the Giant's Causeway, so they'll like it. I'm sure they'll like it.
It took me a few attempts to find what I wanted to do. I mean, on the same canvas, I didn't just do a rendition of what was there, kind of much more of an impression.
But before the commissioned works are revealed to the judges, our artists will have to complete today's challenge, painting Stourhead in Wiltshire.
Can I ask you, will that be the temple, that?
No.
OK, sorry. Sorry I brought it up.
No, it's OK.
What is it that you're feeling that you've got to do to be successful?
I'm almost not thinking about that. I'm almost just thinking I want to paint something that I'm happy with. And that's it, really. And if I'm happy with it, then I've done the best I can do.
I'm not really sure. I'm still kind of like collaging, but I'm not really sure what the end product's going to be. I'm just kind of messing around still, like I do.
It's interesting to see our finalists together at last and find out that their approaches to their work is so completely different. Do you think one of them has got more of an advantage today than the other two?
No, I think they're all so cool and they're all so confident in what they're doing, and I think they're actually benefiting from recognising that they're all such different styles. So they're almost not competing with each other. They're trying to do the best that they can possibly do in their own style.
I hadn't thought of that. So it's liberating, actually, that the person next door isn't painting in your kind of way of working, really.
Absolutely. I think that the fact that the three of them paint so differently, making a choice between them is going to be about so much more than just technique.
And part of the competition, of course, we take them to all these fantastic landscapes, and we want the artists to be interacting. At the same time, we want them to bring something of themselves. You're right, it's going to be very difficult.
Tricky.
At Stourhead in Wiltshire, Sam, Narin and Jamie are nearly 2 hours into their final challenge, but only one of them can become the overall winner.
I can see here in the photograph that you've got the bridge.
Yeah.
So is that going to become your focal feature?
I've got two images in mind to work from, so no, the bridge will be in the background. And
Will
then
it be a ghostly bridge, like we had a ghostly Waddesdon Manor?
Yeah, I was thinking, that, and maybe bring in some of the other buildings into the foreground.
It struck me when I arrived that this landscape suited you quite well.
Well, there's lots of pieces that I can take from it, so yeah.
I like it's a bit like Tower Bridge. It's sort of like you switch that round, so you're rearranging the follies and outbuildings here as well.
Yeah, just to see something.
Why not?
yeah.
So, what's this dark that you're putting in now? The accents, the dark accents.
I like to paint by taking elements away to form the actual image. So I'll put a lot of the dark sections of the tree and the woodland in, and then bring things back using the turps.
And how are you feeling about time? I mean, you always seem to get it just in the nick of time.
I'm just thinking, can I do it? Can I manage? So.
But with the elements you've got it in your mind's eye a bit.
I've got it in my mind.
So that's a very good.
If I can manage to finish it,
We'll let you get on with it. It's looking very interesting already, although I can't see anything.
Jamie, everyone talks about the terrible strain of only having 4 hours to paint, including yourself. Here you are having a sandwich.
Yeah, what's the rush?
Is it like in tennis games when you see the professionals sit down and have a banana because they've got to keep their energy levels up?
That's it. It's my banana.
How much hard work is it to paint for 4 hours intensely like that?
It's mentally tough, I think. Well, for me it is.
And you're a mountaineer. And you find this mentally tough?
I think it's just because you're on it for the entire 4 hours. You're thinking there's no space to... If you make a mistake, you've either got to rectify it, which loses time on the other parts of the painting that you need to get on with, or you come back to it at the end and there might not be time. So it's all this you've got to keep thinking about.
Do you keep an eye on your competitors in a... I mean, have you been and had a look to see what they're doing?
I can see Narin's, but I haven't been to see Sam's. I can't see him from here. I don't really want to have a look.
One of Sam's methods that he's used in this competition is to paint very small. And that's a way of dealing with the 4-hour restraint. Yeah. And I was just thinking, when I looked at that forestry on your... It's so beautiful. You could just cut out a 4-inch square and present that. And it would be brilliant. What do you think? What do you think of that as an idea?
No. Please don't. Please
you could have given it a bit more chewing over than that.
All right. No.
Which one am I looking at?
Well, this is like up in the air at the moment. I'm just kind of playing around with things that might go into this.
Might go into it? You mean that you might cut out and collage?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing a bit of it now. I could do like a few of these, and then it takes me to kind of do something wrong, and then find what I like in it to then find the thing I want to paint.
And how important is it to you that people get what you're trying to paint, that you do have a sort of a sense of figuration and people understand it?
I think it's very hard to kind of break the ties of this traditional landscape painting.
So do you feel like a responsibility?
Well, not responsibility. I think now I'm here and I've got this chance, I really want to push a different view, and especially being young as well and wanting to find my own language.
Because that's the freshness that I think you bring to it, that you don't give us the obvious. You make us look harder, not just at what you've made, but at the thing we're actually looking at as well.
In less than 2 hours, the judges are going to have to make a decision.
So we're at the halfway stage with our 3 artists today. Just generally speaking, have you been surprised by any of them?
Sam, he's always a bit surprising. So his composition is a bit peculiar in an interesting, engaging way. Whereas Jamie and Narin, I think it's very much their work as it usually is. So I'm a bit worried there because I was hoping for a little bit more.
We can't ask them to reinvent their style for each.
Not their style, but, you know, we've given them a completely different venue, and I was hoping for something different already at this stage. But, you know, it's only halfway through.
I think the most we can expect is that we see a perfect distillation of their essence.
Yeah.
That's what I'm really looking for.
I wonder, is this painting just confirming what we already know about?
No, because I think there was a sort of sense of confirmation, but someone like Narin still really interests me and really excites me, and as I watch all those textures come together and the push and the pull between the different paints and materials she's using, I still love it, and actually I think she's done it to an even greater degree in this picture. So everything I liked about the other paintings is there, but better. And maybe sometimes with an artist like Jamie, where I worry that I don't connect enough with his paintings, I find them a bit harder work to get into. The same's happening there for me today.
And then with Sam, I think he's also found a level of comfort with this landscape. He's identified coming round the back and around the side to decide what he wanted to look at. He's done that much more comfortably than at Trilysic, where he felt, OK, I've got this landscape, I need to do what it is in front of me. So I think he's sort of grown in confidence. So in a way, it is slightly less expected because he's not painting what he thinks he ought to be painting for us.
The way they are affected by the surrounding is very different, so that's kind of exciting as well.
But that's what makes it so difficult, trying to decide who's going to be the winner.
So what are your criteria for separating that one sheep from the goats?
I definitely want to see someone who has progressed over the course of this series, because I know that they'll keep moving forward and that they've got more to give.
Well, I think that it's going to be such a subjective view that will be very associated with our own aesthetic connection to the individual styles of the artist, what pleases us individually. I think actually what I'm looking forward to is the argument that we're going to have, and whether or not I find myself persuaded by one or the other of you to see something in one of the artists that I hadn't understood was there before.
And I think actually what's going to have a huge impact is the commissions, because we genuinely have no idea what they've been up to. To see them just have full throttle be their own master of their own painting. It might be that my least favourite delivers the most spectacular commission that I cannot ignore.
But to have a commission where they've given more time to really explore different avenues, that's going to be really illuminating.
OK, so the commission could be a very crucial element.
Really important. And this duck agrees about it.
Our artists have just 1 hour of their final challenge left before one of them will become Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
Do you think you're going to win?
No.
No, really, honestly.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Why not?
I just don't, because the other two are really, really good.
Have you been and looked at what they've done?
No, because I'm just freaking out that I won't get finished. So
Oh, OK,
I'm
fair
actually
enough.
I need to put time aside for the bridge, so it's in the back of my mind all the time. So I just need to get these buildings done first. Then a bit more trees, a bit more building, a bit more trees, bridge, foreground, done. Other worries? I don't know, really. Everything.
There is just over 1 hour left before either Jamie, Narin or Sam will win a £10,000 commission and claim the title of Landscape Artist of the Year. How their work develops now could be critical.
It's not looking like a lot of colour in it at the moment. I might keep it that way, actually. It's that kind of a day. It's really, really dark and moody, so I think it might end up being quite a subdued painting.
Narin.
Yeah?
Oh, God, it's bridge time.
Yeah, I'm not doing much more to it than that.
So this is quite a big moment, isn't it? Because the bridge is going to be obviously a very crucial element.
Well, it's going to be there, but I'm going to do much more. I want to put something else down here and maybe over here. So.
Do you know what those something else's might be?
Yeah, the building there.
OK.
But I won't do too much more to the bridge.
Oh, OK.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. You must do what you feel. It's your vision that counts, not mine. What I see there is a bridge and then in brackets some trees. What you see is some trees and then in the brackets a bridge. Yeah, OK.
Yeah.
Great colour. This is a bit of a signature for you, would you say? This kind of bold orange?
I think it just really was working with it. I wanted it to be so, I wanted this area to be so cool and, like, cold. And I was thinking about doing loads of things, but I think I'm just going to have to be brave and just literally be like, I'm going to stick to my guns, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. How have you found it today?
Like, personally, I found it really, really fun, like, really exciting. I don't know if if that shows in the work at all, but I don't know. I want to do something new every time, so I'm really struggling to, like...
Well, we love that because we're always trying to catch up to work out where you're headed and what you're doing.
I might have gone, I don't know if it's going to be, I might have gone a step too far, but I'm really enjoying painting this.
Choosing the Landscape Artist of the Year is a matter for our expert judges. But what if it was up to the public? We put our artists' submission, heat and semi-final paintings on display for all to see, and then listened in.
Do you have a favourite? Because immediately I think that one strikes me. Just because I like green palettes.
Yeah, I absolutely love that kind of greeny light coming through the trees. That's lovely.
It feels like it should have like if you run your finger over it, should have a texture. That's what I mean.
Which is your favourite?
That one there.
Why do you like that one in particular?
It's a bit more detailed.
Yeah. It's more detailed. You see, I like this one because of the
Yeah,
colours
that one,
and the
yeah.
sort of, I don't know, there's real depth there. And this one to me is just unfinished, isn't it?
I mean, Tower Bridge is Tower Bridge, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, but it's quite iconic. But to see it in a woodland setting.
Yeah. I like there's like a metallic-y feel about it as well.
Yeah.
And I think if you were putting it into a lounge, you've got a lot of scope for your colours, you know, for furnishings and what have you.
And this is lovely. I presume that's a bit of gold leaf in there. But actually, I like that.
Very small, aren't they?
I'm afraid.
It's not like any of them. You're not really.
I don't like any of them.
I'd like to see these this big.
Reminds me of that mug I bought in Shaftesbury with the peach scene on it.
But the joy is in all these beautiful textures within that very simple design.
That, to me, is much more about an interpretation of what you're looking at rather than a reproduction of what you're looking at.
That looks like a photograph, doesn't it?
Yes.
So good.
But do you like it?
Yeah.
It's a piece, yeah. It's fabulous, isn't it?
I like the middle one, but I think I'd prefer the abstract ones because these are perfect, but it's not really much feeling to them.
They're very intricately constructed.
Do you like the style?
They're a bit too photographic for me, really.
Have you found the figures?
Figures? Are there figures?
Figures in there somewhere.
There we are.
I have to admit, the longer I look at that, that is quite amazing.
Be interesting to see who wins.
Yeah, yeah, gonna hang around for that one.
Behind each of our artists is a great family support team, and some of them have been there from the beginning.
Jamie could draw before he could talk.
Really?
Yeah.
And when did he start to develop the style that we now recognise as his?
Quite early on. He was always very sort of precise. And then he took to mountains because Pete took him off mountaineering.
I think climbers buy some of his pictures because they can see the routes they have climbed, sort of rock by rock.
Well, of course, he stands to win £10,000 commission. How do you feel about that?
I'm nerve-wracked.
Are you really?
I am.
Take them out. Don't worry about the wetness.
I don't want to get cold.
He's more of the wild card, I feel, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
We would be ecstatic if he won.
It'd be great
Yeah.
if he did, you know. Yeah, you probably won't be able to tell.
Yeah, if some wins or loses, his reaction probably would be the same. It would be the same.
How long have you known Narin?
Since school.
And was she a painter at school?
That's an extra in art class.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, she tells me she gets very anxious before these heats. Is that true? Because I can never tell with Narin whether she's being modest. She's quite a modest person.
She does get quite nervous about it. I think having the music in probably helps her to sort of stay relaxed and focused.
And it's country and western she listens to, is that right?
Some of the time, yeah. I think that's what she's got on today, yeah.
I had a friend who was a probation officer, and she said the one common denominator amongst the criminal classes is they all like country and western music. So I'll leave that to you too.
Have you told her that?
I haven't told her that. She might not take it well. There are just 30 minutes remaining.
You've not got much time left.
No.
How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling all right. I think just because I'm exploring with myself, I've kind of got a bit too into it and lost. I don't know, I find it hard to paint if it's not something that's new and I'm excited about.
Is it nearly there?
I'm not sure yet. I'm just going to play around with a few things, but it could be almost nearly there.
Can you play around quite quickly?
Yeah.
My hands are shaking a little bit, just trying to get finished, but it's exciting. So I'm just worried that I've gone a bit slow again and I haven't managed to get everything in, and I just I don't know if the finals got to me and I'm a bit delirious. I don't know.
Right, Jamie, you've not got long.
No,
Are you worried?
know. Very worried.
You're racing against the clock.
Yeah, I am.
So you've got to focus on exactly what you have to do next.
Well, I think it's just finishing off all the details, all the little bits that are unfinished, so it's just...
I think you'll get it in.
You think
Good
so?
luck. Yeah.
Thank you.
In the closing minutes of the final challenge of Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year, the tension is palpable.
I'm frantic. I'm like dying on the inside.
I took on board a lot of the things the judges said last round about it being a bit too pretty mounted on the white paper. So I kind of wanted it to be taken a bit more seriously as a painting. So I kind of made it more of a traditional painting by mounting it onto the board, you know, not just like a drawing in it, like you could rip out of a sketchbook. Now it's kind of more of an object.
Artists, you have just 1 minute left.
Oh my God, it's nearly over.
Artists, your time is up.
Put down your brushes and step back from your work.
Can I just have another 10 minutes?
The artists have done all they can, and now they can only wait while the judges hold a private viewing to appraise today's paintings of Stourhead.
And alongside them, the judges finally get to see the commission landscapes of Glencoe, plus Nawyth, and the Giant's Causeway, before they decide who will win the £10,000 commission to paint Flatford in Suffolk.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow. So excited.
Oh,
I don't know what to look at first.
All of them
That's
are
astonishing.
They are incredible. Wow, this is amazing. I mean, this is Glencoe seen from a completely unique perspective, isn't it? It's just Sam's mark on the place entirely.
It's almost like he's above it. The colour of the sky and that sort of amazing sort of height he's got up there.
Yeah.
He sort of applies this mashing up of techniques and
also
art history
exactly,
on top of
yeah.
it.
But it feels very expressionistic to me as well. Like I'm getting so much of his personality and his experience of the place.
And he's obviously worked and struggled, and you see the journey and the clever use of that detail of the branch in front gives us this space. Isn't it great that it's elevated onto a larger scale and it still works?
Yeah. I think what I love is the top band there. It almost looks like a cave painting.
You've got the top branches, which should be silhouetted as coloured gold. So you're always fighting with the composition as a flat two-dimensional thing and the space through it.
But they're made to spend hours with.
Yeah.
I mean, I've just discovered that chasm which sits at the bottom. I mean, it's the little house that sits in the middle. You know, and the textures on the surfaces.
What's so phenomenal about this one is the interpretation of space. But you get the sense of scale and responded to what was in front of me. Funny enough, today, I don't think he has responded to this view or the light in it.
He had left the top half really kind of cool and sparse, and then he started sort of putting in that muddier tone, and I don't think it needed it. I think there was a really kind of clever distinction between the foreground and the background, and he's lost it.
I know what you mean about that. I was really excited about how he was going to treat this negative space and these oval circular spaces, and it isn't quite resolved, is it? But also, like all good artists, I think, he doesn't go like that. He goes like that, and that's why those wonderful surprises that happen.
Yeah, and maybe also sometimes it comes off very well, and sometimes it sort of goes a bit awry.
I think the commission shows the breadth of painting that I can paint, and I think the what I did today shows that I'm trying to think outside the box, and it's about a vision, not technical skill. definitely an interpretation.
Narin's always got this fantastical, mysterious light, and she breaks it up with her undergrowth and trees. And here, in her commission, it comes together, so you get not only the mysterious light, but you go through the painting. It's just all, I think it's come together fantastically. Even the gold touches are like light breaking through and capturing bits of branches.
She's just gone beyond my expectations of what was possible there, because actually by continuing to carry on working, she hasn't lost any of that very strange sort of mystical quality. It's still very much there.
What I feel she might have learnt is actually to leave a bit of space, even though that's been worked up beautifully. There are elements that are more ghost-like, that are more suggestive. And look at that fantastic tree that's almost just an outline in the far right-hand corner. And the bit that drops beneath the line of the section. You know, and today she's picked up on that notion of skeletal lines, and she's played around with, I don't know, the golden proportions, the architectural proportions in the landscape, the different follies. She sort of mashed them all up together beautifully.
This, for me, is so much about the feeling of walking around. You know, it's much more about my sort of, this piecing together of, you know, one's view of things.
But she's also doing something with layering as well. So in the way that we're taking the elements from this landscape, it's almost like there's a layering of history. There's a layering of the story of the landscape that we're sitting in.
I've always found her device of the top and bottom left out, I've always found a bit artificial, but in the commission, she's used that space of the tree blends in the top, and then you get this fragmentation at the bottom. This invention, as you say, of how can I paint a tree? And there's 5 different ways of painting a tree, and then it comes all together. And the colours are much more subtle. It's just phenomenal.
Out of all the challenges, this has been the hardest, the most intense, the most nerve-wracking. If I win, it would make a big impact on my practice, because that's what I want to do. I want to focus more on painting. I've been doing it for so long now, so it would change my life in a really large way.
There's only one artist out of these 3 that could have taken on something as monumental as the Giant's Causeway, and he hasn't disappointed. Look, even God is in the sky, shining down. It's just incredible.
And it's interesting to see how he's developed from that very first entry of that hyper-realist mountain, and then he's been working with us and he's found his new speedway. This does feel like he's found a ground in between.
Well, there's a softness to this that I think is absent from the mountain. I think it's a softer version of that extraordinary kind of craftsmanship. I actually really like what he did today. I wasn't anticipating liking this as much. When I saw the composition that he's chosen, I thought it might be sort of too Pyrenees-y, too pretty, too traditional. And actually, I mean, look at those sort of, are they clouds, are they mountains, is it the trees? I mean, it's so beautifully rendered, so much detail. I love the background of that painting.
That's what we liked about it. So it was 18th century, but dragged into the 21st century with those weird colours. But that really grabbed me as soon as you put in the trees and the background. It really drew your eye through, and you get immense space and atmosphere.
The background's phenomenal, but it is like flicking through a book of 18th century landscape engravings. You know, you do feel that.
I don't like it when he has this much time to do the sky, because he takes something out of the kind of soulfulness of the landscape. There's something about it, it's just so polished.
If you sat down with that, or on your knees, you'd spend hours combing up and down those hills and looking at those fantastic different greens as well.
But he has got a great sense of rhythm, and here, the Giant's Causeway, OK, I don't know where he was asked to do it from, but it's a fantastic, dynamic composition.
I just don't know what we're going to do.
I think we should just let Frank and Joan choose this year. I can't do it.
If I can win, then I'll be staggered. If I lose, I'll be disappointed, to say the least.
After 7 weeks of analysis and debate, it's now time for the judges to choose just one winner.
When I spoke to you earlier, you suggested that the commission pieces would make quite a significant difference potentially because they're so close, these artists. Did that turn out to be the case?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%, 100%. And I think the other thing we were looking for is understand the way in which their work had changed or developed as they went through the process of the competition. And I think all 3 of them have shown that they've really adapted, developed, evolved their own practice, I think, in reaching the work, not only that they produced today, but also the commission.
It's been fantastic watching all the artists involved produce fantastic work, and our finalists, they really have evolved. But it has been a very strange, 4 hours they've been given each time. And that's what's so nice about the commissions, that we're last. Having evolved, we've given them a bit more time, and their true personality has come out.
So, do you need more time to think about it?
No, we're done.
You don't? Yeah. So you've made a decision.
We have.
They've made a decision.
Wow. I'm terrified.
It could go anyway.
Well, it's so difficult. I don't envy you today.
It has been very difficult.
It has been, but I mean, it's been an amazing day.
OK, I think the show should end now, and the people at home should never find out what their decision was.
Artists, congratulations on being our 3 great finalists. Your brilliant talents have enthralled us for the past 7 weeks, and we've really enjoyed getting to know you over that time.
Yes, but this is the hard bit. The judges have made their decision. The person they have chosen has constantly impressed from submission to commission, and today has demonstrated an imaginative approach to the brief. The Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year is Narin McIntyre. Well done. Well done.
Well done, well done. The boys will be so proud.
I feel in complete shock. Really, really, really happy. I didn't think my name was going to be called, so I was just really, really happy. Yeah, really pleased. I can't stop saying that.
Narin's work is really inspiring. She's got all these wonderful colours and quality of light. I'm going to take that away with me, I think, and use it as inspiration to try and get some more atmosphere into my paintings. Yeah, she's a perfect winner.
Yeah, I've taken loads of things away. Just the challenge of doing things in 4 hours, you know, like that style of painting is completely new.
She hasn't disappointed in any of the paintings she's produced. And in the commission, she just sort of cranked it up to the highest level possible. And it was so beautiful. I'm so pleased. Your commission is so beautiful.
Thank you.
I think Narin's a worthy winner because she's always pushing at the edges of it. On the one hand, I thought it was always the same, but every painting has got a subtle difference, and she's always trying to find more.
I think she lives and breathes landscape. It's practically in her blood, and you feel it coming through the canvas.
I never thought I would be Landscape Artist of the Year. I never thought I would get through the first heat, so it's amazing. I'm just really happy.
Next time, winner of Landscape Artist of the Year, Narin McIntyre, travels to Flatford to paint her prize commission.
It is quintessentially the soul of England.
And follows in the footsteps of Constable.
I never thought I would be able to come somewhere like this.
As she makes her own mark on one of the world's most iconic views.
I really hope that they like it when they see it.
Okay,
okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to the beautiful Lyme Park in Cheshire. Set in 1,300 acres of deer park, it today hosts the latest heat in our search to find a talented new landscape artist.
8 competitors, a mix of amateur and professional, will attempt to capture one of Lyme Park's most outstanding views in just 4 hours.
But to claim a place in the semi-final, they'll have to impress our 3 esteemed judges and cope with one of the wettest climates in the country. This is Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
In our search to find a new landscape artist, we're setting up home in some of the National Trust's most inspiring estates.
Over 1,000 applied, but only the most impressive have been invited to the heats.
I'm really pleased with the view. It's got everything I like in an image.
At stake is a £10,000 commission to paint one of the National Trust's most historic views, Flatford in Suffolk, made famous by Constable. The winner's painting will become part of its permanent collection.
You can just sort of get high by looking at the landscape and being like, wow, look at that colour, it's amazing.
Today at Lyme Park, 8 more artists are out to impress.
I'd like to see much, much more. I'm sure my fellow judges would like to see much, much more as well.
Yes.
But it's not just the judges eyeing up their work. Kate Atkinson has dedicated 33 years to Lyme Park, so as a thank you, she'll be rewarded with her favourite landscape.
I wouldn't have believed that there were so many techniques.
And 50 more artists of all ages, abilities and mediums are descending on Lyme Park to compete as a wild card.
So I decided to use spoons.
I was about to ask about the spoon, right, OK. I thought maybe you had a cup of tea on the go.
But with just 4 hours and a temperamental environment...
No way.
Who will judges Kathleen Soriano, Tyshan Schierenberg and Kate Bryan?
I'm at the panic stage.
Send through to the semi-final.
Debbie, are you actually wearing an official artist's smock?
No, I'm wearing official Guernsey seaman's smock.
Oh, OK.
Hoping to captivate the judges are professional artists Mike Kirby, Kyle Noble, James Green, Georgia Murray, Yinji Sun and Debbie Grice.
The location is absolutely amazing. It's a beautiful place to come and visit and I'm really excited about painting it.
And today's amateur artists are Frances Worrell Campbell and Kathy Thomas, who also competed in Portrait Artist of the Year.
Last year I was shortlisted. I managed to make the final 3, which was fantastic. So I'm hoping to be able to do that again today and possibly even better, fingers crossed.
The style and talent of each of the artists was recognised by the judges when they evaluated a digital copy of their submission landscapes. So these are the paintings submitted in the flesh. We begin with high drama.
Yeah, I mean, it does sort of deliver the eye into the distance, at least.
Fantastic sense of the mood. They should be very happy today. The weather's changing constantly.
It does make me think that this is an artist who has got their own mind.
I felt like I wanted to say, and now we head to the Far East.
I like an artist who's not afraid to bring in outside influences and to create something which is totally unique.
I'm looking forward to seeing Lyme Park à la japonaise.
Yeah, exactly. This applied to Cheshire.
This looks familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, this extraordinary paper.
Yeah, this is Kathy, who was in the portrait series.
And made her own paper, didn't she? I quite like the filmic nature of it. It's almost like looking at a little story in sections and you sort of travel along it. I think it's rather clever. And we definitely recognised her and spotted her even from the digital image, and I think it jumped out really strongly.
I find it remarkable the way he understands design. You know, he's made it so your eye follows it through to the open space in the background.
I love this aerial perspective. I feel like I'm flying over the rooftops. It's just really vibrant and joyous.
Look at those lampposts
They're great,
down
aren't
at the
they?
bottom. They are just incredible. Oh, I remember this on the image. This was gorgeous. This had a fantastic sort of tragicness to it.
And also the artist has edited their view, so it's actually a very well-balanced piece of abstraction as well, rather than putting something in the centre and to making it the main subject.
I hope that they take a very, very good little snapshot and deliver a really interesting little corner or make a feature out of something which isn't really a feature.
Yeah. What I like about the wall generally is it asks a lot of questions and then they're all going to get answered in the next 4 hours, which is great.
Today, the artists have been asked to turn their backs on the 16th century building of Lime Hall to face the stunning view towards the reflecting lake. Surrounded by luxurious herbaceous borders with several mature trees, this man-made water feature includes an island covered in flowering plants and a small waterfall.
I'm really pleased with the view. It's got everything I like in an image. It's got lots of pathways, lots of really nice structures in it.
It's not perhaps what I'd normally do. I normally have buildings and stuff in the landscapes that I do, but, you know, again, it's a good challenge.
Artists, I hope you're all settled, because the judges are ready to be impressed.
You have 4 hours to complete your work, so good luck, and your time starts now. An ornate garden isn't every landscape artist's idea of a perfect view.
Most of the time I do a lot of urban landscapes, and this is a bit sort of pretty picture, sort of chocolate boxy and not my normal subject, to be honest.
Mike Kirby is from Liverpool and studied at the Wigan School of Art and Design before he became a storyboard artist for an advertising agency. His submission is of Stanley Dock on the River Mersey, where his father, a merchant seaman, was gateman during the 60s.
I like the steps bit that you've already identified.
It's a nice feature, I think.
Well, it's man-made, so that's going to make you feel at home. And also, it's got some great light on it as well.
Yeah. Have you painted before?
No.
You're quite good there. That's...
No, well, I just listen.
Right.
And watch.
Yeah.
Quite
No,
a lot.
it is. That's a nice focal point.
I've got my inks here, which I'll be using for the printing, and my little rollers here for rolling the ink on. And this is my printing press, otherwise known as a spoon.
James Green has been a full-time lino cut artist for 10 years and captured this view from near where he lives in Sheffield. In Portrait Artist of the Year 2013, he was shortlisted with his print of Simon Weston.
Back for more.
Afraid so, yeah.
So you're probably feeling very relaxed
No,
and
I'm
calm.
not. This is twice as big as the lino cut that I did in the portrait series, so...
And it's still quite a small work, isn't it?
Yeah,
But,
it doesn't feel that to me. It feels quite big to me.
Oh. And will you print in 2 colours, or...?
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
Depends how much time I've got.
So when do you work that out? Is that really a time factor?
Yeah, see how I get on for the next hour, and then I might add another colour element. I'm really not sure yet, though. But...
Well, you've got everything stuck down, so
Yes.
I don't want to see your lino cut flying into the lake.
No.
Otherwise, we'll have a Mr. Darcy moment of Ty retrieving it for you.
Yes, yes, that would be fun.
I don't tend to do lots of landscape painting. This is quite a new venture for me. I've probably had a practice on about 2 or 3 paintings so far.
Amateur artist and former police officer Kathy Thomas primarily produces portraits. She paints acrylic on handmade paper, and her submission of Macclesfield Forest was only the 2nd landscape she'd made.
I'm doing something very different.
You're doing the U-walk. Is that down there
yes,
somewhere?
And it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it is fantastic.
Yes, it is. It's really, really nice. I love all the textures. And
yeah, but we gave you this fantastic view with reflections.
It's very pretty for me, though, very pretty, and I prefer something a little more rugged.
Yeah, I mean, your submission was kind of... What's the word? You were saying it was a fairy tale and sort of sort of scary, gloomy...
Yes. For me, this is just very... it just seems on one level, really, one depth.
It's very landscapey.
It is, yes.
original plan was a landscape for the whole lake here. Actually, I just accidentally took some photo with the portrait. And then when I see the photos, I feel that, oh yeah, portrait is definitely going to be better.
Born in rural China, professional oil painter Yin Ji-sun teaches adult art classes at his Whitechapel studio. Reimagined from memory, his submission captures Sanquin Mountain in China and a peach tree reminiscent of his childhood.
We're not very far into the competition, and yet you've made a fantastic impact already.
Thank you for your
Are you racing somebody?
No, because like once I decide what I'm going to paint, actually the image is already in my mind.
And once you've decided,
just
go for it.
Go for it.
As well as our 8 heat artists, 50 more have travelled to Lyme Park to give it a go as wildcards. Laden with paints, brushes and easels, they're here to capture the many views on offer in a bid to impress the judges.
I wanted to concentrate on the plants, but I'd go for an organic type of painting.
I might go portrait and do the building or landscape and put the trees with the lake in. I'm just deciding.
But painting en plein air, they're exposed to the elements.
I'm normally in shorts and a t-shirt, you know, which on worse days than this, in hail and what have you. So this is quite a novelty for me to be sat in my clothes.
I love this.
Oh, better stop then.
Do you always start with purple? Is that your...
What I do is I start with all the darks, and then as the day goes on, I'll get lighter and lighter and lighter, and I start very thin, and then I'll get thicker and thicker and thicker.
I see no purples in that. Do you see purples in it?
I'm choosing to... I'm not a fan of green paintings very much. I don't do lots of tree, greeny things, so this is a bit of a challenge.
That is a slight dilemma, isn't it, with this particular...
Yeah, so to make it more enjoyable for me, I'll maybe sort of transfer colours a bit and see colours that aren't there.
Yeah, why not?
This is very unusual. It's a very dark scene you've conjured up.
Basically, I couldn't loosen up my work, so I decided to use spoons.
I was about to ask about the spoon. Right, okay. I thought maybe you had a cup of tea on the go. No, you were painting with it.
No.
The heat artists are 1 hour into their 4-hour challenge.
The clouds, these are a new addition, are they?
Yeah, because when I took the photo originally, it was just a sort of white
it was just
cloud, and there wasn't really any break in it. So I'd much rather use a contrasted sky. So I'm drawing the clouds in real life and sort of working as I go along.
I love a stylised cloud.
This isn't my typical kind of scene. I'm used to something a lot more bleak and perhaps more barren, but I've sat here and I've got my head around how I'm going to deal with it.
The vastly changing sky is a challenge.
The danger is concentrated on one particular area. I can't do that, can't afford to do that. I need to think of the whole thing.
Lyme Park in Cheshire is home to our latest heat of Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year. Our artists have 3 hours left to capture the view they've been presented with.
Debbie, are you actually wearing an official artist's smock?
No, I'm wearing an official Guernsey Seaman's smock.
Oh, OK.
It is from Guernsey, yeah, but I've had it ages, and this is an official. If you want to have a photograph as an artist, it's the one to wear.
Yeah. Professional artist Debbie Grice studied at Glasgow School of Art and prefers to capture landscapes whilst painting outdoors. Her submission is of Haworth Moor in West Yorkshire. She wanted to capture its bleakness, weather and drama.
So when you paint something like this, I mean, those flowers, you don't take them piece by piece, do you? At all?
No. I'm looking for some sort of musical symphony.
OK.
So...
almost like you can hear this scene, if you know what I mean.
That's how it is. Yeah. Oh, now you're going to diagnose me.
No, I think it's fascinating.
The sort of big driver for the music, really, is these heavy marks here. These would be the percussion.
And I can see how that those flowers bring sort of that light treble
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
the whole piece.
Yeah.
You seem to have got quite far ahead in such a short time. Are you happy with the pacing?
Yeah, I work quite quickly, naturally, in my studio. And being here right in front of the landscape is just really inspirational.
Georgia Murray studied at Duncan of Jordenston in Dundee before doing an MA at Edinburgh College of Art. Created whilst living in Taiwan, her submission represents the connection between her and her brother whilst living on separate continents. Today, Georgia has a connection with another artist who, by pure coincidence, was also chosen by the judges to attend this heat.
So this is Kyle in the pod next to me, and he's my boyfriend. And we met at art school, so we've stuck together ever since. It suits us to be beside each other. We're very supportive of each other's careers. For me, it's very natural to be working beside my partner like this as an artist.
I've just been having a nice chat with Georgia, and I hear that you both seem to be united by a love for colour.
Yes. There's only maybe like 4 or 5 colours in my piece, whereas George's it'll be...
Yeah.
Like Georgia, Kyle Noble also studied at Duncan of Jordenston in Dundee before taking an MA at Edinburgh College of Art. His landscape is inspired by a combination of places he has travelled to, including the waterfall and forest in Des in Aberdeenshire.
So what I'm looking at here is a smattering of colourful lines appearing. What's your process?
The process is chaotic, but it's almost like, you know, playing a guitar solo or something like that, like the actual process of line and moving that around. And that's why I think there's quite a strong element of drawing in my work, because it feels like I'm sort of able to flow through time using the line or something like that.
But you say flow through time. There is a time limit today. How are you feeling about that?
Squashed.
Despite the time limit, another artist won't be rushed.
At the moment, I'm just making a very detailed drawing of the pattern in the grass in the sun, and then also use the graphite powder to fill in some tone in the background to give it more of a composition instead of just being a very small drawing.
At 19, Frances Worrell Campbell is the youngest artist in the competition and has just completed an art foundation course at Central St Martin's in London. Her submission landscape of Kingsway Tunnel ventilation shaft in Liverpool is an acid etching which she completed for her GCSE.
So will you give us that, or will you give us a sort of a brutalist, straight-lined, metallic, robot 21st century version of it?
I think somewhere between the two.
OK. You don't seem to have that much stuff with
No,
you.
I'm just a bit worried everyone's got, like, a
Yeah,
trailer
everyone's
full.
got barrel loads of paints and things, and you turn up with a pencil case.
Yeah.
I'm glad you've kept that GCSE spirit going.
Over at the wild cards, the artists are having to deal with some rather erratic conditions.
And then you want... And the wind.
It's been quite windy, it's quite difficult to keep the canvas on the easel. I did have the umbrella, but he went for a little walk, a little fly, so we say.
Oh, that looks nice and warm. Wish I was there.
That is beautiful, if you don't mind me saying.
Thank you very much.
Are you a full-time artist?
No. I'm a taekwondo instructor.
You have your sensitive side, and then you can kill someone if you need to.
Yes, I could. Do my best not to.
No,
don't get on the wrong side.
Obviously not. No, that's why I've come over and said what a wonderful painting it is.
Well, you're catching the spirit of the weather.
I know.
It's happening a lot. Somebody's just lost an easel over the other side. Well, it's a blowy day and it's a blowy picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love the feel.
So you decided not to bother with the trees and the water and all that natural stuff?
We had to do the building.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Did it not seem suspicious to you that some people were painting in the opposite direction?
Yeah.
It's nearly midway through the competition.
I'm looking at trying to get the right, the different greens, You've got bluey greens, you've got yellowy greens. It's got all sorts.
I just
of
look at it.
Isn't that good?
It's a nightmare.
But
Green is a nightmare, isn't it?
I think you've got to embrace the greens.
Yeah,
Mike.
yeah. We'll see how we
Good.
go anyway.
No way. How much of a problem is the wind today?
Very much so. It's blowing everywhere. And I'm very sorry to the owners of Lyme Park because they may be finding bits of paper for quite a few weeks to come.
They may, but you know what?
Yes.
It's beautiful paper.
Thank you very much.
I'm just rubbing to press the ink onto the paper. It takes a while to do this bit. Yeah, 'cause it's dried out a bit, you see. You can get the idea, anyway.
Oh, yes. What's unsatisfactory about that?
Well, it's all blotchy.
But you're pleased about the design?
I think so, yeah.
The collage is all done now, so it's just a case of applying paint. I would like to have been finished a little bit sooner, but I could be in a worse position than this.
It does make you look at trees in a way that you rarely do.
We've had the what's the what and who's who of trees out in the living room. We seriously have. Yeah.
I think it's going a bit behind schedule. Should just try and keep going with it and see where I get to.
Here at Lyme Park in Cheshire, our 8 artists are using a range of mediums from paint to pencil, collage to lino cut, to try and impress.
Well, we're about halfway through. How do you think people are doing, Kate?
I'm a bit worried. There's a couple of people here who are not working very well to time. I'm thinking of Frances. I mean, she's literally drawing blades of grass at the moment, and it's about the size of a postage stamp.
But they're very beautiful blades of grass.
My guess is she's slightly overwhelmed, and her way of coping with this incredible landscape is actually to focus on the detail.
Well, not about James, because James has been on one of these competitions before.
The lino that he's cut is just very beautiful.
He's so calm, and he knows exactly what he's facing today. He's planned it all out.
Just looking at the composition, though, I find it a bit boring. Sorry, but I'm hoping it comes alive.
Well, Carl's submission was very sort of jewelled and layered. How is this in comparison to what he's doing now?
Slow.
I just spoke to him and he admitted himself it was rather penny, meaning he'd drawn with pen and he'd not really got much going. But I think he had a little break and he came back and started working an area darker. And with that sort of contrast, he's brought a bit of life into it.
It's the pen drawing that we really loved.
Yeah.
It may be that we end up deciding that might be just enough.
Now, Mike isn't very satisfied.
I don't think Mike is ever satisfied, right, which is good. You know, it's the struggle, and he's always struggling and fighting.
And he's done a very interesting composition, a bit like his submission, where he's sort of abstracted it and just taken a corner, which has made it incredibly difficult for him because it's all green.
Yeah.
And he's not worked with the sky at all as a contrast. So he's made a rod for his own back and he's moaning about it, yes.
Yeah.
Now, in your submitted piece, there's peaches and we're looking down on the landscape. I notice you have peaches at your side. Is that a deliberate motif that you take with you? This is just
randomly pick it up, not my lunch and my breakfast.
I thought I'd found a really important theme in your work there.
No.
It was lunch.
No.
I'm going to add another colour, so I'm going to do a blue.
Oh, this is the second colour?
Yeah, I'm going to do blue clouds and
so
hopefully
the colour
paint on
will
top.
be the clouds and this grass line?
Yeah, I'll hopefully get kind of 3-colour effect.
Oh, because of the blending?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's going to work, so I'm going to try it.
I think hopefully people will be able to see the image emerging now from the blackness.
I'm just trying to bring it all together. It needs a bit of structure, strengthening in some areas and a bit of bringing some more highlights in, give it a bit more depth.
Everyone likes to create an impression. So when the Lee family built Lime Hall, they created an integrated landscape design that combined the house, the gardens, and the surrounding moorland.
Once a medieval hunting lodge, Lime Hall was transformed in the 16th century into the house that now sits at the heart of the estate. But it was only the beginning of the Lee family's grand design for this beautiful landscape.
They started adding features in the landscape, so visitors would be amazed as they came in along the original drive, and gradually all these outlying buildings would come into view. So the cage, first of all, Paddock Cottage, the lantern, and then they reached the house. They then started putting in vista lines to the various outlying buildings. Visitors to the house could go and stand just outside this window and see up the vista lines to all these magnificent buildings.
To the north stands the cage with Lime Avenue to the south and the lantern to the east, mirrored by Paddock Cottage to the west. This web of views in the landscape design of Lime Park becomes even more elaborate.
Other vistas were created from focal point to focal point. So you've got a vista from Paddock Cottage to the cage. You've got another one from the cage to the lantern. So you've got crisscrossing lines going between the vista lines as well.
Kate has worked and volunteered at Lime Park for over 30 years.
I've often experienced life on those vista lines, walking in the morning before I start work. It's a joy, it's a privilege as well, and you feel as if you're in another world. It really is a magical place to come.
So, Kate, what does it mean to you, this place? Do you think you could sum that up?
It means peace, tranquility, beauty, joy.
That's a lovely summing up. I'm surprised you didn't include rain, wind, sub-zero temperatures.
It gets into your bloodstream, everything. And if you're not careful, it can take you over.
What happens then?
Your family disown you.
Oh, no, I thought you were going to say you turn into a deer at midnight. Later on, Kate, you're going to be choosing a landscape of Lime Park.
Wonderful. It will be cherished.
OK, well, I look forward to your choice.
With 50 artists trying their hand as wildcards, there's many different mediums and techniques on display. But with a chance to gain a place in the semi-final, the judges need to agree whether any of the wildcards has impressed them enough.
I really like the guy who's painting that small painting up high, and then he's...
I like him. He's
obviously
He knows what he's doing,
Yeah.
doesn't he?
Yeah. What about the woman that started in purple?
I love her. I like the way she put the paint on. It was kind of moody and dark and interesting.
I like that one. There's a woman who's doing a watercolour and she's done the orangery beautifully.
No, the sky is fantastic.
The sky is amazing. And the
sky
sky
is
has got
really
the
good.
big grey foreboding clouds, and I think she's told the story of today beautifully. Hello. You're sitting there with your tea, and I'm delighted to tell you that you're today's wildcard winner. Well done. Well done. Great painting.
Sandy will now join a pool of other successful wildcards, from which one will claim a place in the semi-final.
Not only do our artists have to create a piece of work for our judges in just 4 hours, but they have to do it in front of a steady stream of spectators.
Hello, everybody. It's nice having a bit of attention from the general public. I've had a nice few conversations with people. A few people have asked me how much time I've got left, like there's some impending doom coming, so it's pushed me on a little bit.
And some of the onlookers are far from impartial.
So, Anne, you're the mum of Francis, and Evelyn and Grace, you are not only the sisters of Francis, but you're the...
Triplet, yeah.
Well, what about you two? What do you do?
do art as well. Yeah.
Pretty amazing, isn't it?
It is. Yes, it is.
So what do you think are Francis's chances? Have you looked at the...
Haven't looked at anyone else's.
That's what you've got to do, is check out the rivals. I think you should hunt as a pair, see if you can unnerve them.
I married to Debbie, and I've just followed her here to bring her bags and her equipment.
Now, you're a professional artist too, aren't you?
Yes, I am, yes.
So what do you paint?
Well, I like to paint animals and people, things that are in front of me. Debbie's more about landscapes, and she's quite good at seeing things. I can't see what she's seeing. She's picking up on the music and the spirituality of this landscape. I find that really difficult. I find it difficult to enter it.
So the walls of your home covered in paintings?
Oh, yeah, very much so. But mine aren't allowed on the walls in the main part of the house.
I'm getting quite an insight into your domestic life. Thanks very much.
OK.
What are the big issues for you at the minute?
The main thing is the oil's still wet underneath, and when you put oil on top of oil, you're mixing in the colour underneath, which makes it muddy.
I see.
So I'm going to leave over layering until the last 20 minutes.
It's almost as if we're looking at a small brook running through into a valley. I quite like that sort of licence that you've taken with it.
Yeah.
There are 30 minutes of the competition remaining.
I've got to wait for the ink to dry on the first blue layer, and then I've got to print the second layer with the green on top and see if that works.
You're going to be able to seduce us in the way that you did with your entry?
Well, that's a big statement, but thanks. I don't know. We'll see. It might end up being in areas intense.
OK. Well, I really don't want to hold you back, because I'd like to see much, much more. I'm sure my fellow judges would like to see much, much more as well.
Yes, thanks.
Our artists are entering the final 10 minutes of this heat of Landscape Artist of the Year.
Have you actually had the chance to do that thing that artists do when you just stand back and think about it for a bit?
No, I'm afraid not.
The paint isn't drying fast enough, but this has got to be finished whatever.
This is fabulously intricate.
Thank you very much.
You worried about time?
Yes.
I'm going to speed up a bit more and just throw a bit more paint on. I'm at the panic stage.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your materials and step back from your work.
I'm so tired.
Before the landscapes are judged, Kate Atkinson chooses her favourite painting to keep, in recognition of her dedication to the estate.
Artists, will you turn your easels round, please?
Kate has had a long association with Lyme Park, having worked and then volunteered here for over 30 years.
When I started work here in '81, that was buried completely. It's lovely to think that we've brought back something in the landscape. I wouldn't have believed that there were so many techniques.
And yet they're all part of the landscape you know.
Exactly. I know which one I'm going to go for.
OK.
And it's over there. It is lovely. You're very welcome.
Before selecting an artist for the semi-final, the judges first have to decide on their shortlist.
The use of the two colours, we didn't know which two colours he was going to use, and he's done that very nicely in the ripples.
They're sort of strange colours to put together because this is a very natural, earthy green, and this is something which is much more sort of minty and cool. But I really like that combination. I think it's successful.
The judges might think it's too simple, but that's just the way that you have to work with lino cut. You can't really be too detailed.
I really enjoyed watching her actually make the trees today, and in the right light you do get that fantastic sort of gloaming as the path goes beyond the yew trees.
Good sense of mood. She's taken a really small space and made it monumental and grand.
I don't think she needs this 3D application. I think she's got a great sense of light and depth and recession without it.
If I had more time, I would have liked to have used more collage within my work, but I was quite happy with the end result, so I can't moan.
Mike moaned about the greens, but I think he's done a very nice job. They're very beautiful, they're harmonious.
You look at it now and you think to yourself, oh, blimey, it's a bit too green and this is a bit muddy. And then I look at this and I go, well, that's exactly what it is. I think he would have had a better day if he'd have chosen something which allowed the sky to come in. And I think it's missing that. But there's still great bits in it.
I did intend to put some sky in. I was too busy with the greens and the foreground and the trees, trying to get the balance right.
Frances said she might do this before she came, and I must say I really enjoyed her concentration on this tiny bit of turf grass. Today maybe wasn't the right time to do it. There are some bits which work very well, but the majority is of this sort of doodling, and I don't think it's got enough power. It's not really holding it together enough to draw me into some different space.
It reminds me of when I was 18 and I wanted to be a cartographer. So I was constantly drawing these sort of contours to make little mountains. But you're right about the passages. If you look at the pencil drawing of the clouds, I think that's really, really beautiful. In a way, that's what we wanted to see more of. I really like Debbie. Full of energy, completely in the landscape.
Isn't this bit glorious with the light streaming through and this brilliant grey sky, which we had at times today?
Her enthusiasm, you can see it in the way she's applied the paint. It's got a really nice, wristy, lively quality to it, and you're right, the light is absolutely stunning.
There are things that I would critique myself. There are areas that have got overworked. There are areas that I think that have become a little bit decorative. But as it is, I think it's an OK painting.
It's between those three?
Yeah.
It's going to be a good 3, yeah.
But there can only be a shortlist of 3.
The first artist is James Green.
And the second artist is Debbie Grice.
And the third artist to be shortlisted is Mike Kirby.
Commiserations to the rest of you. Thank you for coming, thank you for your work, and sorry you didn't make the shortlist.
I could understand why I wasn't shortlisted, but I am surprised that you didn't make it into the shortlist because your picture is quite kind of large and ambitious and quite well completed, I thought. And mine is quite fiddly and small.
Oh, but pretty. Congratulations to the 3 who've been shortlisted. The work's absolutely fantastic, so well done to the 3 of them.
To help decide which artist should claim a place in the semi-final, the judges quizzed Debbie, Mike and James about today's work and their submitted landscape.
On your submission here, you've got this fantastic sort of smoky sfumato sort of here in the foreground or the middle ground.
Yeah.
Would we have seen you start to do that more here? Or?
Yes, that would have been more dramatic and something, you know, probably away from reality. I found this area here. I disliked that area, and that maybe would have come into something a little bit more sort of meaty and, you know, agitated at the front.
You complained a lot about the greens today. Did you realise that in doing that sort of cropping of a corner, you're going to lose that contrast of the sky.
I did intend to put some blue aspects of the sky in there, but...
You ran out of time? You forgot?
I forgot.
James, I'm so pleased you found the time to do the second colour because it really lifted it. I like the colour that you've chosen, actually. I thought you might go for something bright, but you've chosen something within the same sort of green-blue pool. Did you consider any other colour, or did you always know you were going to do that?
I wanted to go for something related to it, something that would fit behind the green in the water area and also work well in the clouds too. And luckily it worked, but I literally only had about 3 minutes before the end to realise that.
Well done.
You know, where we are now demonstrates the difficulty of the day because there's a storm cloud over there, very dark. Over there, bright blue skies and white cloud. Now, how difficult is that?
I think it's incredibly difficult because there was a camp which decided to just stick with this morning's weather, and they've decided to go with a grey sky. And then there's another school that seemed to be playing catch-up with the weather the whole time and then fall behind.
It is really about seizing the chance when there's a beautiful cloud and you've got to decide to put it in or wait till a better one comes along.
Now, this is Landscape Artist of the Year, after all, and what we really want is we want some artists who get out there into the landscape and are used to sitting in the landscape and depicting it no matter what. And I think we found those people. The artists who've really enjoyed that struggle with their painting, they've actually revelled in those changes as well.
I was over at the Wildcard and there was a woman painting and the ground was brightly lit with a dark sky above it and it looked wrong. And then I looked at it and it was brightly lit with a dark sky above it.
We've been here and it's been an experience and I think we want our artists to convey that a bit as well.
Each one had a completely unique vision, didn't they?
Yeah.
Not at all one like another.
No, not at all.
Totally differentiated.
Which makes it really hard to judge.
Yeah. James, Mike, Debbie, congratulations to each one of you for making it to the shortlist. The judges very much admire your work. However, only one of you can make it through to the semi-final.
The judges felt the artist they have chosen to go through to the semi-final stayed true to themselves, was capturing a sense of place. And that person is James Green.
I can't quite believe that I've won. Just entered this as a challenge, you know. I had never expected to be selected. That was, yeah, it's crazy.
I'm made up to get to this stage. I was quite pleased with myself. And would I do it again? Possibly. Possibly.
Oh, bad luck, Debbie. It was so lovely to meet you.
I'm really happy for James. It's quite refreshing to see actually somebody doing work like that in the field. I had my eye on him, so yeah, the best man won.
I thought about maybe jumping in the lake. Might not do that. I might go home, have a glass of wine, and celebrate in that way instead.
Hello, you join us at the impressive Lime Park in Cheshire, just on the edge of the Peak District, the first location in this year's search to find Britain and Ireland's most outstanding artistic talent. And this time we're heading outside.
8 amateur and professional artists will have just 4 hours to produce a painting that impresses our 3 demanding judges and claims a place in the semi-final.
So sit back and get ready to enjoy some really great art. Welcome to a brand new series of Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
Over the next 8 weeks, we're setting up home in spectacular National Trust properties up and down the country, delving into one of the great genres of art history in a quest to discover the next Constable, Turner or Hockney.
Over 1,000 artists applied, and those considered by our judges as the very best have been invited to compete in the heats.
I think it'd be good to just do that square foot of grass over there.
Each week, 8 different artists will be given the chance to paint these inspiring landscapes.
All of them with one goal: to win a £10,000 commission to paint one of the National Trust's most beautiful views, Flatford in Suffolk, made famous by Constable himself.
Yes, that's fantastic.
Well, it's a start.
But to make it through to the semi-final, they'll have to impress our expert judges.
Award-winning artist Tyshan Sheerenberg, independent curator and art historian Kathleen Soriano, and contemporary art specialist Kate Bryan.
So that's a definite.
Yeah, that's definite.
It's just these two we've got to fight over.
But there's a twist. Up to 50 more artists are coming along to each of the heats to try their hand as a wild card. And if any catch the eye of the judges, they could see themselves in the semi-final too.
It's people doing something that's very personal to them, but doing it in a community. It's a beautiful combination.
Whether they're painting...
This is cow manure.
Yes, fresh cow manure from this morning.
Where did you get the cow?
Sketching.
Are you a sufferer with nerves?
A little bit.
Because you have an enormous bucket. I wondered if that's in case you're overcome with nausea.
Or printing.
We can't let him finish it.
Here we go, here we go. He did it!
Only one artist can claim the title of Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
In each heat, the selected artists are a mix of both amateur and professional. Today, there are 2 amateur artists, Chris Robinson and Tim Galton.
I'm very much looking forward to meeting the judges today. I have great respect for them.
And 6 professional artists, Venetia Sims, Adabanji Aladi, Marta Fakula Mack, Sophie Levi, Sean Williams and Jamie Hageman.
I'm a mountain artist, so I'm going to have to adapt to painting reflections and buildings.
The judges selected the artists purely on their talent from a digital submission of one of their landscapes, so today they're seeing the real thing up close for the first time.
Well, goodness me, who would have thought when you put out the challenge landscape, you would get something so varied as this? How does this match up to what you saw in digital form?
It's a dry point.
Dry point.
Yeah.
There's some very beautiful marks, like the coppice in the back, which is a very inventive kind of... I don't know how it's done.
It's got some great colour.
Really interesting art.
I think it's a lovely piece.
And quite brave with that sort of completely empty sky in the background.
Yes, they stopped in good time.
Yeah.
They didn't overdo it. Right, this one?
When we looked at the portraiture before, we always were concerned that those people who were photo and hyperrealists wouldn't be able to create a portrait in the time. But I'm also looking at the passages that aren't in the snow here, for example, and they're actually quite loose and free. So I think this person possibly has an ability to do both elements quite comfortably.
I think I should point out the 2 tiny figures there to give some sense of perspective.
Is it just showing off, do you think?
Maybe. I don't know. I am impressed by it. I can't help but be.
Well, you're meant to be. What a deal of paint on here.
Goodness.
A lot of palette work.
I don't remember it being so blocky.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the slate, isn't it? I mean, the paint is like the slate.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of it because it feels a bit too formulaic to keep using the same little blocky squares everywhere. I wish they could loosen up a bit, make some parts much looser and allow other parts to be much tighter.
And finally, a very delicate one. I think they love the tree, and I think they just thought, this tree is sublime, the tree will be what seduces people.
I like the fence, actually. I like this kind of like dirty, grubby, unfinished bit there. And I'm quite intrigued by them that they would do that when the rest of it is so finished. And given that they don't have much time today, I would hope that this artist, who's proficient, could undo themselves a bit.
I do think that they will be very happy today because they've got trees and a building.
Yes,
so they've had some practice.
They start with an advantage. Yeah. So we have high hopes of them.
All facing the same view, the artists have been asked to paint a composition of Lime Hall and its reflecting lake. Originally a hunting lodge, the hall was transformed into a mansion in the middle of the 16th century. But such a splendid view isn't to everyone's liking.
I think heading that way, you're looking across the building, it's a bit more pleasing. You're a little bit lower as well down there, maybe. Maybe this is my mountain eye coming into it.
I think it's lovely. I'm going to focus though on this side because I like the greens and I like trees and this bit of water is nice.
Water I could do without, but it's there, can't ignore it. And the building is quite tricky, but that's the challenge, I think. If not, it's going to end up in the lake.
Artists, I hope you're ready to paint one of Cheshire's grandest houses.
You have 4 hours to complete your work, so good luck. Your time starts now.
Deciding which aspects of a landscape to feature is a matter for each artist's individual style. But for one, his day job could be influential.
You're an architect.
Yes.
And it turns out the composition today includes
a building.
A big house.
A building, yeah.
Does that give you
no.
an advantage?
Absolutely
No?
not.
Really, why not?
Because the last thing I want to do is draw and paint buildings. All I'm doing is seeing an Italian building with Ionic columns, and I've seen so many of them in my life. Oh, God, I've now got to paint one.
Chris Robinson is from Kew in London. A self-taught artist, he likes to paint outside no matter the weather. His submission painting is an impressionistic watercolour of the Chilterns in Oxfordshire. It epitomises for him the English landscape.
Theoretically, Chris, you could not draw the house.
Big risk, Frank, I think.
Do you think that the judges might be impressed by your
Do you think so?
courage, though? You could avoid it, though.
You know them better than I do.
Well, yeah, I think they'd hate you for it.
Hello, Jamie.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Not too bad, thanks.
You've set yourself the most incredible challenge, because I'm guessing your work normally takes a little bit longer than the 4 hours you've got?
You've guessed right, yeah.
Jamie Hageman lives in Fort William, Scotland. He divides his time between climbing mountains and painting them. His submission piece is of the mountain Blencathra in the Lake District. It took more than 2 months to complete.
I've done a very quick sketch, which is fairly rubbish, but will help me.
I don't know, I quite like the simplicity of it.
And
what's going to be interesting is to see how detailed you're going to be able to become,
Yeah.
because I know that's where you feel more comfortable.
I'm going to focus on an area of
Okay.
detail. I think this would be a little bit more of a demonstration. To show I can,
Okay.
maybe the whole painting won't be finished.
We like a sense of promise.
Even though they're trying to impress the judges by painting Lime Park, not all the artists are exclusively landscape painters.
Do you ever done portraits?
Yes, I do portraits, yeah.
Have you ever had one in National Portrait Gallery?
Yes, I had one in, well, I've had 3 times in the BP.
Yeah.
I had one.
Absolutely spectacular. A very narrow-faced older gentleman.
Oh, yes, Cliff.
Very nice to meet you. Oh, of course.
Sophie Levi is from London and divides her time between landscapes and portraits. Her submitted painting depicts the rocket-shaped spire of All Souls Church in London. This was one of Sophie's first paintings using a circular canvas, rather than the traditional landscape format.
I've only painted once on a round canvas. It's a completely different compositional sort of problem, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Because you don't have the straight edges. Does it mean sometimes you can use it as a way of bending space?
Yeah, Partly the bend comes from just being greedy and wanting to fit a lot in, and so you have to squeeze it in. And partly because it's in the round to make it work compositionally.
To create a landscape within the 4-hour time limit, one artist who usually works on a large scale has had to find ways of adapting his style.
I did some trial runs in a 4-hour period and they were disastrous, really. So I thought maybe just today in this 4 hours, maybe I'd be a bit more confident working this scale.
Seems like you've downscaled everything. I mean, these are little milk for my cup of tea, and then these are sort of medicine packets which you're mixing colours in.
Yeah, they're quite handy. That mixing up acrylic in those and then sticking a bit of foil over it, rather than wasting, you know, it doesn't come cheap, you know.
No, none of this does, no.
Sean Williams is from Sheffield and studied painting and printmaking at Sheffield Hallam University. His submission painting is of a new building development near his father's home in Nantwich. Today, the size of canvas isn't the only aspect of his work he's changed.
I've abandoned acrylics and I'm going to go for watercolour pencils with a bit of watercolour.
So this is presumably a technique that you're familiar with and you've used many times to work quickly. OK.
No. This has given me kind of a get-out card. If it's no good, I think, well, I don't work like that anyway, so...
This year, adding a new element to the competition, we invited 50 more artists from all over the country to Lime Park to try their luck as a wildcard. On a first-come, first-served basis, and no matter what their medium, experience or age, they're here to try and impress.
Painting with all these other artists is always inspiring and a bit intimidating as well sometimes.
I love the wildcard area. It feels like a sort of fantastic community of artists and the people just doing what they love.
So refreshing just to go back to people's pure, unbridled passion for art.
And if they catch the judge's eye, they could be going through to the semi-final.
You've brought the whole studio with you, have you?
Trying to.
That is fantastic.
The abstracts get a bit violent sometimes.
Yeah, but that, you could hang that in an art gallery. That's a beautiful thing.
Now, you're still at school.
That's right.
You're doing A-levels?
Yeah, I'm studying art foundation next year, hopefully.
I like nature. I'm a naturist.
OK.
So I like...
When you say you're a naturist, it doesn't mean you take your clothes off.
Natural thing.
Yes.
This nature.
Yes.
Not that kind of.
No.
There are still 3 hours of the challenge remaining. But only one of the artists can claim a place in the semi-final.
Bit of a slow start, a bit of a hesitant start. If I was a racehorse, I'm a couple of lengths off the back of the pace, I think, at the moment.
I was trying to work out the last time I painted a building, and I think it was probably 2007 in Venice. So, no, and I haven't been practicing buildings.
I'm not over the moon about where the painting is at the moment. It needs quite a lot of work, basically. So I'm just ploughing on.
At Lime Park in Cheshire, we're 1 hour into the first heat of our new competition. All of our artists are concentrating on their composition of Lime Hall. And one has quite an audible way of staying focused.
If you watch it well enough, you'll see it, boy, you know? Just get into this. Just take your time, baby.
Banji, I hate to interrupt your personal commentary.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm a bit of a maddie. I talk to myself, yeah.
Is it true that you do sketches of people on the bus?
Bus, train, tube, yeah. It's one of the ways I interact with people, because I don't want to be quiet in the tube, so yeah, I get attention and people say, what'd you do, why'd you do that, blah, blah, blah.
Adebanji Alade is from Kent, and alongside painting landscapes and people for a living, is also a motivational speaker. His landscape of the circus in Bath was made in one 6-hour sitting and features a subject he's very passionate about.
I love trees, yeah. I see them as human beings, so they're creepiness, you know, some are like happy, sometimes the weeping willows are sad, so how would that go?
I'm slightly obsessed
with trees?
With trees as well.
Oh.
I have hugged trees at 1:30 a.m. in the morning.
My day, tree hugging, okay. There you go.
And you're a big man. I mean, you could do the circumference of quite a sturdy trunk. I have to stick with saplings.
Canvas, brushes and paint are usually part of an artist's kit, but they're not the only way to capture a landscape.
I have some dry point needle here. It's very sharp. Even gentle marks.
They will show up.
They will print.
How can you see what you're doing, though? You have to feel it?
I have to feel it, but that's why I made this drawing, so I know where I am.
Marta Vakula-Mack studied art in Krakow before moving to Dublin, where she now has work in the National Gallery of Ireland's permanent collection. Her landscape is an abstract representation of her favourite view in Wicklow, made by etching onto copper before printing.
The print you entered with, it looked like some marks had been painted on.
No, this kind of effect is made by sandpaper. This gives you nice, really subtle tones of greys.
But you can't. I can see.
No.
I can see how you would see the marks you're going to make with your drawing, but with the tones you've got to go.
No.
You've got to. It's experience.
It's
you know what's going on. Okay.
Yes, yes.
You're fearless.
I'm fearless.
You've recently become a full-time artist, made the plunge.
Yeah, well, I finished art school last summer, so I decided to not get a normal job and try and make it work.
Venetia Sims from Salisbury studied portraiture at Heatherley's College in London before furthering her training in Florence. Her landscape is the view towards Albania from her aunt's house in Corfu.
You've got a lot blocked out here. You've taken the distance away and you're right up there next to it.
Yeah, I thought, to be honest, it's such a sort of amazing, strong building. That's the focus. And I want the reflection sort of running into the viewer. And I think that could look quite nice.
I was wondering if anyone was going to take on that challenge.
I got warned today. They said when you talk to Tim, don't mention clouds because he'll go on for ages.
That's right, yeah. But there were no interesting clouds today.
But you know a cumulonimbus from a
fair weather cumulus.
Yes, yes, from that. I hate those fair weather cumuluses because where are they when you're in trouble?
Tim Galton is a business analyst from St Albans. His love of art began as a child when his father, a landscape artist, used to take him on painting trips. His landscape is of the Green Bridge of Wales on the Pembrokeshire coast. Painted in thick oil, he used his utensil of choice, the palette knife.
What is it about that sort of blocking
palette knife?
style? Yeah.
My inspiration at the moment is very much the very material nature of my subject matter. So, you know, be it tree bark or the texture of a rock, those substances can best be described by use of a thick, loaded palette knife.
I like the sound of a loaded palette knife.
That's what it
That
is.
sounds like something that could do a bit of damage.
With a possible place in the semi-final, the wild cards are embracing working so close to each other.
I love the fact you've included all the artists because it's such a pretty scene. But the building is not bright red. Yet.
No. The earth will be the building to start with, and then I'll point in some windows, and then it'll be about 10 o'clock at night.
You've only got 4 hours, but then we throw you out.
Yeah.
Everyone's sort of got 100 miles an hour, and I just like, you know, it's a long day, I can just ease through it.
You know why, though? That's because you're cool.
Ah, yeah. Or lazy.
Or lazy. It's a very fine line.
It is a fine line.
You just stick with what you believe.
Yeah.
Is that your phone?
Yeah, he's my phone.
Oh, see, you're popular as well. I hate you.
We're we've got a watercolourist, and he's done a very beautiful picture of the house. There's somebody drawing in charcoal at the top. It's got a great light to it, which is unusual for a drawing. There's a young girl. Her colour's a bit grubby, but it's a fantastic piece of painting. There are a handful of good artists, so it should be quite easy to find a winner.
I'm becoming more and more fascinated by the painting of water. Is it some mysterious art that...
And when it's right, it's really enticing, isn't it?
It's beautiful when you see it.
The thing about water, all the edges are sharp. So if you get the reflection and then those ripples crisply, you get the tone of the reflection, which is slightly darker than the object that's being reflected. You get those general elements right, it cons the eye into believing it's water.
Can I ask you one of my stupid questions? Yeah. Would you turn your canvas and paint it? Do you know what I mean? So then you're painting the building the right way up.
But it doesn't quite work like that. If we look at the reflection, it's changing. The water is simplifying it at the same time as it's reflecting it. So all the shadows are being elongated as they come down. You can see that now, can't we?
In fact, the water does a sort of an abstract painting of the building. It's better than the house.
It is fantastic, yeah. That tree's pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's
I didn't even see that now. I love walking with you. You see everything. And look, that man's red jacket is reflected. Can you see that?
Oh, yes, I can.
Brilliant.
Our 8 heat artists are battling it out for a place in the semi-final. And they have just over 2 hours left to impress.
That's incredible detail here.
I want to do the reflection next because I think that's quite important. Bit of foreground, 2 hours time.
Call it a day.
Yeah.
So I'm going to print yellow first. Yeah, it's not bad.
I'm probably a little bit behind because there's a lot of canvas to cover still. The house is looking a little bit weedy, and that's it's not how it should be. So a little bit worried.
Here at Lyme Park in Cheshire, the artists who have been painting for 2 hours are halfway through their challenge.
Yeah, exciting.
But do the judges agree?
So, Chris, the architect.
He has captured an incredible sense of mood already. It might not be necessarily the mood of this place, but it's a very evocative piece.
It doesn't feel like here.
No, but I don't want it to feel like here. I'm here, I can see it, I can take a photograph. I mean, it's his job to take artistic licence.
What about Tim?
We may get there, but it feels a bit slight to me at the moment.
I thought he wasn't going to get there at all. I mean, he reduced this building to this grubby little grey frontage. And then as he got there, I thought he had a little something was happening, and just now he started to produce the reflection and also the texture of the building. I'm kind of excited.
Adabanji.
He raced off this. I couldn't believe the speed with which he got everything in place, and the water was fabulous and done with very little.
Jamie.
I like Jamie's. I think the colour choices are really unusual.
Has no light in it. You have the elements, but you don't get a sense of light coming from anywhere onto the elements.
And the colour scheme he's gone for is quite glacial, even though this isn't at all.
But I mean, I don't think we can punish someone who paints snowy mountains for bringing a bit of that to a posh building.
Well, I think he has to compromise. The mountain wouldn't come to Jamie, so Jamie should come to the mountain.
Oh, Frank, you have been so excited to say that.
This is amazing. Wow.
Thank
You're
you.
nearly finished.
Oh, wow, a long way to go. It looks that, but because of our different
Looks
styles,
good to me.
Been going at a steady pace so far. This is a wonderful bunch, and everyone's way of doing it's different. So, wish I was ahead, but can't do anything about that.
Chris, I just heard you say something, which was, I've started to fiddle and that's bad.
Yeah, because I had originally got what I wanted with a few brush strokes. The colours are deadening now because I've started to put one too many washes over
No,
it,
but wait a
so-
minute, when you stand back, this cloud is terrific, so don't meddle with that.
OK.
Originally used as a hunting ground, Lyme Park is known for its 16th century hall and reflecting lake. But there's another building that has become synonymous with the local skyline.
You can see the cage from miles and miles around. Its primary function was as a hunting lodge, a viewing tower, if you like, for the ladies to watch the lords hunting, and then they'd all come back here at the end and have a banquet.
Originally a timber construction, it's thought the cage was remodelled into its current form in the 1720s and 30s by the same architect that designed the house, Giacomo Leone. However, the origins of how it got its name are shrouded in mystery.
The cage possibly got its name because it was used as a holding cell, a prison of sorts for poachers held here overnight, waiting for the local constabulary to come from Macclesfield and cart them away in the morning. So I guess that might be one of the reasons why it became known as the cage.
After many years standing derelict, other than being used by the Home Guard during the Second World War, the cage has now been restored and sits resplendent atop the moorland of Lyme Park.
Locally, it is very much an iconic landmark. It really makes you realise you're being transported back into a historic landscape.
Phil Stokes has devoted his working life to Lyme Park, so as a reward for his dedication, today we'll be giving him the chance to pick his favourite painting for himself.
You grew up not far from here,
Not far, just in the middle of Stockport.
and I grew up not far from here too, so I know this place, but I don't know it like you do. How old were you when you first came here?
I was 15 when I came here to serve an apprenticeship in carpentry and joinery, 4-year apprenticeship. It wasn't just about teaching you your trade. They taught you how to apply that to Lyme Park and care for the buildings on the estate.
Lyme is famous for one particular television programme, Pride and Prejudice,
Yeah.
with Colin Firth coming out of the water.
Yeah.
It's legendary. Did it happen in that pond?
No, it was quite a murky little pond further back in the estate.
You're breaking 1,000 hearts. You're breaking 1,000,000 hearts.
I was reluctant to tell you.
Right. You get to choose one of the paintings for yourself.
Well, I've had a quick look round, on my way past. There is some stunning work going on.
All right, well, we'll let them finish before you make your choice, but once you make your choice, it's yours.
OK, thank you.
Our 8 artists are battling it out for a place in the semi-final. But will any of the wild cards be joining them?
Blimey, it's positively vibrating with energy. Fabulous.
To be in with a chance of making it to the semi-final, the judges have to agree on just one wild card to put forward.
Hello, Celia. Don't want to interrupt you. You're still busy working.
I think I'm nearing finish now.
Well, you've made something that's quite different. It's got a very sort of architectural feel to it, and we love the light that you captured coming from the orangery. We'd like to put you through as the wild card today to the next round.
Oh my gosh.
So congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled.
Well done, you mate. Nice one. Well done.
Celia is now the first person to join a pool of wild cards. After all 6 heats are complete, one will be chosen to go through to the semi-final.
I'm slightly happier than I was before, but that wasn't difficult. It's just the time thing. It's an issue.
I was almost hoping you'd be struggling more so I could say to you, you've got a mountain to climb. But you haven't got a mountain to climb. You've got, I think, a hillock.
30 minutes remain in this first heat of Landscape Artist of the Year.
This is print number 5, is that right?
This is print number 5. The yellow was a little bit too light.
OK.
But But I'm happy about the black, but the yellow didn't work out. So I need to do it again.
The building still isn't strong enough, and that's what I'm worried about. That's what's going to let it down.
Are you going to touch this, do you think, or not?
Maybe just put dashes of flowers, just small little white dashes.
Yeah.
Those are the little kind of bits and pieces that might just...
One of the dangers when you get to this stage
Yes.
is to do too much.
I know, it's deadly.
You've got to know when to stop.
I have to.
Here at Lime Park, there are just 5 minutes left in this first heat of Landscape Artist of the Year.
I'm going as fast as I can. Yes, I've missed out all these arches here.
You've got the spirit of the building.
Good, that's nice.
You can use that if the judges ask you why you haven't finished it.
Well, I like it.
There isn't enough definition in it. I know I'm panicking because you start doing stupid things.
How long have I got?
There's no choice, is there? I'm just trying to make it work last minute.
Give me another couple of months and this would look splendid.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your materials and step away from your work. Sheltered from the rain and before the judges look at the final landscapes, Phil Stokes, who has worked at Lime Park since he was 15, will now choose his favourite painting to keep as a thank you for his commitment. So artists, can you please turn your easels? Recognise it?
I do, yeah. I like the way the house is just nestled into the landscape on that one.
If you've got a big circular spot on your wall, this could be the one for you.
That's quite foreboding, that backdrop to that one.
It was a foreboding kind of a day, though, wasn't it, sky-wise? So do you feel you have your winner?
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, we talk quite a lot about spirit of place here, and I think the one that's captured that for me the most is this first one.
To help them decide which artist will claim a place in the semi-final, the judges first whittled down the 8 to 3.
I'm really pleased with this one. I think the scale of the picture sort of really loosened him up rather than that tight submission, and fantastic sort of reflection in the light and attention to details. Gorgeous.
And fantastic sense of space as well. He really has that sweeping edge of the water and the building in the distance. No, it's very...
I mean, I think it just looks like it's easy to him. It's amazing.
To be shortlisted will be a double blessing, but for now I'm really pleased. I can tell my kids at home that someone chose my painting and he works here and it's going to be with him forever.
It is not quite as dynamic as I hoped it was going to be, and I think the sky was much more dynamic earlier on in the day, which is a pity that she's lost that.
It hasn't quite got that dynamism and energy that the other one had, and somehow the relationship between the different elements doesn't work as well as it did in the other, which sort of completely took you around the picture.
the inventiveness of the little drips and stuff. It makes the water very watery. It's the only word I can think of.
There's not much there, is there? It's quite soft, but then I like the undone architectural drawing. I like the aggressiveness of these trees. It's unusual.
Yeah. It went OK at the beginning, and then it just sort of died away at the end. So I'm feeling a bit deflated.
It's got great monumentality. That's why I'm surprised. I just really didn't think he was going to make it because he took so long on the building.
I didn't like this painting until he started making the reflection of his building. It was a bit rougher, the way the water plays around with the sky. It's great. I actually like the reflection so much, I wish he'd painted the building like that.
I think this is quite wonderful, actually, because he knew he had to compromise. He couldn't paint the way he normally did in his submission, that fantastic mountain. But I think he's created something quite fabulous.
I feel like it's sort of David Lynch meets Tim Burton by way of surrealism.
These very strange colours, which I thought lended a sort of lightlessness to it, but it gives it a very strange, brooding atmosphere. I think it's fantastic. When it worked, it suddenly took me with it. I think it's a phenomenal piece of painting.
That experience was terrifying. I didn't have enough time to complete my painting. The subject matter was something completely different for me. But I produced a painting at the end of it, and it's all right.
I'm having trouble deciding between the sort of more graphic style, works on e-paper-y style.
Whereas that is so strange. I think it's fantastic.
It stands alone and it's really cool.
So that's a definite.
Yeah, that's definite.
It's just these two we've got to fight over.
But only 3 can make the shortlist.
The first artist to go through is Banijay Arts.
The second artist is Tim Galton.
And the third artist to go through is Jamie Hagman.
And commiserations to all the artists who didn't quite make it. Well done.
Yes, very well done.
I was happy about the drawing at the beginning, but then for some reason I couldn't get the print right, so I am a bit disappointed.
I think it's been a fantastic experience. I don't feel down, I don't feel indifferent. It's great, and if anybody else sees anything like this come along and they're potential artists, I suggest they have a go.
Before they decide on today's winner, the judges chat to Banijay, Jamie and Tim about the work they completed today and their submission landscape.
Did you work out your composition quite quickly, and do you normally paint this fast?
If I was to do this on my normal basis, I would do it over 3 to 5 sittings. But there's a little bit of adrenaline and pressure, and so I kind of pushed myself a little bit. That's why I'm drained at the moment, yeah, so yeah.
I felt like you were sort of getting an energy off everybody
Yeah,
around you.
I love people. Everything about people, I just love it. So it helps me when I paint outside too. It could tilt anyway because even the 8 artists, they're very strong. So there is a very kind of fierce competition.
Once you got beyond the building, you freed up. I mean, have you ever painted buildings before?
I have. I mean, at the moment, I guess I'm most inspired by the raw, organic elements of nature.
Did you enjoy painting the reflection more than the building, or do I just feel like you did?
I always enjoy painting reflections, so yes, you're probably right, yeah. I knew that the first half would be tricky and there wouldn't be much on the canvas, but it did get to a stage where they're obviously happy with it very late on in the 4 hours.
These are both very accomplished paintings, but both very different. Is one your style that you use from painting from life and the other from photograph?
I think really they're the same style. I paint quite realistically and very bold colours.
But this feels, it lives off its unfinishedness in a sense. Would it become more and more finished if you had time?
Yes. If I was to work on that for a couple more weeks, then I would get into the nitty-gritty, into the detail.
I'm curious, because you're clearly not very happy with it. You're not as happy with it as you are with something like that.
I think, actually, the more I look at this now, the more happy I become. It's taken a while. I think they understood the fact that I really had a rush on, couldn't complete the painting. But I think, actually, they found some positives in that. So I was quite relieved at that. Yeah, yeah.
Interesting, with your shortlist, I think I prefer what they did today, all three of them, with what they actually submitted.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we all do too.
We do, yeah. Today, they're allowed to break the rules that they've set for themselves. A lot of people get a great deal out of that.
But I don't think Jamie's quite come to terms with what he made today yet.
Yeah, and also understand what is compelling Jamie to finish his paintings always to this high finish. It might be quite interesting for him to think, actually, it's something I do because I've always done it and people think it's great. Actually, maybe art is found in a slightly different style.
I think that applies to Tim as well. I think the journey he's made from the painting I love very much, which is the great Welsh slate cliffs, he's moved a long way from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think all three finalists did as well, because Banijay was saying that he was responding to the time constraint and the people. You know, he sort of sprinted a marathon. It was so impressive.
So we're providing a service.
So I suspect you have your winner. Was it a unanimous decision in the end?
I think it was. I think it was, yeah.
Pretty clear.
Banijay, Tim, Jamie, congratulations to each one of you. Your work has really impressed the judges, but as you know, only one of you can go forward.
Yes, and the judges have made their decision. They felt that the person that they are sending through to the semi-final has inventively adapted their style to create an unconventional and evocative work. And that person is Jamie Hageman.
I'm thrilled for Jamie because I think he deserves to go through on this occasion.
It's not athletics or sports. You don't win because you were first across the line. It's all down to the judges and what they look for.
It's a beautiful painting.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I've gained belief that I can paint really quickly and produce something that is a pretty decent finished painting, I suppose, and that I can paint something other than mountains.
Hello and welcome to the stunning Trelissic in Cornwall. Perched on its own peninsula, looking out on the River Fowl estuary, today it hosts the next heat of our special competition to find some of Britain and Ireland's finest artistic talent.
Chosen by our exacting judges, 8 artists will have just 4 hours to complete a painting of one of Trelisic's most spectacular views.
But with only one place in the semi-final available, who will take it? This is Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
Over the past few weeks, we've been travelling around the country setting out our stall at some of the National Trust's most beautiful properties as we search for an outstanding landscape artist.
Over 1,000 applied, but only the most talented have been invited to the heats.
I'm a bit daunted by the view. It's not what I normally do.
All of them competing for a £10,000 commission to paint a landscape made famous by Constable, Flatford in Suffolk. A painting that will become part of the permanent collection there.
Could do with another 4 hours. Just trying to get the paint on as quickly as possible now.
Today, 8 new artists are here to make an impression.
I mean, I like this view, but it's a bit neat and tidy, isn't it?
No, I'll mess it up.
Yeah, that's what it needs.
And it's not just the judges they'll have to win over. Head ranger Neil Stevenson has worked for Trelissic for 16 years. And to celebrate his dedication, he will be able to choose his favourite painting for himself.
I like the palette in this one. I like the colours.
But up to 50 more artists are also vying for the judges' attention by taking their chance as a wild card.
I mean, look at your hands. You paint with your hands, don't you?
But it's up to the judges, Kathleen Soriano, Taishan Schurenberg and Kate Bryan.
It's really good today already, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm terrified.
To choose who will go through to the semi-final of Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
That was a flyer. When I picked it off, it looked like a boat, so I left it.
Brilliant.
In today's heat, there are 5 professional artists. Joe Peel, Chi Zhang, Susan McFarlane, Linton Helmsley and Sharon Agnew.
I've never compared myself to anybody else, so I'm quite interested to see how I feel about that.
They are joined by 3 amateur artists, Roger Griffiths, Sam Taylor and Benedict Doonan.
I'm excited about making a good painting, but nervous about doing it in front of lots of people.
To enter the competition, the artists submitted their work online, but today the originals are here to be examined.
Fantastic composition, you know, sort of more than 2/3 of the picture being sky, very bold. You feel as if you're in Tuscany somewhere, enjoying that bright sunlight.
All the tones have been turned right down, so the shadows are very, very dense, which gives it a very early morning feel where things haven't quite lit up yet, but it's got a great atmosphere.
Lots of mood.
Loads of mood, and all those
Yeah.
wonderful squiggles that she's put in as well. You've got a real sense of being in that landscape, feeling that landscape.
I think this is a really self-confident painter, and I think they're going to be really fun to watch in the last half an hour when they get going.
We talk about atmosphere and the immersiveness of atmospheric paintings. This must be the smallest atmospheric painting I've ever seen, and it actually draws you in.
I think this is sort of one of the most wonderful 4 inches by 4 inches I've ever seen. It's great. What I like about it is it's so confident in how small it is.
But here we are in a vast landscape out there, and this artist has got to transfer their vision and manage to absorb what they see around them.
And it could become a really concentrated version of the huge view that we've got. It'd be great to see the artist find the essence and bring it down to that size.
And finally, urban landscape again. How terrific. I thought it was, in a distance, I thought it was photorealism. But of course, it's very effective painting.
I think the perspective is fantastic. It's really, really impressive, and there's that real sense of movement. And it's partly because, you know, are they really standing in the middle of the road?
You can't neglect the 2 arrows, which are tremendously engaging.
Set amongst the tropical gardens, Trelissic House was built in 1750, with its elegant portico facing out towards the Fal estuary. Today, the judges have placed the artists on the terrace in front of the house, looking out across the grounds towards the water. And some are being meticulous about the way they set up.
I have the traditional Chinese brush, like this Chinese brush. On this brush hanger, because I have to tape the brush vertically to keep it a good point.
I'm organising my crap. These are brushes that I forget to clean, so they kind of still work, but they're quite stiff.
Artists, we hope the view is to your liking as the challenge is about to begin.
You've just 4 hours to complete your work, so good luck, and your time starts now.
I'm a bit daunted by the view. It's not what I normally do. I'm just sort of starting out in the way that I'd approach an urban landscape and just seeing what happens.
Originally from Sheffield, Joe Peel studied illustration at Falmouth Art College. Her submission of Commercial Street, East London, is a mix of collage, pen and ink on a brown paper wrapped canvas.
What's the unique problem that a landscape presents for you compared to the cityscape?
There's sort of nothing there to draw because I use lines and pick out details, and so when I look at the landscape, it's you know, it's sort of vast and these sort of expanses of colour, and it's not really got
No lines.
no lines.
No detail.
So, no details.
Right, well, this is a
Yeah.
real challenge for you.
You're not full-time.
No, so I
painter.
work in IT. Yeah.
So it's a nice change from that.
It's lovely. Yeah.
And what else? You're an actor, aren't you?
I've done bits and bobs, yeah.
Oh, come on, don't be...
Yeah, no, a bit of Amdram.
Yeah, I like that your creativity is oozing out in all sorts of different ways. And you're in a band as well?
Oh, we used to be, yeah, not anymore. No, that was stopped for reasons of public health.
Benedict Doonan lives in Somerset. He's recently got back into painting as a hobby after giving it up as a teen for the guitar. His submission landscape is of the Ponte alle Grazie over the River Arno in Florence.
One of the problems with this competition is people arrive and then they have to decide what their composition is going to be. You know, what they, but it just seems like this is your natural thing, is putting everything...
Perfect.
The low.
Yeah, no, I kind of looked and went, oh, yeah, OK, that's lovely.
You sound like a man who feels like everything is going good.
Yeah, come and talk to me in an hour, I'll be just crying in the corner.
Well, if I see tears, you can bet I'll be over it like a shot, because that's what we're after. That's great television.
If anything's going to go wrong for me today, it's that I'm going to be too tentative and timid with my paint. I've got to really go for it and just have fun.
Linton Helmsley is from Cheshire. He made it through to the heats of Portrait Artist of the Year 2013 and 2014. He prefers to paint cityscapes, such as his submission landscape depicting Glasgow city centre, rather than more traditional pastoral views.
You're back, Linton.
Back.
We're pleased to see you. This is a very different kind of painting, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So when you arrived this morning and you saw what task lay ahead of you with the landscape, how did you feel?
I was terrified.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I would have preferred to paint the house.
OK.
What I struggled with when I looked at it, I couldn't see any definite verticals. I could see a lot of horizontals, but so I've tried to get a strong diagonal going through the
I can
composition.
see that, yeah. I think you're rising to the challenge, and it's brilliant to watch. Thanks for coming back. It's brilliant to see how your painting's changed.
Sam, you've got a plenty of paint on the board. It's none of the colours I expected.
Yeah, got a pretty big aversion to kind of blue skies and green grass.
OK.
So I'm kind of...
Now, a cynic might say that could be a problem in a landscape show.
Or kind of a breath of fresh air.
Ah, exactly. Exactly, which, of course, is the perfect phrase to use today.
Sam Taylor from Yorkshire is in the second year of a fine art degree at the Slade School of Fine Art in London. For his submission, he distilled a view of the vast North Yorkshire moors into a 4x4-inch square.
What are you promising me, Sam? A rugged version of this? A kind of an honest version of this that you're doing grudgingly? Or a sort of a high-vis version with plenty of that bright orange in it?
I kind of got a bit bored of kind of the blue sky, green grass kind of kind of thing, you know, it's just... I think you need to kind of inject a bit of something else into it.
Well, you know, you're wearing a cap. You represent the young maverick today. So, yeah, we're looking for some... Yeah, we're looking for something new and fresh from you. So, so far, I'm definitely intrigued.
As well as our main 8, some 50 more artists have travelled to Trelissic to compete as wildcards. If one of them can impress, they could gain a place in the semi-final.
Enjoying the calm weather, the big vista.
I think it's really inspirational, actually. You kind of feel that everyone else is on the same space and journey, and it's really exciting.
It's looking terrific. And you're professional, you have working life in Ireland.
Yes.
But you came over for it, especially.
I don't think we realised how far it was. It took me 7 hours off the ferry, so.
This is fantastic, isn't
It
it?
is, yeah, it's gorgeous. And Cornwall is a gorgeous place. Like
Are you from Ireland as well?
I am, yeah.
You're another... Ireland's empty.
Yeah.
Look over here.
It's a nice scene here, isn't it, today?
It's gorgeous, and I'm completely overwhelmed by how many potentially great paintings are starting to emerge already.
Battling it out for one certain place in the semi-final, our 8 heat artists have been painting for nearly an hour.
I'm just focusing on the tree at the moment and painting the leaves and getting the most complicated bits done first so that I can look at the rest of the landscape.
There's some boats coming in, so I'm going to try and make a note of them now. Hopefully they'll come in really close and I'll have something more to draw.
I kind of made my decisions now, so I've got a painting up here. It's trying to match what's going on there.
At Trelissic in Cornwall, our artists have been painting their landscapes of the Fal estuary for just over an hour.
I did portraiture, and I thought that if it didn't look like the person it was meant to be, then it wasn't good enough. And then it was when I started painting landscapes that I got a wee bit more looser with things and realised that I could have fun while painting, and it was still a nice painting. That it didn't have to look like a photo, and so now I paint like this.
Shireen Agnew studied painting at Duncan of Jordanston College of Art and Design in Dundee. Her landscape is of her hometown Morclin in East Ayrshire and was painted in 4 hours.
You've gone big today as well.
I have to.
Why?
I just can't do it when it's wee. If it's wee, I'll have done a painting in like 10 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing. You can do half a dozen.
I know.
I mean, I like this view, but it's a bit neat and tidy, isn't it?
No, I'll mess it up.
Yeah, that's what it needs. It needs somebody to kick it up the backside.
Yeah.
Because when I look at this, eventually, I want to kind of feel like I feel when I look at that landscape,
Totally.
but with a bit of extra oomph that you've supplied.
I'll get that going.
Yeah, don't forget that, will you? I'm counting on that.
Staying focused on the composition they've chosen to tackle has taken on a practical approach for one artist.
The marks are just so I know where I was standing when I'm looking at the tree. Because there's so much going on in the tree, if I move and shift my position, I'll alter the marks on my canvas.
Susan McFarlane is from Wiltshire. She studied history of art in Glasgow before going on to an MA in painting at the Slade in London. Her submission landscape of North Failden near Bristol was a sketch for the background of a portrait commission.
So this morning when you were confronted with this enormous landscape with all this detail, you know, boats in the background, the town there, this headland, and all the trees in front of you, you decided, actually, do you know what? I'm just going to go for one tree.
I'm not trying to get away from the view, but I'm trying to find a personal relationship with the landscape. And I think for me, whatever it is, whether it's a person or a landscape they have to have a personal connection to say something.
I mean, a great start.
Yeah, really good start.
Seven of today's artists are using paint to create their work, but one is using a very literal piece of material to give a sense of place.
So, Roger, you obviously arrived with a bit of map at the ready.
Yes. How did you find this style? How did it come to you?
I'm a geographer, geologist by training, and then a landscape architect.
OK.
And a landscape architect tends to analyse the landscapes.
Retired landscape architect Roger Griffiths is from Northamptonshire. He approaches each piece of work by first looking at the view's ecology and cultural heritage. His submission is a collage of Boulderdale in County Durham and was created by first looking at satellite images and then flattening the perspective.
I used to love those maps. You ever see those maps that were like 3D?
Oh, the
raised
topographical
up?
maps, yes.
Yeah, as a kid, I remember being fascinated by those. And I like the fact that you've taken something flat and 2D like that, and you've just given it a new context and given it a big burst of life.
Well, I love the way that you can actually take a 2D image and then you can actually make a transition into a perspective.
Well, it's like a sample that you take from
It's
the
like
soil.
a cross-section.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's very, very clever
Yeah.
that you combine the two together.
You know what? I really wish you'd been my geography teacher.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, it'd been much more interesting.
Dear.
A paintbrush can be made of synthetic or natural hair, and one artist's kit is its own work of art.
This is the most amazing array. It's like a still life here. It's a shame. It's a shame to touch them. It's a shame to use them.
You can touch them.
Are they fur?
The fur, different animal hairs.
Beautiful objects.
So the white hair always made from goat hair, and for this small brown brush, it's made from weasel hair.
Weasel hair.
So which is quite stiff, and which good for painting fine details later.
Ji Zhang grew up in China before moving to Edinburgh. Previously a graphic designer, he now teaches Chinese calligraphy. He wanted his submission of the Forth Bridge in Fife to capture the atmosphere of Scottish weather.
What do you think about the view that you got to?
The view was great, but I used my own judgment to change the composition slightly different.
Right.
I see most of artists are going to painting horizontal today. I try to do a vertical.
So you're moving it around?
Moving a little bit around, but still based on this piece of landscape.
To secure a possible place in the semi-final, the wildcards are trying all manner of techniques in order to impress.
You're a bit of a rebel, I can see. Everyone else is facing that way. I think you're the only one I can see who's actually painting in that direction.
That's too landscapey. I live at Lyme and you see it every day.
Oh, OK. You had enough water.
Well, this is the gardens. I mean, we should do the garden.
Let me look at your hands. You paint with your hands.
I do.
Well, you're clearly enjoying yourself.
I am.
This is an explosion of colour, isn't it?
It's the merge of how the weather's changing, British weather.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Gibraltar.
Oh, you know Christian Hook, don't you? Who won the Portrait Artist of the Year?
Yeah.
Does he know that you're that you've entered?
No, I haven't spoken to him in a while, actually.
No? What, since he won?
Yeah.
Amongst the wildcards is a familiar face. David Alderslade was invited by the judges to take part in one of the earlier heats at Waddesdon Manor. He made the shortlist, but failed to make it through to the semi-final.
Was it quite a big decision to decide to come as a wild card, having been...
You know, you've got to be a bit opportunistic as an artist, and I just thought, well, if I don't do it, then I'm going to be thinking afterwards, what if?
How does the wild card experience compare to being in the pods, part of the centre of things?
Don't take any offence, but
Okay.
I like no interruptions when I'm painting.
Oh, OK.
And, you know,
So I've really let you down now. You thought you were free.
apologise.
You even hid behind the tree.
I did, yeah.
I
yeah,
found you.
The artists have 2 hours left of their challenge.
I'm looking at the whole kind of view more as kind of shapes, I think. I'm breaking it up. It's kind of like landscape on acid a bit, you know what I mean?
Well, it's almost like acid in the water here,
Yeah.
because I love those textures that you've managed to get in this brown, murky water. What have you used here? Is it
I've used quite a mix of like wood adhesives and
wood
glues.
adhesive?
Yeah. As you lay it and layer the layers on top, it dries see-through in certain points.
Because it's got like a magical quality to it. In a way, it's almost as if the water's much closer to you.
Yeah.
You've done a great job there.
It's not my favourite painting I've ever done. I don't know what it is. There's something about it that's just... Maybe I'll like it more the more I look at it. That happened with the last painting I did. I didn't like it, and then the more I looked at it, the more I've seen in it, and the more I liked it. So that sometimes just happens.
Just working on detail, really, and wondering how much detail I can sensibly get in the time.
It's really good today already, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm terrified.
It's going to be so hard.
Really difficult. What is interesting is everybody's painting in a different way and has chosen different elements from the landscape. So it's going to be like apples and pears and oranges it's so different each way. It's going to be difficult to kind of compare them.
At Trelissic on the Cornish coast, our artists are halfway into the challenge, so the judges have had time to begin to form their opinions.
What about Benedict, who's the big sky man?
Lovely, moody picture, really romantic, getting a real sense of spirit. Maybe not exactly the spirit of this place, but it's still very evocative, powerful piece, I think.
But there's a predominant blue that I can't find anywhere today.
Yeah, but I think that blue's really important because it helps him create form. I think it's actually a pictorial device. So I don't mind that artistic license because it actually really helps the painting along.
What about Sharon?
She just seems like someone who's like a fully formed artist that's just come into the world like that. She's got such a mastery of her medium. She knows exactly where she's headed in that landscape. It's really evocative of a time and a place. For me, actually, what's better than the landscape is the sky.
The sky's fantastic, but she's got this incredible confidence and a real attitude, actually.
Yeah.
And in a way, I don't think she really cares about being judged.
What I really want you guys to tell me is that Sam is at a certain stage in the painting and everything's going to be OK.
It's not, sadly, I don't think.
I think it's great.
Do you think it's great? I'm a bit worried it's not getting there.
I don't think he has any idea what he's doing.
None whatsoever. He's just going with his intuition. I think today will be a huge learning experience for him.
I think he's being very inventive, but his brown lake looks like a lake, and
it's amazing.
But in a completely different sort of dimension. I think it looks beautiful.
OK, what about Linton?
Linton's doing interesting work, as always. I feel that he's sort of playing around with different styles since we last saw him, and maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing.
And as always, his paint application is yummy, and his colours are beautiful. He's going to have to bring in something to just bring it up to another level. Otherwise, it will be a very good painting, which isn't bad.
In his defence, I walked past it and I thought it looked a bit flat and a bit grey. And then I looked at the landscape and it looked a bit flat and a bit grey. So maybe he's really capturing it.
With just over 1 hour of the challenge remaining, Sam may be making a bold decision.
Have you given up on the big one?
I'm not sure yet. I think the painting's a bit generic looking already. I don't think it's really evocative of being here.
And you didn't like it?
Yeah, no. I don't know, I've gone backwards and forwards in this one quite a lot. And I might do a few tests on this small scale and try out something new. Maybe I might have to just end up going with the big one, but I'm just going to play around for a bit.
I think that's a good plan. And try to enjoy it a bit.
Yeah, I'm just.
Trelissic estate is spread over 700 acres. Helping to preserve it is park ranger Neil Stevenson.
Hi, chicks.
There are no motorways on his daily commute. He lives and works on the estate, so is fully immersed in the park's life.
The parkland itself was created out of the patchwork of small Cornish fields. So the Cornish hedges were taken down. The very oldest trees which we have in the parkland have very characteristic, they almost look like they're on stilts. That's simply because they were actually growing on top of a Cornish hedge in 1750. They were mature trees then. So it seems wild, and it is wild in places, but it is very much man-made. During the winter, when we were doing our woodland management work around here, there was a large ilex oak, which is a maritime species. It's a non-native species. There was an opportunity to open up. I have this frames view of Tolvern on the other side of the river. It was the main operational offices for the D-Day landings, and it was for embarking troops as they went, before they went over to Operation Overlord on D-Day.
Woodland management can play an important role in shaping the landscape. This area is one of Trelisic's protected ancient sites.
It was a lovely piece of oak woodland which was completely dominated by holly and mainly silver fir. We've gradually been removing everything to expose these beautiful oak trees. We do it so very slowly, we only do a few at a time, simply because we don't want to shock these oak trees. I love the shapes and the character of these oaks. They're all twisted and gnarled. It's a nice quiet spot to come and contemplate things.
But his job is not always on terra firma. Sometimes Neil just has to get his feet wet.
It's really handy to be on the water to take pictures of the estate. The skyline is very important, and the canopies of the trees and how that is formed and maintained. So today I was taking pictures just to maintain a record. Every day is different, but it's always nice to get back home. Yeah, it's a gorgeous place and it's a lovely place to work. So yeah, it's a good day. Good day.
To reward Neil for his dedication to Trelissic, he'll later get to choose his favourite painting for himself.
Before the wildcards finish painting, the judges have a final opportunity to look at their work.
So you dip the brush in 2 different colours. So you get dark green, light green, and then just roll it along, and it's...
That's really good.
I like the way the house just comes out behind the trees there.
But who will they choose?
David is very accomplished, and in a funny way, it's a bit too romantic, but it's very good.
The lady behind the tree who's produced 3 sketches, the most recent one she's done, really captures the spirit of the place.
Right. How's it been today?
It's been good fun, actually.
Let's have a look at it. That's a very beautiful painting. And you're our wild card, man. That's lovely. Well done.
I didn't expect that at all. That's just incredible. It really, really is amazing.
David now goes into a pool of wild cards from across the heats, from which one will be chosen to go through to the semi-final.
The artists are in the last 30 minutes of the challenge.
Little fly on it there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the fly. Fly's a good thing.
Yeah, well, that was a fly, and when I picked it off, it looked like a boat, so I left it.
Brilliant.
I am fighting with a tree, and it's a big tree, so if I don't get it right, the rest of it's going to look pretty rubbish.
It's wild, isn't it? I mean, it's a wild day. The sky is absolutely stunning.
Oh,
I mean, your sky. I'm actually preferring your sky to
the new
God's.
sky, yeah.
Yeah.
It was quite nice earlier.
They could do with another 4 hours. So, yeah, just trying to get the paint on as quickly as possible now.
Here at Trelissic in Cornwall, there are just 10 minutes of the challenge left, and Sam has made his decision.
I've had a sudden change of direction, I think. I realised that the larger piece of work wasn't really going anywhere. It took me a few hours to kind of find out what I wanted to do. And
OK. So this turns out to be a study of the landscape, which informed your final piece, is that right? I'm taking this is your final submission.
Yeah, I kind of found out I kind of just like the shape of the water, so I kind of tried to create this texture and then use the shape as that.
I personally think it's a great decision. And how good that you just didn't fall down and die and give up.
I've gotten to the point where I think I'm done. Yeah. There's no more that I can do.
I'm getting to the point now where I'm not quite sure how to finish it, so it's going to be nice just being cut. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be like pulling a thread on a jumper, it'd just all come undone if I started to try and match now what's there.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your equipment and step away from your work.
Before the paintings are judged, head park ranger Neil Stevenson, who's worked at Trelissic for 16 years, gets to choose his favourite.
Artists, can you please turn your easels?
I like the palette in this one. I like the colours. This is a bit different again, more dark and brooding.
So, Neil, have you made your choice?
Yeah.
OK, why don't you show me?
Up here.
OK.
I was torn between this, which I do like, but, sorry, it's got to be Ed. Cheers, Linda. There you go. I'll be proud to hang it on the wall.
Oh, good.
I'm really proud that you've picked it.
Yeah.
As the artists head off to relax, the finished works are sheltered from the weather for the judges to view.
I love this low horizon line and his sort of, Instagram generation perfect square, which really condenses all of that activity.
And these subtly different greys are very beautiful, and it gives the water a watery feel. It does evoke the place and the day. It's grown on me, surprisingly. I didn't think he would get it together.
The game plan was just to make as good a painting as possible within the time, so it does feel to me, it looks very unfinished.
She was such a brilliant artist to watch. She was so confident. She knew exactly what she was doing. I like the way that she was really aggressively mark-making, but then aggressively undoing all her mark-making.
But I just don't like the messiness that she's got. And I think it looks more sophisticated than it actually is.
Everything happened quite quickly. It felt like I'd only been painting for like an hour. When usually, if I've been painting for 4 hours, it feels like I've been painting for 4 hours.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because you've got this extraordinary landscape in front of you and so much happening and all this amazing weather and yet she chose to just focus on this one tree. And it was, I think, quite a tortured process.
I wonder whether there isn't an issue with the scale.
She's suggesting monumentality without it feeling like it.
Can someone explain to me what happened? I feel like I didn't read a chapter of the book. I'm completely confused.
Well, he was never happy with the larger piece, right from the very, very start. He was experimenting, and he was looking to create an abstraction of this landscape. We all loved that dirty, lake, sea that he was creating and all the textures in it. So I think he took from that, I'm just going to go back to what I know.
I think that it's probably one of the works that's not quite so recognisably landscape as some of the others. So that might be challenging, but it also might be good, I don't know.
He's a fast painter. This happened all very quickly, and then I was wondering what he was looking for. And there are beautiful paint passages, and you know, we were suggesting that the water was impossible to make look like water because of the light, but he's done it very successfully and very inventively. And I like these clouds here.
I think what we're seeing about 4 or 5 different styles in that one painting, and he hasn't quite got that comfort with himself yet.
The day's dead enjoyable, but you feel, at this point, you feel sick. It's exhausting. I think reaching the end of it is absolutely exhausting. You're working to that finish point, and it's down to the judges now, so.
To help them select a winner, first the judges shortlist 3 artists.
And the first artist is Benedict Doonan.
The second artist is Sharon Agnew.
And the third artist to be shortlisted is Sam Taylor.
Commiserations to our other artists. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry you didn't get through.
I'm absolutely gutted. I was hoping for the final 3. If I'd have got in the final 3, I would have been over the moon, but yeah.
I feel a little bit disappointed today because not being selected, but I quite enjoying today's experience because I do try my best.
Before they decide who will claim a place in the semi-final, the judges talk to Benedict, Sharon and Sam.
It's really nice seeing them together, particularly the light. Now, I understand the Florence painting, I can imagine you had some light to work with. Today, there was not that much light, especially in the foreground. How did you invent this, or did you remember it from earlier in the day, the light?
I was trying to keep my kind of visual memory going about what was going on at about 10 o'clock, so I was just trying to hang on to that. There are elements of it I think just about got there and other parts not. In retrospect, I think I should have painted it more in shadow, but we make these decisions and we have to live by them.
Did you wrestle with the specificness of the landscape in here? Because what you've achieved here in the submission is a sort of almost an impression of something that's there, and it feels much looser, whereas here it's almost like you've had the landscape imposed on you.
Kind of, yeah. Like I feel like it's it's more literal than other paintings that I've done, but then the first painting that's done from sketches that I've used, like so it's mainly from marks that I've made, and whereas this is from it was right in front of me, so. I have no idea what my chances are. I don't really mind either way. Like I think like being shortlisted is really cool.
OK, so we want chapter and verse on why you abandoned the earlier painting.
I started to notice what I started to enjoy looking at. I decided that remake the work and kind of isolate out the shapes of the lake and just go for this.
It's exciting to see you feel your way and come up with really surprising things. Yes, there'll be a lot of sort of dead ends, but it's been exciting watching you work.
It feels really good to be shortlisted. I'm still a bit jittery from hearing, but yeah, it should be good.
There is an issue between the conventional, a landscape that everyone would say, I want a birthday card with a landscape on the front, and everyone knows what that would be, and the unconventional, which is that really a landscape?
I've stopped worrying about defining them as traditional, non-traditional or conventional or not. Particularly with landscape, I feel very emancipated to just respond to them in a kind of very instinctual way. And I think what I'm responding to primarily is atmosphere and mood. And so I'm not really bothered whether they're traditional or not. I need that conjuring.
There are ways of getting that feeling across without being literal. And I think that's what we're looking for, and that's maybe where that traditional and more sort of experimental thing is happening, where the language used get to the essence of the landscape isn't necessarily a literal translation, but finding a sort of a surprising new route.
I think probably the most exciting thing about art and going to art galleries and stuff, if you don't know that much, is openness of mind and finding things that you think, this is a bit weird, but actually it's touching me in some way.
It's easier to be more traditional with portraiture than it is with landscape. And in looking at landscape, we're trying to find something that's fresh and that's full of promise.
Do you feel you now have your winner in your head?
Yes.
In my head, that's, I would say in my heart.
In your heart,
Oh, yes.
Interesting.
I'm not sure mine's the same, but we'll arm wrestle.
Okay, look forward to watching that.
Benedict, Sharon, Sam, congratulations on being shortlisted. Your work really impressed the judges, but they have had a very difficult decision to make, and they have made it.
Yes, they have decided. The judges felt that the artist they have chosen to go through to the semi-final has intrigued them with their potential and left them keen to see where they might go next. And that person is... Sam Taylor.
Feels really amazing to have won, yeah.
Congratulations, Sam.
Just straight away thinking about what I've got to do next. The struggle continues.
I thought Sam's work was fantastic. I thought his first painting that he abandoned was really good. And when the little one appeared, I thought, oh, blimey, I'd buy that. So, yeah, I thought it was very good.
I'm feeling quite good, yeah. Made it to the short list of 3. It's pretty impressive.
Pretty tired, it's been a really long day, but I guess definitely can go out and celebrate a little bit, yeah.
Hello, you join us here at the spectacular Waddesdon Manor in Buckinghamshire as we continue our search for unknown artistic talent. And this year, it's all about the great outdoors.
In just a moment, 8 artists will have just 4 hours to paint, etch or sketch one of this estate's most impressive views for 3 exacting judges.
So sit back and get ready to enjoy some outstanding art. This is Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
In our search to find the next great landscape artist, we've teamed up with the National Trust, and they're letting us set up home in some of their most magnificent properties.
Thousands applied, but only the best have been chosen to come and paint some of the country's most spectacular views.
I'm feeling happy and quite jolly, and I'm really enjoying it.
Yes, that's fantastic.
Well, it's a start.
They're competing for a £10,000 commission to paint the view of Flatford in Suffolk, one of the jewels in the National Trust crown, which will become part of the Mill's permanent collection.
Till someone says stop, I'm going to keep going.
Today, another 8 have come to Waddesdon Manor to prove themselves.
I think it'd be good to maybe just do that square foot of grass over there.
And it's not just our judges they'll need to impress. Raymond Tissot used to live at Waddesdon Manor, and he'll be choosing his favourite to take home.
I'd like to keep quite a few of them.
And there's a twist. 50 more artists from all over the British Isles have joined them on a first-come, first-served basis to try their luck as a wild card.
I'm just moved by the community of artists working. It's really, really nice.
But with the challenges of painting outside...
God, the sky is just going... It's just so changeable.
Who will judges Kate Bryan, Tyshan Sheerenberg and Kathleen Soriano?
She's created something that looks like the house out of Psycho.
Put through to the semi-final.
I feel like I could do another 2 hours extra.
today's final 8, we have 5 professional artists. They are David Alderslade, Hester Berry, James McGarry, Ten Junyan, and Narin McIntyre.
I feel really nervous about today. I haven't slept very well for quite a few weeks. Hopefully I'll sleep better tonight.
And joining them are 3 amateur artists, Lucy Davis, David Douglas, and Daisy Hardman.
Obviously quite nervous, but excited. I mean, I'm doing printmaking, so there's quite a lot that could go wrong.
They were all chosen purely on their talent, spotted by the judges from a digital image of their work. But does the real thing meet expectations?
A painting like this is quite a different thing when you're standing next to it, isn't it? I really want to touch it.
Yeah,
I really want to
Well, it's
touch
like a Van Gogh. I loved Van Gogh's painting when I was a kid.
It's just incredible to see the brush marks. I mean, this is really thick. And I like the way the artists have used different marks and blended the clouds. I mean, it's a very dynamic painting. It's very beautiful to see it in the flesh.
And that great energy that they have got going through it.
Well, it looks like a storm, and it feels like it was painted in a storming, swirling fashion as well.
Well, the artist tied to a tree.
Yeah, I hope so. Oh, I hope so. God, I love this. What do you think? It's
They're
brave, isn't it?
really, really thoughtful.
It's really inventive, the way the artist has found this filigree of trees, and it reminds me of Rackham fairy tales. It's very sort of dark and mysterious. It's very beautiful.
I have to say, I wasn't anticipating a black and white landscape. Something quite exciting about it.
Definitely.
Well, I think we were, because we picked it as an etching on screen. And I think what we all loved about it was that moodiness.
It's got a weather feeling to it. And, you know, today was really sort of quite stormy and grey this morning. It would have been perfect for them. As it gets bluer, I worry more and more for them.
This is not naturally the thing that I would normally go for because it's a bit too traditional. For what it is, I think it's really, really well done.
I love the slice that it's taken, being quite narrow, and somehow managing in that small space to capture the monumentality of that landscape on the right-hand side, and yet the more urban landscape on the left. And I'm looking for something that isn't just about hills and trees.
If someone had described this to me and said there's going to be a painting of a dry stone wall with some corn over the top, I would have thought I will totally hate that. But in fact, they've done something really exciting with it.
I'm really, really pleased with it. We've got an incredible variety. And I think that staidness that maybe we were all worried about actually doesn't appear in anything that we've got on this wall.
We've selected brilliantly.
That's it. You did a great job, you guys. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The artists usually choose their own view, but today the judges want to see how they tackle the impressive Waddesdon Manor. Inspired by a French chateau, will the artists attempt its intricate turrets, its many sculptures, or its cultivated gardens?
It's coming together in my head exactly what elements of the building I'm going to use and what trees I'm going to move to the left or to the right and what statues I'm going to put in or take away.
I think I'm going to go portrait. I know it's landscape and it's that radical.
James McGarry is a professional artist from Cleveland. His acrylic landscape is of Stays, a small fishing village in North Yorkshire. He was inspired to paint the view on seeing the smoke and light falling across the water.
I just want to start, and it's... I've got butterflies, it's a strange thing.
Artists, I hope you like the view because the challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your work, so good luck. Your time starts now.
Faced with our choice of scene, a time frame, and under the scrutiny of judges, there's a lot for the artist to adapt to.
What's the main challenge for you today?
I wouldn't usually focus on something so perfectly beautiful, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So it is really, it's more that I would be focusing on.
You don't have to do a centre
I know.
stage
No, I know that. I know.
monumental house.
I know.
I think it'd be good to challenge the judges a bit and maybe just do that square foot of grass over there.
Narin McIntyre is a professional artist from Dysart in Scotland. Her landscape in shellac, enamel and oil is of a forest near Queensbury in Fife. Outside of teaching art, Narin has some diverse hobbies.
You pump iron, is that right?
Oh, don't say that. Oh,
What?
No, I don't. I don't.
You lift dead weights, don't you?
I lift, yeah, or I used to do a lot more than I do. Yeah,
No, I'm
a bit of
interested. I like the
powerlifting,
idea
yeah.
of the muscular artist. Because one imagines artists to be these, you know, fey, wispy characters.
Yeah.
I like the idea of you and your partner's a personal trainer.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, do you use, like, really heavy brushes?
While 7 artists are creating their images by putting paint on canvas bit by bit, printmaker Daisy has the opposite approach.
I'm going to take my piece of metal and completely cover it in black ink, and then from that it's just a case of rubbing away to decide what bits I want light, what bits I want dark. Usually add a bit of white spirit and some talcum powder just to give it a few bits of texture, some art making, and then the mystery is revealed as to what it's going to look like, because I kind of don't really know what it's going to turn out like until it comes through the press.
Daisy Hardman is a graphic designer and illustrator from Ascot. At 23, she is the youngest artist in the heat. Her landscape is dry point etching inspired by Richmond Park.
Yes, I'm kind of one of the crazy people that actually really wanted it to be rainy and horrible and dark and gloomy, because I work in black and white and I love creating work that has like a real atmosphere to it.
It's coming together. I'm feeling happy and quite jolly, and I'm really enjoying it.
Lucy Davis did her Art Foundation course at St Martin's College in London. A mixed media artist, she produces much of her work in her holiday caravan in Cornwall, just 100 yards from the sea.
How does the changing light, because it's a cloudy day, sometimes it's sunny, how do you cope with that?
You've got to make a decision to go with one, I'm going to try and work from this, so that my tones, my shadows are on this side, and build that in.
Yes.
Because it changes so much the view that you're looking at, you can't keep changing your mind, and that's a disaster.
Our 8 competitors aren't the only artists painting today. On a first-come, first-served basis, we've invited 50 more to come to Waddesdon to try their luck as a wild card. Artists of every age, technique and level of experience have come from far and wide to join this festival of art.
Such a fantastic atmosphere.
And if any catch the eye of the judges, they could find themselves in the semi-final.
I'm sort of torn between, there's one side saying this and there's one side saying that. It's a bit like playing snooker, you know, like you take your shot, but you know when you've taken the shot if it's wrong, you know.
I've got no sense of what your painting style's like, so you had to come back later.
I haven't. This is my very first landscape.
Really?
I started painting at Christmas.
Oh my goodness.
So anything can happen.
OK, well then we're definitely coming back to have a look later. Fantastic. You've done a lot already.
Yes, you have to work quickly out of doors.
You might get moved along.
The wild cards will have to truly impress the judges if they want to find themselves next to one of our 8 heat artists at the semi-final.
This bit's quite forgiving, because if it goes wrong I can just ink it up again. But I guess it's with the press. If the print's not good, then it's just a waste of time.
I'm concerned that I won't know when to stop, because less is more. I just need to make sure I'm not getting too wildly mad with it.
Here at Waddesdon Manor in Buckinghamshire, our 8 artists are a quarter of the way into this heat of Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year, and one artist may not need the whole 4 hours.
Esther, I like it already.
Oh, good. Shall I leave it?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Already it has a real beauty to it, I think.
Professional artist Hester Berry teaches life drawing in Brighton. Her landscape captures the final light of 2014 at Broughton Burrows in North Devon. Last year, she made it to the heats of Portrait Artist of the Year.
I think the judges felt that day that you should have stopped a bit earlier, that you overworked it. Are you aware of that today?
Yeah, well, I felt that at the time, but I felt a bit weird about just stopping and twiddling. I felt I should make use of the time.
Yeah.
But since having the baby, I've realised my time is limited, so I do stop when I need to.
Because when you were with us last year, you had Zebedee with you.
Yeah. Having him has helped me because it's made me realise any moment I have to paint is more precious, and it's made me more economical as well.
You do a lot of landscape, don't you?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is what
that's
you do.
I use.
This
Yeah,
is your
that's what
job.
Yeah, completely. You know, I paint landscapes every week.
David Alderslade is a professional painter who lives and works in a caravan on Salisbury Plain. His landscape is of a rusty and overgrown combine harvester he discovered in a field near the River Avon in Wiltshire.
I'm rather fond of that hedge. I hope you're going to include the hedge.
Yes, yeah, I'm going to get that in, definitely.
That lovely dark.
And the stripes on the lawn as well. I'm going to see if I can get those
There's
into
so
foreground
much, isn't
too.
there? And also the statuary. Now, what are we going to do about that? Are you going to leave that?
I'm going to put both of them in. There's an interesting one on the left-hand side, which would be way out of my picture at the moment, but I'm going to move that over and put that in as well.
So you're going to a little bit of falsify.
Yes,
I'm sure
yeah.
people have always done that.
It's for the picture, isn't it? You know, that's the thing. I'm going to make my picture work rather than the scene that's definitely in front of me.
Reimagining the scene isn't just about what's in the picture. It can involve changing its natural colours.
You got a hell of a lot of different pigments. You mix them with water or?
The gum Arabic.
Okay.
Yeah, and make them more shining.
Tenjun Yan had formal training in China before moving to the UK to study at the Slade in London. The colours in his landscape of Regent's Park are a result of his ability to see a larger range of colours than most.
You've got this magical condition where you can see millions of colours at the same time.
Tetrachromic.
Tetrachromic?
Tetrachromic. When I was staring some places and just can see like a lot of colours on that. But I mean, on the one hand, like you can see many colours. You can just put all the colours on the canvas. But on the other hand,
it doesn't work.
Sometimes
it's a problem.
not work.
Today's artists are using everything from talcum powder to masking fluid to help them achieve their effects. It seems they all may have a trick up their sleeves.
David, I find you applying flow improver.
Yes.
I've never heard of that before. What does it do?
Well, I find when I use it, it makes the acrylic a little bit more flowing. It's almost like fairy liquid. It sort of makes it a bit less coarse.
I really need some flow improver, generally, in life.
Art teacher David Douglas is an amateur artist from Northamptonshire. His landscape is of the cliffs in Hunstanton in Norfolk, a location that for him holds fond memories of past holidays.
I know you have a sort of an adage which you paint by, which is, I believe, strong shapes make strong painting.
Yes, yeah.
Do you feel you've got your strong shape today?
Yes. Say, for example, a good horizontal down the bottom stops the composition dropping out.
Right.
This nice vertical shape there. The danger is you can get all willy-nilly and do little bits and bobs.
Don't get willy-nilly, David.
No,
I think that's going to let the whole thing down.
The The wildcards are providing the judges with a myriad of talent in approaches to painting Waddesdon Manor.
So you start with this sort of muddiness and then you'll sort of put in the definition?
With
Is that the plan?
sketch, actually. So that's capturing the initial impression.
And will you
it's quite
stick?
gloomy to begin with, which I really liked.
I like that too.
Now it's getting a bit sweet for me. So hopefully
Yeah.
it'll rain this afternoon and screw everyone else up.
I've been doing this all day. I know. I saw the tree. Very early this morning you were doing it.
I'm completely drawn to that white statue.
Yes, I'm trying to get all the sensual curves. Because the garden's very sensual, I think.
In what way would you say that?
Well, it's the shapes, the curves and the
yeah, you're
like a woman's
right.
body,
Yeah, and a man's body as well.
Yeah,
Obviously,
that's true.
Scaled up somewhat, but yeah. The whole garden is about sex. I wouldn't have seen that if you hadn't have told me.
I might have a dirty mind, I don't know, but...
Well, maybe, but I've joined you in there.
Okay.
And for one judge, it's not the view of the house that's stirring emotion.
Sorry, I'm a bit moved. I don't know why. It's just... Sorry. I'm just moved by the community of artists working. It's really, really nice. And they're all into it. That's what they're all totally immersed because they want to do it. There's a great sort of bouncing off of energy. And I feel that here. It's a great community of artists. It's just a very nice, lovely thing.
You know, it was kind of built by Baron Rothschild as a pleasure palace.
Okay.
It was all about big society parties. So it's almost like you've taken that vibe of party time and you've translated it.
Well, I've never tasted Rothschild's wine, but maybe
But
one
it
day.
It looks like you have.
I haven't.
There's a couple of the wildcard painters that I'm definitely going to come back and keep an eye on. There's some real characters, and that's what you'd hope a wildcard would be. I want to see people that have come and have got guts and are just having a great day out, and then, I'd love to see one of them go through. It'd be lovely.
If you built Waddesdon Manor today, it would be a huge feat of engineering. But back in 1874, building on a big hill in the middle of the countryside posed enormous problems, but not enough problems to stop Baron Ferdinand de Rothschild from completing the pleasure palace of his dreams.
Ferdinand first saw the hill on which the manor now sits when he was out hunting with Rothschild staghounds. It was a completely bare hill, and yet you look at it now, this French Renaissance chateau cloaked in trees and with this wonderful high Victorian garden, and he created that from scratch. And that entailed all sorts of incredible work. He had to cut the top off the hill and level it to create the plateau on which the house now stands.
It was a huge job to get the building materials onto site. There was even a little railway so the mayors could deliver the stone and wood to the carpenters and builders. Once complete, family and friends, as well as the great and the good, came to stay.
Henry James famously visited. Queen Victoria came in 1890, and the Prince of Wales was one of Ferdinand's great friends, and he came on many occasions. The house is designed very much with this very, very grand entertaining in mind. So you would be taken on a tour of the estate. You would go to the aviary, which was stocked with species of rare birds. And of course, you would spend time with Ferdinand looking at the collections themselves. If you were very lucky, you might be invited into his private sitting room, the Baron's room, where he might show you the latest acquisition. And interspersed with all of this programme of activities, of course, was wonderful eating and drinking.
As the manor was handed down through the Rothschild family, entertaining remained the theme. In the 1940s, James and Dorothy de Rothschild brought in chef Monsieur Tissot from Paris and worked closely with him to create their exclusive menus.
What happened, my father used to prepare a menu in a menu book, and Mrs. Rothschild would come down and say, oh yes, like this, we'll change this particular plate, that sort of thing. When it came to Christmas, I used to help my father with getting the turkeys ready. And I spent the rest of the time running around the fields, exploring. When I first came here, they had a horse and trap. The chauffeur used to say, "Come on, Raymond," he said, "you want to come for a ride?" If there was no school. And I'd go in this little trap with him, and we'd drive around, trot back, had a lovely time.
Raymond, welcome home.
Oh, thank you very much.
How old were you when you first lived here?
I was 11. We had 2 rooms here.
Did you see the Rothschilds?
Well, I knew them, but I mean, downstairs don't mix with upstairs, do they?
So, did your father cater for these huge parties?
Well, with the staff, yes. I mean, you imagine, the scullery maid used to get up at about 6 o'clock in the morning, light the fire, so that they were ready to go off for breakfast. Something like about 150 breakfasts, 150 lunches, 150 teas or suppers.
And your father was across all of that?
He was in charge of all that.
And did you go and meet them all? Were they nice?
Oh, yes, well, very, very
How did
social.
they treat you?
As a blooming nuisance.
Now, part of your visit is that you will choose a painting.
Yes, yes.
And you will have your pick.
Oh, thank you very much. It'd be lovely.
Nearly 2 hours into the challenge, and Daisy's ready to go to press.
Major concern is the press, I suppose, because I could ink up my plate and do it all and be happy with how it looks, and then the pressure might not be right on the press, so the print will come out like a bit too weak or something. Fingers crossed, and I'm probably going to have to roll it through that way and then back the other way. Doesn't feel like there's much pressure there.
So does it
So it means that there'll probably still be quite a lot of ink on the plate, and it might not. It's scary. It's usually quite a stressful moment, even with no one else looking.
Yes, that's fantastic. That sky is just stunning.
Well, it's a start.
Oh.
It seems that Hester isn't happy at the halfway stage either.
I'm aware that it's very rough because I've only been working on it for a couple of hours, so I'm not sure whether to use the rest of my time or leave it.
At Waddesdon Manor in Buckinghamshire, the artists in this heat of Landscape Artists of the Year are at the halfway point, and the judges have started to form their opinions.
Daisy over on the printing press there, how do you think that's going?
She's created something that looks like the house out of Psycho. Yeah. It's nice to see her take sort of an emotional response to the building and put that into the work. I feel like I want more moodiness.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to have the Psycho house, let's make it really dark.
The sky is very beautiful. She said she mixed herts with it because the ink is quite a sort of stodgy, thick material, and she's got this fantastic watercolour-y effect, which I wasn't expecting from that.
And then James.
I didn't think I'd like James's work because it's so of a tradition and it's almost academic, and I really like it. I'm going against all. Who am I? I've changed. I really like it.
Narin, sort of mystical, fantastical. I'm waiting to see it emerge. I've got a quiet confidence in her.
Can you see any relationship to what she's standing in
Yeah,
front of?
because if you look really carefully, there's this lovely sort of silhouette of the roof line.
I think it's going to emerge.
What about young David?
Because he's working in watercolour, he's had to think of what he's doing. It's a process where he has to work very carefully and reverse things and block things out. It's not sort of instinctive what he's doing.
No,
it's very well planned.
You always think that landscape painting would be so sort of expressionistic and instinctive, and he is so methodical.
So then we have Hester.
Right from the start, it was a really bold, painterly start. She had the blocks of the trees and the brush marks. It was just really nice to watch it happen.
She had like a 2 or 3 inch brush, and she just did that, and already I could see the scene.
She just is able to read a scene. The word on the street is that she's going to do too.
You're starting again?
Yeah.
And then For the competition, you will decide which one you want to be considered?
Yes.
Are you thinking of it differently?
I need to approach it completely afresh, as if I hadn't already done this, I think, and see.
Lots of luck with it.
Thanks
We're
very much.
watching you throughout.
I want to maybe bring the woods over, it's sort of overlaying in front of here more, and maybe have some greenery at the side instead, but I don't really want to focus on the building too much.
I think it's about the building, isn't it? And it's not lost, it's on a tiny little building far away. I'm really going, wow, there we go, there's the manor. It's in your face.
What you've really captured is a real sense of being in France.
Oh, really?
I feel more so than any of the others I've seen. You sort of, you know, we've got a French chateau here. I'm sort of sitting on the lawns beside one in the Loire.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our 8 heat artists have less than an hour to complete their work and impress the judges. But will a wild card be joining them in the semi-final?
I like the orange grounds showing through.
Yeah, I think the orange is really successful. And nice, particularly against that blue that's really pops.
Didn't realise you were going to put them together. Was that the plan?
Yeah, I planned to join them together.
And what about the degree of finish? Because there's a higher degree of finish, isn't there, in the studies, wouldn't you say?
Relative to the scale.
Mine's very different to the majority of the others, but I feel like this is the kind of painting I wanted to make today.
But can the judges agree on an artist to put through?
What about the one with the orange background? That was always my favourite for the day.
No, it was too tame. I tell you, I've gone back the diptych boy. I know it's muddy and I know it's green.
If we're going with a diptych guy, I'm only going with the small one, the small bit of painting that you like, the first sketch. I think the big stuff is just a lot of big brown painting.
What do you like
big
then?
brown, green. I don't like any of them.
Oh, we'll never win.
The problem is he getting in on the... I mean, we're showing the diptych as the thing that's got him through with our competitor, with whoever wins from our competitors.
Stand up next
They won't
to them.
stand up.
What I don't want to do is to run the chance of losing 2 good wild cards in another programme.
Yeah.
So I'd rather leave it.
Yeah,
And keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed for a really fertile day somewhere else and we'll get 2.
Agreed.
Brushes, paints and pencils are all part of an artist's kit. But on a day like today, there are other essential components our 8 competitors have decided to bring with them.
There's my daughter, my mother there, and my daughter's friend, and then my best friend, and then my dad. And they're making a lot of noise, but I love having them here. It's really good to see them.
I think Tungjen's invented a lot of different things that aren't really there, but that's a good thing, I think. It's to try branch out your imagination, even though you have a certain view. Tungjen's gonna win, I'm sure.
I'm amazed that she's done 2 in the time. I think the first one's the best one, but you never know. She's had a really nice day, and well, so me and Zeb too. It's just been a lad's day out, really.
There are just 30 minutes of the challenge remaining.
Interesting.
Do you have a favourite at this stage?
I don't actually like any of the ones I've done.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm quite unhappy with the prints that I've got.
I'm quite frightened of your hands, generally, that they're going to come near me at some point, so I'm going to leave you.
God, the sky is just so changeable.
I feel like I could do another 2 hours extra, really, but you know, we'll see if I'm gonna speed up.
Here at Waddesdon Manor, there are just 10 minutes to go.
Just ignore me then, just continue. I'm just going to look at it.
Till someone says stop, I'm going to keep going.
It's difficult to choose because I like the colours in that one, but I feel like this one just works better. That was really just a bit, you know...
That's the more bold.
It is more bold. I don't know if it's more successful for being more bold. I think it's going to be this one, still. Yes. I'm more confident with this one.
I'm going for this.
OK, you've had another play.
Yeah, I had a bit of time, so I'd made some bits darker.
Brilliant. OK,
great.
Done.
Decision made.
Artists, you have 1 minute left.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your equipment and step away from your work.
Before the judges take a closer look at today's work, Raymond Tissot, who used to live at Waddesdon Manor as a child when his father was the chef, is invited to choose his favourite to keep as a reminder of his time exploring the estate.
Artists, can you please turn your easels? So, Raymond, what's your first impression?
Well, I'm quite astonished at what I've seen.
Great deal of variety, isn't there?
There is a terrific deal of variety, yes. I had a go when I was about 14 of doing a picture of the mansion here.
Oh, really?
But from the other side. It isn't finished yet, but...
No point in rushing it.
No. Ah.
So, Raymond, which painting would you like to keep?
I'd like to keep quite a few of them, actually. They're very evocative of my time here. But I've decided which one I like.
Ah, James. Well done, James.
Thank
and
you.
I hope it brings you lots of pleasure, Raymond.
It will.
The judges now have to decide on a short list of 3, from which only one will claim a place in the semi-final.
At the beginning, when she started, I thought, that's it. Hester's going to absolutely walk it. And it's that sort of lusciousness of the paint that she uses and the confidence with which she applies it. She's got a lovely movement through the perspective, sort of up the lawn and then across and then back to the building. It works really well.
Last year they commented that I should have finished earlier. I think they might think that I've taken what they said too much to heart.
I think it's a really courageous, brilliant contemporary painting. I absolutely love it in its state. I think it's a really cool painting, and I'd have it in my house and I'd be really proud of it.
This is absolutely magical, but I don't know where the building is in relationship to it.
It's the reconciling the built environment with the natural environment, which is what we're doing here today. I mean, there's this huge, big, imposing house that's been put into the landscape.
I've fallen for it, I'm afraid.
Yes!
I've been seduced by it completely.
I'm so pleased that you like it as well.
The piece is unfinished. I really hope that the judges can see potential with it, but the competition is fantastic.
His graphicness is what we like, the way he simplified forms. What is interesting is that he's been able to bring in an atmosphere. So it gets hazy as it goes back. There's like a sort of mist that's sort of risen out of the hedges in the back. I think I love it.
He's so good with form and line, and I think so often we overlook how important having that kind of control is.
The second half seemed to just fly by, which is when I really want to do the sort of enjoyable parts of it. So it was a bit rushed, a bit hectic, but still, it turned out all right.
I think she's really produced something quite special.
Me too.
I think there are fantastic passages in the sky. I think your eyes led around beautifully. It's full of narrative, dare I say it, even though I was sort of joking about it being more of the Psycho House than Waddesdon Manor. I really enjoy this work.
I thought she would actually, with subsequent prints, capture that more, and then finally this afternoon then pull a print that was absolutely had all the elements she was looking for. But it seems it didn't quite come off.
I don't actually think it went very well for me today. It wasn't my best printing experience, but I mean, I'm quite pleased that I managed to do it on the day, but yeah, overall not a great printing day for me.
I think we've got our 3, haven't we?
Yeah,
I think we've got our final 3.
Yeah. Yep. Happy.
It's been a fantastic day, but the time has come to announce who has made it to the shortlist. The first artist is Hester Berry.
The second artist is David Alderslade.
And the third and final artist to make it to the shortlist is Narin McIntyre.
And our commiserations with those of you who didn't make it. Very well done.
I feel good. I mean, I knew I hadn't had a good day. I think print's quite hit and miss, and everything I was making I wasn't pleased with as it was going, so I wasn't expecting to go through anyway. It was a bad day for me, I think.
I'm a little disappointed, but hey, Raymond, he chose my painting, so that's great. It's quite moving, that. I enjoyed that.
To help make their final decision, the judges talked to Narin, Hester and David about their work.
We love that window you gave us into that magical forest, but it's interesting that in the picture that you painted today, even though the building takes up more than half, you didn't attempt much more of it.
I knew that I wanted to explore the detail in the woodland area, and I did want to explore the linear qualities within the building, but I did run out of time. My chances probably aren't the best, but I'm just really happy to be shortlisted. It's what an opportunity.
I know you were under immense time pressure and you finished it, but where would you have added detail?
I'd definitely have made these bushes a bit more three-dimensional. There would be more detail in the building as well, but just no time to do it, so...
Well, you did a lot today.
I don't even hazard a guess as to whether I've got a chance, to be honest. It's just amazed that I was shortlisted.
You stopped sort of just over halfway through the day and decided to leave it. And last time we met, we told you that you'd maybe gone too far. So was it a conscious decision today to be very careful to not do too much?
To be honest, over the past year, I've been used to being a bit more economical and stopping when I need to. But yeah, I was aware. I did think you might think I'd gone too far in the opposite direction though this time. I told myself I didn't mind if I didn't get shortlisted this time, but it is. I would have been disappointed if I hadn't got as far as I had last time, so it's nice.
Deciding who goes through to the semi-final is completely down to the judges, but something is bugging me. Can I ask a question about Narin? I don't know, for me I thought, oh God, I love her stuff, but she hasn't quite done enough. That big blank on the side, it doesn't look like an artistic decision to me. I just felt what she didn't do, it just undermined the whole thing.
But I would be so upset if that house ever made it into that painting in any more than it already has.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't. There was just like a magnitude to leaving this ghost there.
She's a very interesting artist, but we've created a situation today where we're in these grounds and we've got this fantastic house, and I'm not certain that she's risen to the challenge.
I was a bit sad that the print didn't make the final 3.
I think Daisy's very special, and I think we need to keep an eye on Daisy going forward.
She was a real contender, and I loved the way that she did face a series of challenges throughout the day, but she kept trying.
Hester did 2 paintings.
It was impressive to do that in the time.
And she's a lovely painter. The first painting particularly, that sort of sense of
the storm.
That sort of stormy and really atmospheric, and it was equally exciting painting.
So have you agreed the final?
I don't know now. Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
David, Hester, Narin, congratulations on making it through to the shortlist. I know the judges found it a very difficult decision to make.
But they have decided, and the judges felt that the artist they've chosen to go through to the semi-final displayed consistency of vision, and they're keen to see how this person will develop. That person is Narin McIntyre. You're allowed to cry.
Okay, thank you. Well done, lovely girl.
I thought Narin's work was great. I thought she might win. I thought she might have the edge, and it's really deserved. It's beautiful.
Lovely, sweetheart. Well done, Narin.
Both the other artists were brilliant, so it's just not a surprise.
Really happy, and I can't quite believe it.
Six weeks ago, we began our search for the next Turner, Constable, or David Hockney. 48 artists were chosen to go forward for the heats, and now just 6 remain.
And by the end of today, those 6 will become 3. Welcome to the semi-final of Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
Over the past few weeks, we set up home at some of the National Trust's most impressive properties in our search to find an undiscovered landscape artist.
One artist from each heat has made it through to today's semi-final.
Jamie Hageman.
Narin McIntyre.
Sam Taylor. Emma Copley. James Green. Joe Abbott.
And so the pressure is on as they get one step closer to the prize. A £10,000 commission to paint one of the National Trust's best-known views, Flatford in Suffolk, made famous by Constable himself.
But first, they've got to get through to the final.
You've got your spoon, have you?
I hope so, yeah.
So, with a surprise challenge...
I'm a bit nervous about the location, just because it is very urban.
And only 3 places on offer.
I know there's people looking over my shoulder watching me, but I've got to concentrate on what I'm doing.
They will have to impress judges Taishan Schurenberg, Kathleen Soriano and Kate Bryan.
Have you got a reasonable idea of who the 3 are?
I don't.
I do.
But who will make it to the final of Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year?
I don't know about you, Joan. I'm frightened to death what they're going to pick.
Do you know what? I reckon I probably won't agree with them.
In today's semi-final, there are 4 professional artists. James Green, Emma Copley, Jamie Hageman and Narin McIntyre.
And 2 amateur artists, Sam Taylor and Joe Abbott.
As it's the semi-final, the judges want to test their versatility and so have selected a completely different type of vista.
Wow.
Ah, cool.
It's quite overwhelming, though.
It is indeed. Such a big structure.
Their horizon is dominated by the city, the Tower of London and Tower Bridge.
I secretly hope for something like this, Got sun out today, nice lot of shadows, lots of contrast, and I like painting contrast, so yeah, looking forward to it.
It'll be a challenge, but yeah, we'll just get on and paint.
It's such a recognisable place that you, I think, already have images in your head of what it should look like in a painting, because so many people have painted this. All right, I'm ready.
But our 6 semi-finalists are about to be joined by one more.
At each of the heats, we invited 50 more artists of all ages and abilities to try their luck as a wild card. And each week, the judges selected their favourite.
I'm delighted to tell you that you've won today. You're our wildcard artist winner. That's
fantastic.
Well done.
Thank you. Congratulations, you're the wild card today.
Am I?
Yes.
But the judges had to decide on just one of them to join the others at Tower Bridge. And the person they chose is David Alderslade.
It's really good news to be told that I was the wild card winner. To have that extra chance to get back in and have another go at painting was really good. I can't wait to get started.
Artists, your semi-final challenge is about to begin.
You have just 4 hours to paint this incredible view, and your time starts now.
It's a little bit daunting to be painting something that everyone knows, because you've got to get it right, or you've got to get the suggestion of it right, so that people can recognise it.
Until now, the judges have challenged the artists with more traditional rural landscapes, but today's location will test their ability to convey a busy cityscape. And possibly the only one who's pleased about it is me.
It's exciting, isn't it? I
It is
can't tell you
exciting.
how happy I am not to be in the countryside. You're not feeling like that, I'm guessing? are you?
No, not very, not very much. Well, excited, yeah, just a bit nervous.
Professional artist Narin McIntyre lives in Fife. Her landscapes normally feature woodland views and are created by building layers of enamel, shellac and oil. From an early age, art has always been her passion.
I met Narin when we were at school. Used to sit next to her actually in an art class. Always knew that she wanted to do art as a career, but didn't know how far she'd go or what route she'd take. Narin's probably not the most confident in her abilities, but I suppose every artist is self-critical. I think she's just happy to get good comments from judges, just knowing that they like her work.
Even though her painting of Waddesdon ignored most of the manor, the judges thought the surrounding foliage and undergrowth was captivating enough to put her through to the semi-final.
I'm guessing this isn't the sort of thing you'd normally go for.
No.
Are you going to try and find a little bit of fairy tale tree glade?
Yeah.
In the midst of it? I mean, to
Yeah.
be fair, you've got a kind of a castle with trees
I
over
know,
there. It
no,
doesn't
I
get
do,
much
yeah.
more fairy tale than that, does
Yeah.
it? And how much bridge are we going to get from you?
It depends how much painting time I get. And how
Well,
quick
I
am.
mean, what's your cut-off point? We're going to get that Union Jack?
No, so I might have sort of a line point to reference it.
OK, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
I'm looking for, there aren't many sort of fairy glade paintings of Tower Bridge.
Yeah.
That I know of.
What have you that we've lined up for you?
It's fantastic.
Are you pleased, or how are you feeling?
I've had a while to digest it, so I've come to my senses and figured out what I want to do.
Emma Copley studied at the Rhode Island School of Design, but now lives in Cambridge, where she divides her time between painting portraits and landscapes. Her technique of focusing on a small area of trees at Trelissic in Cornwall fascinated the judges. But what will she do with such a large subject as Tower Bridge?
You're going for both towers of the bridge,
Oh
then?
no, No, just a bit of a corner of the tower.
I think everyone today is going to have to wrestle with it. It's a huge, iconic piece of architecture, and you've got to make it your own. So I think it's a brave person who's actually going to paint the entirety.
I mean, I think you could if you omit a lot.
Yeah.
You know, and you just think in shapes and big colors and maybe zoom in on just a few bits. But that is a challenge in itself to do as well.
Our semi-finalists are using a variety of different mediums, including lino cut and acrylic. But only one is using watercolour. And to create his precise lines and contrast, he's using an essential tool.
It's actually a fluid that you can paint with a brush onto the surface of the paper, and then once it's dried, you can peel it off, preserving the pure, nice, clean colours.
David Alderslade works on his watercolour and crayon landscapes in his caravan near Salisbury Plain. He was invited to take part in a heat at Waddesdon Manor, but when he failed to make it through, he decided to try again as a wild card.
It's quite an unusual format for you. I think I'm slightly more used to seeing you landscape. You've taken a real slice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a gamble just choosing one tower because, of course, they balance each other. You know, you're sort of so used to seeing them together.
Like we see the odd red bus going across the bridge or something like that.
I was going to do that because it will give it a hint of a totally different colour to the rest of the picture.
Constable and Turner used it to great effect for many, many years. I think you're in good company.
One thing is consistent, David, the hat.
Yeah.
Can you paint without a hat?
I don't know, probably not, actually. It's practical use, because the hair goes in the eyes otherwise. So.
Look at these beautiful wispy clouds coming in.
Yeah.
You've almost finished most of the canvas. I mean, that's a very quick start. Is this a kind of background over which you're going to build the bridge? Oh, I see,
yeah.
OK.
The heat, I just ran out of time. I've realised I've just got to work even faster.
Professional artist Jamie Hageman lives in Fort William, Scotland, where he divides his time between painting and his big passion, which is climbing.
Jamie's pretty much mountain obsessed, but a lot of the time he's going out looking for ideas for new paintings. Jamie's studio here used to be my summer room. I think I had it for about 2 weeks after we moved in, and then Jamie decided that no, he needed more room to paint than just the kitchen table, so in he moved and out I went.
The finer details of his submission landscape secured his place in the heats, but it was the atmospheric style of his painting of Lyme Park that intrigued the judges enough to put him through to the semi-final.
What I want to know is how much of the bridge are you putting in?
I did a little sketch here.
Oh, wow, so we're going to get the whole thing?
Pretty big, yeah.
In your paintings, you have these amazing angles where the mountain looms over you, and as if you've got this extraordinary perspective. And you've done this again, you've done that sense of looming. So I can see that, again, that sense of the sort of David Lynch sort of imposing atmospheric quality might creep in again.
Yeah.
We really like that, whereas for you, it was just a stage in the process,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah, it was really, yeah. Yeah, so I'll see how far I get this time.
The artists have been painting for nearly an hour. And they're drawing quite a crowd.
It's a little intimidating having the public coming up to you, you know, in a steady flow and seeing them all walking by looking at you. That's a little scary. I'm not used to that.
I'm just trying to block everyone out. I know there's people looking over my shoulder watching me, but I've got to concentrate on what I'm doing.
Here on the South Bank in London, our 7 landscape artists are battling it out for 3 places in the final. And such a detailed and varied view allows a wide variety of approaches.
There is an elephant in the room here, and it's Tower Bridge. You've decided to completely ignore it.
Tower Bridge?
Yeah, there it is over there, look.
Sorry, yes, I have, I'm afraid. I've gone for the more modern architecture.
When I looked at that cityscape with all those buildings, I did wonder if that might appeal to you. It's a fabulous cluster. You get to do the history of architecture on one piece of lino.
That's my intention, yeah.
James Green lives in Sheffield, where he's been working as a full-time lino cut artist for the past 5 years. The perspective and design of his composition of Lyme Park's reflecting lake secured his place here today.
A thing that we always talk about when you're working is the colours that you're going to use.
Yeah, I'd like to do two if I can. I'm going to do a one-colour print first and see what that looks like.
Will that be blue?
I don't know.
You don't know that even at this stage? Really?
I might experiment with a few different versions.
I find that interesting that even at this point, the main colour is still a mystery.
Yeah.
And you've got your spoon, have you?
I hope so. Yeah, here it is.
I love the fact that some people who do prints turn up with this massive, great mill on their side of printing and rolling, and you bring your spoon.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping it simple, I guess. It's portable.
And cheap.
Yeah, it's
so cheap.
It's not so heavy.
One artist is taking a very literary approach to capturing Tower Bridge.
And is this London's paper from today?
Yeah.
Are we being very site-specific?
Yeah.
Excellent. And how important is the collage to you? How much of that are we going to see in the finished product? Do you know yet?
Not sure yet. A bit more of it will disappear, and maybe a bit more will go on.
Amateur artist Jo Abbott lives in Oxford. A regular feature of her work is to include a lot of sky as well as bleak and bare terrain. She won her place in the semi-final with her painting of Waddesdon Manor's parterre.
I'm really interested by your composition. Again, you've done that thing where you've made everything very low.
I'm looking to get that feeling of, I suppose it's a bit childlike, it's that sort of sense of wonder and looking up and everything towers above you.
It's interesting seeing your painting like this because your paintings are so evocative and atmospheric, and at the moment it's quite timid. I mean, this is important. The skeleton's got to be there.
It is. It's the bones. It's got to be
Do
there.
you feel impatient, like to sort of get
very.
going?
Yeah,
I can
very.
feel it in you, and I'm sort of like, when's she going to do the really good bits?
I want to know what was your first reaction when you saw that landscape in front of you?
I was a bit worried, to be fair. It's not something I've ever done before. I've never really done a cityscape in my life.
Sam Taylor is from Yorkshire and is currently studying for his degree at the Slade School of Fine Art in London, where he experiments with the sizes of canvases he works on.
The way Sam works is very risky, but there's a great spontaneity with his process. I think Sam reacting to winning would be, well, I don't think he would react like many other people. He never really gets overly excited about anything, but I think he would be very, very pleased if he won.
In his heat, he abandoned his first painting in favour of distilling the view of the foul estuary in Cornwall into a small square. But his change of heart gained him a place here today.
Are we going to see the shape of the bridge at all?
What interested me more, what you can't really see now, is actually the shadows the bridge is casting into the water.
You're almost painting simply the light on the river.
In a way, yeah.
And it's changing all the time.
It might be rather wonderful. We might end up with something that, like Whistler and all his lovely nocturnes of the river, we might end up with something that's really evocative and moody.
I like, kind of like a mood of it all not being so nice and, frilly, and I want it to be a bit darker and a bit...
Nice and frilly, but you're working in gold paint.
Well, I want to give it a bit of a dark, richer feel, kind of.
Can I ask you one of my stupid questions?
Yeah, go on.
Why is this any different from painting mountains and lakes and trees?
Because if you paint a mountain or a lake or a tree and you're quite loose about it, because that's the way you paint, it's still recognizable as a mountain, a tree and a lake. Is that right? Whereas with a building, if you're loose about it, it sort of disintegrates. So you've got to adapt your style to the structures here.
You don't have to have rigid straight lines and that in a painting. You can still have that freedom of expression, can't you?
Yes, of course, you can be loose about it, but I think you have to reinvent your language to capture it.
Is this something you'd paint by choice? Tower Bridge?
No, I'd paint that by choice, but certainly not that. So I'm impressed by the ones who've chosen it.
During one of the breaks, the artists have a chance to compare notes on how each is approaching today's challenge.
Oh, it looks brilliant.
Oh, thank you. I'm dying to see everybody's.
I don't know whether I am.
Oh, really? You might not.
Last time I did that, I felt very intimidated.
Did you?
But yeah.
Oh,
how are you getting on?
I've barely started. Just don't even know if I look like Tower Bridge. Oh well.
It's difficult, isn't it, if you're doing somewhere that's so recognisable? It's just sort of...
Yeah, I've just
adds
kind of...
extra dimension to the sort of stress, isn't it?
It's great. I'm really enjoying it.
Good. Oh, I would say that, but if I wasn't so stressed. As long as an element is done, or some elements are complete.
So what are you working
It's
in?
more like a sketch, isn't it?
Yeah. You're doing
Acrylic.
acrylic.
About you, but I'm getting a very interesting eye on Tower Bridge.
I like to think I'm learning to look a bit hanging around with all this crowd.
Yes.
Do you?
Yes, that's right.
Do you think, generally, that you're on the same page as the judges?
They're ahead of me. They're way ahead of me.
That's impossible, Joan. No one is ahead of you. Look at the head start you've got.
I'm learning a lot.
You're me. I love that. I pick their brains mercilessly. Joan, I could talk to you all day. I will.
You do?
I will.
Tower Bridge has been sitting quite happily in the same spot for over 115 years. But today, one artist has decided to make some changes.
You reversed it.
Yeah.
Because you didn't like the composition here?
I do prefer working from this sort of perspective, and so I just changed it to suit.
I like the way Narin takes control of all the elements and then puts them where she wants them to be and how she wants them to be. I like that.
Do you buy into this theory that you have developed a new style to cope with the 4-hour constraints?
Yeah, I think so. It's impossible to paint that amount of detail this quickly.
Of course.
So, but actually, I'm starting to quite like this, forcing myself onto the next bit and then thinking, right, that'll have to do, next bit.
It's kind of like speed chess or something like that, isn't it? That all the thinking you thought you needed to do, maybe you don't need to do all that.
Just go with your instincts.
Yeah.
Ah.
The artists are nearly halfway through the semi-final.
I'm just trying to bring a bit of life into the sky and figure out a few of the lights and darks in the actual building. I've got almost past the point where I was about to throw it in the river.
There's a lot to do, and I wish I had longer, because I could be here for days. But I only have a few hours.
On London's South Bank, our artists are competing for 3 places in the final. But who is impressing the judges so far?
It's What's rough with the halfway stage? You must have a fair idea now of who's doing well and who isn't.
I'm definitely more excited by those artists who I don't quite know where they're going yet. So Narin and Sam, for example, I'm much more enchanted by the magical mystery worlds that they're creating.
What about Jamie, who set off at a flying start and now the bridge is
looming, I think.
It is looming.
Yeah. I think he's got to be careful to cultivate that sense of atmosphere because his style is very hyper-realist, very laboured. He's got to inject his personality into it. At the moment, I'm worried there's nothing that enigmatic about the work yet.
I don't think he's lost it completely. I mean, with that ghostly underpainting of the tower, he's still got elements of it.
What about David?
It's quite interesting. You get to the point where I hope it isn't only familiarity, but where I'm thinking, OK, where does the art come in? Where do you come in? How are you going to interpret this scene in a way that makes it more than just a response to it?
And I think to be able to take such a large scene and for some of these artists to just go, that's necessary, that's what I'm editing, that is their character because that's what they're seeing and that's what they think anchors the picture. Because you look at an artist like James with his lino cut, is the great, reductive artist. He brings everything down to what is absolutely necessary.
What about Joe?
I feel like I'm looking at something that's a little bit twee at the minute, a little bit kitschy almost. It's slightly too pretty. And I think that's what we'll see in the next bit of time, her start to muddy and mess around with.
What about Emma?
I'm fascinated by how she managed to reduce this enormous scene.
She's like Google Earth,
Yeah.
Emma. She gets tighter and tighter and tighter.
I mean, it's amazing. And I think it gives so much character to the painting.
She started to bring in, colours and find contrast. It feels New York. I don't know, it has something sort of kind of epic about it in this small rectangle. It's quite impressive. Yeah.
So as we pass the halfway stage, you don't have to pick a winner today, you have to pick 3 people. Have you got a pretty reasonable idea of who the 3 are?
I don't.
I do. People who have got a really evocative painting can completely lose the magic, and then other people who have got loads more to give can suddenly come through at the final minute. So I never have a clue.
One of the artists has made the spontaneous decision to use the gun smoke in the atmosphere to give a sepia feel to their work. Nah, not really.
How'd you get that on? Is that acrylic?
Gold leaf.
Ah. Yeah, I've always seen the shiny paper in the art session and thought, I want it.
Wow.
Wow, I know, that's what I just said when I walked down. It's like, wow.
I'm jealous. That's
Me
really
too,
cool.
yeah.
And it's got a whole sort of cityscape in the background.
I know.
Aha. So when you started, it was all pink.
Yeah, that's
As a
just like
base.
the underpainting, kind of.
Oh my God, I've got so much to do still there.
I know. But, they're going to judge it based on what you can do in the time, and then
Yeah, I know.
how good what you did is.
I know,
so it's
but-
not a completed thing, I don't think, so much.
Tower Bridge has provided safe passage across the River Thames for millions of people, for cars, even for sheep for the past 120 years. But like Landscape Artist of the Year, its design began in a competition.
In the mid-19th century, this area of the River Thames was the busiest and most wealthiest port in the world. There was about 1 million people living in this area of London at the time. They had to compete to get over London Bridge. So there was public demand for a new bridge east of London Bridge. It not only had to provide a means across for the pedestrians, but it also had to provide access to tall-masted ships to deliver their goods. So in 1876, a public commission was set up. Over 50 designs were submitted. There were a number of wacky ideas, but a lot of these ideas weren't seen to be right. So in 1884, a design was submitted by Horace Jones. Horace Jones was the City of London architect at the time, and he was also on the judging panel, and his ended up being the chosen design.
The concept incorporated a combined suspension and girder bridge structure. The success of the design, though, lay with the 2 counterbalanced halves, which allow the bridge to perform its famous party trick. 8 years of construction began in 1887.
At any one time, there would be up to 800 men working on the bridge. And these men came from London, but also came with the companies that were given the contracts to do the work. So the engines came from Newcastle, and they brought their engineers with them. The stone came from Portland, and they would bring their stonemasons with them as well.
However, the final result deviated somewhat from the original plans, which depict the bridge as a largely iron and steel assembly.
The Portland stone and granite was provided as a skin, basically, because Queen Victoria didn't want this ugly bridge to shame the beauty of the Tower of London next door. So when Stevenson came in after Horace Jones died, he clad it in Portland stone and granite and added some Gothic flourishes. So it actually looks a lot older than it is today.
More recently, Horace Jones House, a new housing development named after the bridge's designer, has been built on its south side. Today, one of its residents will get to choose one of our artists' work to be displayed in its foyer.
Well, Monica, there aren't many people who've moved into a flat round here. What on earth's it like living here?
It's just amazing. As a child, these landscapes you're constantly used to seeing.
Did you play around here?
Of course, yes. Played around here. We took school trips around here. So it's just amazing to be part of it and to be in it.
You're going to have to make a choice of one of the paintings.
Yes.
And it's going to hang in your building. Now, where?
So it's going to hang in the foyer. And so that's open to everybody, the visitors, residents. So I think having that in mind, it will help me make that choice. You know, it's something that's a bit historic, but also reflects modern times and of course, the art around us.
The artists have only 30 minutes left before 3 will be chosen to go through to the final.
There's lots of very pale blue-green colours in the gherkin and some of the towers and spires and things like that, so I'm going to try and use that as part of the colour scheme.
Deciding whether or not to just tackle the buildings. I'm kind of liking the whole minimal viewing going on here. I don't want to like overwork it by putting in a building, but I'm not sure. I don't know, I need to just experiment more, try a few things out.
What will you do with the actual river?
I'm going to actually stretch the river and use some dynamic strokes of paint
OK,
to
so you'll
describe
cheat it a bit to give yourself more water, yeah?
Yeah, it's just... I'm going to use the colours that are in it, but it's really hard to describe. I paint it because I can't really describe it, you know?
Oh, I see. It's odd, because I tend to describe it because I can't paint it.
Have you ever painted just the sky with nothing?
Yes, I have.
Have you?
Yeah.
Could you just do that endlessly?
I could do that forever, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the way that you can express energy in a sky without actually having any particular form.
Yeah, yeah.
I would say I'm not on schedule at all, but I'll just try and speed up now as fast as I can.
It's just the time. It's just the time. I'm just trying to work as quickly as possible, but I know I've got elements of the painting that are very important that I haven't got onto yet, so that's my main focus, is I've got to get those done.
We're in the closing minutes of Landscape Artist of the Year's semi-final challenge, and our 7 artists are soon to be whittled down to 3.
I think it's all right. I'm kind of happy with it, I think. I'll put it over here on the wall, think a bit more.
Artists, there are 10 minutes to go.
I've got 10 minutes left. There's not really much more I can do to change it drastically in this amount of time. I'm just going to try and not mess up what I'm happy with.
you started drawing something to deal with the building?
I was just kind of penciling something, I'm not sure.
I'd go with your instinct. It's worked pretty well for you in the past.
I've run out of time. I'm on the foreground, but it doesn't look like anything it's meant to be. All I can do is whack a couple of lampposts in, I think.
I could do a lot more to it. I wish I had another 4 hours, but...
Artists, your time is up.
Will you put down your instruments and step back from your easels, please?
Before judges view the finished paintings, Monica Badejo, a resident at the newly built Horace Jones House, named in honour of Tower Bridge's designer, will choose one of the paintings to hang in its foyer.
Artists, would you turn your easels round, please? It's a great moment, this.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Now, this is altogether more atmospheric, isn't it?
Yes, yes, it is. That's a very modern view of the bridge. Oh, that's a beautiful view.
You're going to have to choose one from these lovely paintings.
I'm going to choose this one right here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Well, that looked wonderful in the setting, wouldn't it?
It would do, yes.
The judges have a tough decision, so they want to study every detail of the finished landscapes.
Can we start with James's view of the city?
liner cut.
I would actually have liked to see him do the bridge because this is quite a similar composition to what we've seen already with this kind of very dense, tight perspective going back. What I'm really pleased about is the choice of colour. It's so subdued, quite sort of evocative, but gave it a bit more mood.
I was very happy that James picked that jumble of buildings, but I think he was a bit overwhelmed with the amount of information he was trying to get into a very small space.
I think I agree. I was really pleased that he took that little patch of buildings. It's incredibly complex, but I think he could have maybe introduced a third colour, maybe looked to make it a little bit more sophisticated than what we've seen already.
Well, Sam was clearly fascinated by the light on the river, but he didn't really know how to move beyond that for quite a long time.
I think he's not really a competitor. He's sort of more competing with himself and trying to wrestle with what am I trying to do? Who am I in this artwork? And actually, he won today for me.
I love the fact that he doesn't seem to go by any of the rules or regulations that making a picture seem to be about. He's finding his own way, he's finding his own style. I worry slightly that what we've ended up with is something that's too much on the decorative side, but I'm still completely seduced by it and by his promise of potential, really.
I think it's very exciting to watch somebody who has no idea where they're going with it. And now we've got this sort of shimmering image of, I suppose that's what London is to a lot of people, a place where maybe the streets aren't paved with gold, but the Thames is shimmering with possibilities. It seems like kind of some weird Shangri-La. It's very romantic and strange and dreamlike. I think it's a very beautiful image.
But the fact that one of the towers is just sloping off, every time I look at it, it really nags at me.
I think with the location, it's been a lot more stressful. I don't paint cityscapes. Bit of a struggle, but I think I got there eventually.
So what about Joe?
Unfortunately, I think that the introduction of the red buses on the bridge makes it feel like the touristy image that we're so familiar with.
I wish she'd been a bit braver with the bridge and actually just let herself be far more reckless, taken more artistic license, a bit like she's done in the underside of the bridge, where she's let it fall away.
Narin has flipped the bridge. Now, that really was a bold decision.
We were quite impressed by her brazenness canvas. You know, it's got this fantastic, huge building, and she felt free to put it in a dark forest, darken the sky, flip it round, and make a very sort of evocative image. I think it's very beautiful.
I think it's a staggering accomplishment to be able to come on a day like today and deliver something which is so clever and so different.
One of your regular condemnations is with people, I know what they're going to do. I feel I know their style now. I could have told you exactly what she was going to do, and she's done it.
Really?
Yes.
Maybe another way of putting what we're saying is that with the others, in knowing them, you don't actually need to spend much more time with them anymore. And when you look at something like Narin's work, it invites you to spend more time. And the more time you spend with it, the more things are revealed. And I would suggest that some of the others that maybe we become more familiar with their imagery, there's less there to reveal itself.
The judges will probably have quite a tough job, I should imagine, today, because everyone's is really different. I don't know what they'll be saying. Hopefully, I've done enough.
Now, what about David?
For me, this is not my favourite of his compositions because he's usually a bit cleverer, and here it feels a bit traditional. That said, I love the way that he's handled the water. I think that's quite inventive.
I think the image is strong, and then you go up to it, and there's not that much to look at, and I would like to see more, really.
One of the things I've always loved about David are his skies, and I feel that with this sky, he didn't quite get the sort of formality to it that he has with the rest of the work.
Emma is next.
I really like Emma's artlessness in a sense that she reacts to what's in front of her and she applies the paint, and as she moves her way across the canvas, an image appears. But I don't really know, are we getting depth here, and do we know what's going on, really?
I like the fact that we don't really know what it is. It's sort of industrial chic. I like it.
I decided to crop the bridge a bit and do kind of what was under it and through it rather than the overall view of the bridge. I hope that it wasn't too much of a gamble and that the judges appreciate what I was trying to do.
And finally, this is unmistakably Tower Bridge.
The interesting thing with Jamie is we know what his finished work looks like. What we've seen here is this sort of middle ground, which I think is quite exciting, and it's quite otherworldly, but it's slightly bordering on the kitsch at the same time.
Yeah.
Jamie is the only other artist who's dealt with the whole bridge as it stands, and he's avoided it somehow. I don't quite know how he's got past the... Oh, he's got a bright blue summer sky, and somehow he's still being able to bend it so it doesn't look like a postcard or the bridge we know and love so well as a symbol of London. It's become something else.
The background tower shows you something which is much more evocative, and the front one is much more descriptive. And I would actually rather that they were more ghostly. I always have this funny push and pull with him because I think the bits of his paintings that I really like are the bits that maybe he didn't get around to. Because I'm looking for more distinction between the kind of finished sophistication and the undone abstraction. And I think that's the greatness of his work.
To get through to the final would be wonderful. I don't want this to end, actually. I'm strangely quite enjoying it.
I don't know about you, Joan. I'm frightened to death what they're going to pick.
Do you know what? I reckon I probably won't agree with them. I'll keep up an old tradition. Congratulations, artists, on another fantastic challenge. It's always a great pleasure to watch you working.
Yes, and sadly only 3 of you can go through to the final, and the judges have made their decision. The first finalist is Jamie Hageman.
The second finalist is Narin McIntyre.
And the third finalist is Sam Taylor.
Huge commiseration to our remaining semi-finalists. We've so enjoyed watching you work. Thank you for being with us.
I felt really happy, really excited. Yes, very happy.
Well done, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Well done.
I feel like I've got so far now that I want to bring something really good next time. Really show off what I can actually do.
Well done. Thank you very much.
that's
Thank
it now.
you. Oh my goodness me. To celebrate, I think there's a nice jazz bar in Battersea, listening to some gypsy jazz. That's what I'll do. If I can stay awake.
Next time, our 3 finalists face their ultimate view.
It's like MTV Cribs. Come on, man.
Stourhead in Wiltshire.
Are you worried?
Very worried.
With the £10,000 commission at stake, who will win?
I do feel quite a lot of pressure just now.
The Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year is... Hello, this is the truly impressive Waddesdon Manor in Buckinghamshire.
In just a moment, 8 artists, a mix of amateur and professional, will attempt to paint one of Waddesdon's most impressive views. They have just 4 hours to prove themselves to our 3 exacting judges.
But only one of them will get through to the semi-finals. So put your feet up and get ready to enjoy some seriously good art. This is Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year.
In our search to find the next great landscape artist, we've teamed up with the National Trust and they're letting us set up home in some of their most magnificent properties.
Thousands applied, but only the best have been invited to paint some of the country's most outstanding scenery.
Yeah, it's quite intense. I feel the time pressure, actually.
They're competing for a £10,000 commission to paint one of the National Trust's most celebrated views, Flatford in Suffolk, which will become part of its permanent collection.
I'm kind of feeling a little stressed by it at the moment.
Today, another 8 have come to Waddesdon Manor to impress.
You can't afford to make mistakes because once it goes down, it's there forever.
Watching their work closely along with the judges will be Margaret Jennings, who was an evacuee at Waddesdon during the Second World War. She'll give an insight into her time here and, as a thank you for sharing her story, will take home her favourite painting.
There's at least 2 alike.
But our selected 8 artists aren't the only ones wanting to catch the judge's eye. 50 more from all over the British Isles are here to try their luck as a wild card.
It's like a fairy tale castle or something, and I'm hoping that I can capture a little bit of its fantasy.
But with only 4 hours to complete a compelling landscape...
This is how I run my life, believe me.
Who will judges Kathleen Soriano, Kate Bryan and Taishan Chirenberg?
Stop taking the paint off, put the paint on.
OK. Send through to the semi-final.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Here to impress the judges today are professional artists Titus Agbara, Lucinda Metcalf, Claire Horde, Franny Sanders, Toby Mulligan and Paul Godem.
I do a lot of competitions. I think the location's fantastic. This building is absolutely gorgeous. I can't wait to paint it.
Also taking part are amateur artists Simon East and Joe Abbott.
I slept awfully last night. My little one keeps waking me up in the middle of the night, which doesn't help. But yes, I was too excited and too thinking about all the things I might have forgotten or wanted to bring with me, make sure I'd got.
Picked solely for their talent, the artists entered with a digital copy of their landscape. But today, the originals are on display for the judges to examine the finer details. When you see them here, what's your initial reaction?
My initial reaction is the different textures of the paintings and how the paint's been applied. I mean, this one, I liked its painterliness and its inventiveness of mark making. Seeing it in the flesh, it looks a bit sort of, well, I don't know, it looks like it's been kicked around the studio floor.
Yeah. But it's definitely someone today that, given the conditions and this kind of overcast weather, could really pull something out of the bag.
Now this is really different, very
Lino
different.
cut.
But it is very simple.
I think
lino cuts have to be simple.
Well, I think there's a tradition that means that they're quite sort of graphic and reduced.
But what is interesting about it is each decision has to be a conscious one, and the artist has no leeway. So I kind of like the strictness of the medium, and I'm looking forward to it.
This is by someone who entered last year. I don't know whether you recognise the style.
Is it palette knife Titus?
It is indeed, it is indeed.
I can't believe the detail.
Yeah. It's got a nice movement through it. It looks like he's worked really hard to get that composition right.
Wow, look at those roofs.
It's quite brave to just show you exactly what he sees. I'd always want to get the houses out of the view of the grand church.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what he does with shrubs and trees as opposed to roofs and cathedrals.
Today we're asking all our artists to face the same direction and complete a landscape of Waddesdon's parterre. Inspired by extravagant Victorian gardening techniques, it features carpet bedding, fountains and sculptures. Not a bad little back garden.
A little bit flat at the moment, but I'm hoping as the day goes on, we're going to get more light and contrast happening.
To be quite honest, I'm not that comfortable with the view. I would have preferred to have done the house, but you can't have everything, can you?
Paul Gaden is a retired charter designer and today the only artist using watercolour. In his landscape of Canterbury, he wanted to capture the contrast between two-storey houses and that of the 72-metre-high cathedral.
If you're working with watercolour, you can't afford to make mistakes because once it goes down, it's there forever. If you're using acrylic or oil, you can paint over it. This is permanent. So I've got to plan it first. I've got to know exactly where everything's going, so it's got to be drawn, it's got to be thought out and quite well planned.
Artists, your challenge to paint the view of Waddesdon Manor Gardens is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your work, so good luck, and your time starts now.
Presented with a complicated landscape, the artists have to decide which elements to include. But one canvas is already coated in paint.
My board is covered bright red, and I really like the way that it peeks through, so you won't see a huge amount of it in the final piece, but it has a kind of quite an intensity to it and makes the other colours sing.
As well as painting professionally, Lucinda Metcalf also teaches art part-time. Her submission is of a hotel poolside in Cyprus. Based on photographs she took during her stay, she completed the painting in her home studio. I have to know whether every painting you do starts with this amazing colour.
Most of them, yeah. It adds a slight melancholy edge to it.
And so, are you going to find a melancholy in this landscape?
I really like the statue sort of gazing out into the distance, longing for something.
This fluorescent red is very, very bright.
5 artists are using snapshots to help compose their paintings. But one has created her own device.
Got my viewfinder, so I'm trying to find what makes an interesting composition and then just trying to put them into my frame.
37-year-old Claire Horde is a professional oil painter and part-time copywriter. The landscape she entered with captures Calcutta, a hilltop artist colony in Italy, which she completed in just 3 hours. You know, some people start and almost immediately you can kind of see what that finished painting is going to be.
Yeah.
That's not the case with your style, is it?
I think the way I sort of work is more like you don't really know how it's going to work out. And
No.
it just reveals itself over time.
I'm presuming that this sort of shark fin is the fountain. I'm looking forward to that moment when, you know, abracadabra,
Yeah.
woomph, and there's the whole thing.
Now I'm just going to see a shark fin.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned the shark fin. I have great faith in you.
Thank you.
So good luck.
We'll see.
I think I'm the only printmaker. I actually brought a dice with which I sometimes make artistic decisions. So, you know, I might say 1 to 3 this direction, 4 to 6 that direction.
Amateur artist Simon East is a molecular neuroscientist who's also written a novel and been longlisted for a UK Poetry Prize. He prints lino cuts, like this one of Port Meadow in Oxford, with an abstract element to his scenes.
It's quite an aerial view almost, isn't it?
Yeah, so basically I'm having to invent it a little bit in order to open up the angles. If I were to draw it as I'm seeing it, it would be a very shallow view.
So the purest school of garden design we're going to see reflected in your beautiful lino.
That's right, yeah.
Great.
So,
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Our 8 heat artists are not the only ones who've journeyed to Waddesdon today. On a first-come, first-served basis, 50 more have come from all over the country to try their hand as a wild card.
I was cycling from London, me and my bike and my pop-up studio.
Come zooming down the M1 at 4:30 in the morning in my camper van, which is slightly falling apart. But I'm very glad to be here.
Each with their unique techniques and varied levels of skill, the wildcards are vying for the judges' attention, because if one of them impresses enough, they could be in with a chance of a place in the semi-final.
The building is like a fairy tale castle or something, and I'm hoping that I can capture a little bit of its fantasy.
Just walking through here and seeing them already, I've got this just lovely warm feeling. It feels very exciting. I don't know, it feels like you're on the edge of a sort of huge music festival just about to kick off as well.
With a definite place in the semi-final at stake, our 8 heat artists have already had 1 hour of their 4-hour challenge.
I'd say I'm a bit behind at the moment, but I'm going to try and really speed up on the cutting.
The time pressure's a little bit unnerving, but it's motivating.
It could be amazing or it could be terrible. I'm kind of feeling a little stressed by it at the moment.
Here at Waddesdon Manor in Buckinghamshire, our artists are competing for the chance to win a £10,000 commission for the National Trust. With 3 hours to go, one artist has a novel way of saving time.
Toby, I hear you're one of those mythical beasts that's painting with both hands. Can this be true?
Yeah, well, I'm doing it now, yes. I think it can be true, yes, yes, yes.
Ty, can you paint with both hands?
I'm sure
You failure. You're such an underachiever.
Toby Mulligan is a self-taught professional artist who was shortlisted for the 2012 BP Portrait Award. He regularly paints the view from his studio in Hampshire using his distinctive technique.
Are you looking at the sky and thinking, I feel pink in there?
Yeah, it's a bit of a dull day, it's a bit flat. So I'm looking to sort of see what I can pick up on and exaggerate.
Yeah.
'Cause it's
Got
just
lovely colours singing here. That's
beginning to.
I like to be on the floor to start with, because when I put the paint on the canvas to start with, it's usually quite runny.
42-year-old amateur artist Joe Abbott gave up bookbinding recently to concentrate on painting. Her landscape of Milldale in Derbyshire was completed in 8 hours during a holiday to the area. It reflects a theme in her work, the merging of land and sky.
Is it right that you're relatively new to painting?
Instead of doing an art degree, I did an English degree and then went into publishing. And it's only recently that I've got back into painting.
You see, I feel that there was always a screaming wild woman inside you waiting to get
Definitely.
out, and now here
Very
she is.
Very frustrated, and now, yes, it's all coming out.
Most of the time, I paint indoors and I take my time. But for now, okay, just do it. Got to be fast, meet up, finish up.
When he's not painting, professional artist Titus Agbara works part-time as a security guard. His oil landscape is of a seaport close to where he grew up in Nigeria. In last year's Portrait Artist of the Year, he impressed the judges with his use of the palette knife, but failed to be shortlisted.
I was worried this grey day wouldn't really give the artists much, but you've done this beautiful layering of colours. It's the atmosphere coming through. This is just stunning. I know you usually work with palette knife, and you usually put colours next to each other, but this idea of using colours underneath each other, are you working on this today?
Yeah, I do usually do it as I place the colours. I'm just trying to create depth of, first of all. Yeah, so.
Yeah, you're feeling your way through it, which is great.
I think you've got a nigh on perfect position here.
I've been very lucky. Obviously, the money got to you.
What are you working on here?
Aluminium. It's very smooth, so it forces you to be more painterly with your application of paint. So it's a bit of maybe a bold move to be doing it today.
Professional artist Franny Saunders specialises in painting African landscapes and wildlife, and was once commissioned to commemorate a military tour in Afghanistan. Her nighttime landscape is of an area of northern Kenya under threat that she wanted to capture before it disappeared. You've painted in exotic places, haven't you?
Yes, I don't normally have organised sort of water features in war zones or savannas.
But how do you paint under war conditions?
Ish. I've only been out to a war zone once.
Most of us haven't, nor do we want to, so that does take courage.
Yes. I sort of get more scared of going to places like IKEA than I do to war zones. Because everyone else around.
Its own kind of war zone.
It is.
There may be a possible place in the semi-final for grabs, but for some of the wildcards, it's more of a day out.
I am really enjoying painting with this crowd of people. It's like a hillside. It's almost like the tennis, the Henman Hill.
With a myriad of compositions, a few artists have caught the eye of the judges.
I went to art college in the 80s and mark making was
Yes,
kind of
I
cool.
know that
But it's
mark making.
very interesting mark making.
Thank
It's
you.
looking good.
My goodness, you're actually putting people in.
Yes. Yes, I am, and a couple of painters.
That's great. I think you're the only one doing that, actually
Really?
putting them into the landscape. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Keeping an eye on the art is the custodian of Waddesdon, the 4th Baron Rothschild.
I think it's fantastic. That's really good pictures. And also, I've never seen Waddesdon painted as many times in the whole of its history.
Don't you think it's so brave and honest of them? I mean, they've come along and they're just exposing themselves.
But
It's
nice.
amazing.
But it's really supportive. The public coming in and they're encouraging and they're talking to
I think
everybody.
they're learning a lot as well. I want you to get your easel out. Come on, Ty.
No, I only paint 6 foot large. I wouldn't be allowed to. Yeah.
Waddesdon Manor was built by Baron Ferdinand de Rothschild with the idea of it being a palace of pleasure. But when the bombs of World War II started raining down on London, the popping of their champagne corks turned to the laughter of children.
During the Second World War, the government were looking to
evacuate children from the urban centres. James and Dorothy Rothschild were very aware that they wanted to do their part, and they offered Waddesdon as a home to very small children, which must have been very different to the normal, slightly quieter, more peaceful life that there would have been at Waddesdon.
It was a big change for all at Waddesdon Manor, but bigger still for the evacuees, many of whom came from East London, so had never seen such a building.
As you go along the drive, you just saw this panoramic building at the bottom, absolutely gorgeous. Some of the other children congregated together. I can't remember anyone's name, except the one girl called Jenny. But I hadn't got anybody, and I don't think she had it either, so she always tended to come towards me.
And it wasn't just the evacuees who moved to the manor.
We would go in, get them dressed, and then they would go down to breakfast. And then you would take them into the nursery where you had tables and chairs and did, as you're trained to do, learning through play. Then you would go out for a walk, and it was a lovely place to sit and have picnics. And then you all went on the beds, and you said, you know, lie down, because they would dance on their beds if they got a chance.
I remember they took a photo of me. My hand was snatched, and me and Jenny both had to go down the steps, and we all sort of cascaded down elegantly. But I believe that I'm in the middle because of the white dress. That's what I remembered the most. And after that, you know, I suppose we went and had dinner.
So, Margaret, we're sitting in these beautiful grounds, and you actually used to live here.
Yes.
I mean, there must have been things that you'd never seen in London.
I hadn't seen horses, and a little girl called Jenny, she said, come and look at the horses, and I said, what's those? She said, you know, like what the milkman drives with the milk on. And I says, oh.
You hadn't seen that
either? And I ran off. I didn't like the look of it, you know, I was really frightened.
So, later today, there's going to be several paintings on display, and you get to choose one to keep.
Mm.
Is that going to be a nice experience, do you think?
Hopefully. I mean, I haven't seen them yet properly.
No, they might be terrible.
Oh, yeah. Well, you never know.
No, well, let's hope they aren't. I hope you can find one you're all right with.
The artists have been working for almost 2 hours, and many of the landscapes are well established.
Paul, you studied architecture, didn't you?
Yeah.
Do you feel that that affects your art?
It does, but I've spent most of my life drawing in one way or another. Doing things like this has an essence of being at work.
OK. But it's quite refreshing. I speak to a lot of artists who talk about the emotional experience of painting and how they feel they're pouring their spirit into it.
Oh, don't do that.
No.
No.
Simon's reduction method uses progressive cutting, inking and printing from one single piece of lino. It is then reduced further for each layer to produce a multicoloured print.
I've never printed more than 1 or 2 colours in a day before. I'm going to try and do 3. It's a bit of a gamble. I mean, if I don't get the final colour on, it won't look as good as I'd hope. I've cut out the whites, so highlights, and then I put my paper down and I've used the back of the spoon. You've got to make sure that each layer lines up really well, otherwise you're going to end up with a mess.
With his base colour done, Simon now has to repeat the process twice more, cutting into the lino and inking up in order to get the 3 layers he's aiming for.
It's nearly halfway through the competition.
Stop taking the paint off, put the paint on.
Okay.
2 hours. Yeah, I could make it. I could finish it up, yeah.
Normally I'd go away, have a couple of hours, go for a beer, come back. Yeah, it's quite intense. I feel the time pressure, actually.
At Waddesdon Manor in Buckinghamshire, our 8 artists have completed 2 hours of their challenge, which has given our judges plenty of time to think. We're halfway through the competition. What's your feeling?
Jo talks incredibly intelligently about the way in which she constructs her paintings, and she understands the tension that you need to find in the landscape. It's not just about finding a pretty view.
She's got quite a lot to do.
I think she's got less to do than Lucinda has. And
Lucinda is now ready to put on large amounts of colour so that the luminous red will vanish.
Well, I think if she gets that right, that could be a front runner, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Lucinda hasn't really got that far, and Paul next door, I think he's sitting there thinking, what do I do now? It's a very beautiful watercolour.
But I'm not getting that sense with the parterre of that perspective that he was getting with the buildings.
No, I think it's a much more gentle painting.
Simon, he's taken one imprint, but it's very difficult to tell where it's going.
He's determined to use 3 colours.
I mean, if he's got time, because he says he's never done that before in this short period of time, so we'll see. But I just want to see a bit more personality in that work.
I can now start putting on the colour, making it look a bit more unified, and yeah, this is the fun bit.
I've gone from blocking it in acrylics and making the mess on the floor in acrylics, and I've put it up here and I'm going in with oils now over the top. And it just refines it a little bit and it gives it a bit of luminosity.
I'm just doing the finishing bits now. I'm not totally pleased with what I've got because it's a bit sort of splashy. Perhaps something a bit crisper would have been better. There's a possibility I can have a go at a second one.
With the chance of a place in the semi-final for the wildcards, the judges need to agree on which artist to choose, if any.
I've seen some quite nice painting in
Yeah,
there.
me too, it's good.
But the one that sort of sticks in my mind the most is the lady doing the watercolour on the floor under the umbrella. I thought it was incredibly luminous and a very beautiful, imaginative way of painting this building.
Yeah. What do you guys think of the artist who's done a very precise architectural drawing and then spent the afternoon painting it in? I really like it.
It's a watercolour, and I think if I had to choose between the 2 watercolours, I'd still go for the freer, more open, inventive one. There's a young gentleman at the end of the hill who's been incredibly brave with the different colours that he's used, and it's a little bit of poetry that he's created in the work.
I would have to say I find it very difficult to put one in over the other. Did you enjoy today?
I absolutely loved it.
Congratulations, you're the wild card today.
Am I?
Yes.
Hi there. You know how much I enjoyed watching you paint today?
Yeah.
Well, I'm pleased to tell you that you're also going through as a wild card.
That's unbelievable. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you.
Anthony and Susan join a pool of other successful wildcard artists from across the heats, of which one will be chosen to go through to the semi-final.
With a wide range of artistic mediums on show, a steady stream of spectators is enjoying a rare chance to observe the creative methods.
I'm quite impressed with what Simon's doing. I've never actually seen the process happening before, so it's also very interesting.
If he's to be shortlisted, I think that will be a great change in probably his life or career. He might quit science, who knows, and do art instead.
I've just picked up a couple of young women. You're Franny's sisters. You must be very proud.
We've donated our artisticness to Franny.
So you don't paint yourself?
No.
I'm loving this with the three. I feel like I'm in the cause.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We're definitely not
do start singing. I'll join
Okay,
in
I'm
later.
happy. Wouldn't it be lovely? Shall we do a little...
No.
No, okay.
Sing.
Mike, you're Joe's partner.
I am.
So, you've been and seen Joe's painting?
Yes.
What do you think? Come on, be honest.
I think it's starting to come together. I think she's had far too much time to think about things here today.
Oh, really?
She often does things over several days, so she'll do 20 minutes and then stop.
Okay.
As you can see. Why?
Well, she doesn't have... Yes, she doesn't have much choice, I'm guessing.
Paul, I see a blank page before me. What's happening? Where's your painting gone?
Well, it's hiding underneath here.
I see, okay.
I'm not 100% happy with it. I think I lost it a little while ago, so I'm going to try and see if I can do something with a second sheet. I should have stopped when I was ahead.
Only 30 minutes remain to complete their versions of Waddesdon's parterre.
I could do better, but then I always feel like this.
I'd really love to see you resolve this.
I'm feeling
Pushed
that
as far.
time pressure, actually. I'm feeling...
Okay,
yeah.
I shall leave.
There's only 5 minutes left in this Waddesdon Manor heat of Landscape Artist of the Year.
So, Paul, you've done a new painting.
Yeah.
This is now completed, is it?
Yeah, that's it.
And how long did that take?
20 minutes.
You are the 20-minute there.
Just got a bit more to cut out, and then I'm just gonna do the last layer in a complete mad panic. The final layer is the most important. It's the dark layer that really brings it out. I'm a little bit concerned.
With time running out, we're feeling the pressure too.
Oh, come on, man.
Come on.
Artist, you have 1 minute left.
I'm gonna print it with hopefully with about 30 seconds. This is how I run my life, believe me.
Here he comes, he's getting the paper now. Now just get it on there.
Oh, don't start messing about.
We can't let him finish it.
No, he's got to do it in the time now. Here we go, here we go. Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your equipment.
did it. Look, he did it. Blimey, my heart.
Before the landscapes are judged, Margaret Jennings gets to choose her favourite work to take home.
Artists, would you turn your easels round, please?
She was an evacuee at Waddesdon Manor during World War II, and in return for sharing her story, will have her own keepsake of the manor.
The statuary was all here when you were here during the war, was it?
They weren't like that. They was boxed in.
So it was quite austere during the war? Well, I'm not surprised.
Yes.
I feel as I'm meeting the Queen.
Margaret, this is your great moment now.
Yeah.
Have you made up your mind?
Yes.
You know?
There's at least two I like.
It's got to be one.
Only one. Hello, Titus.
Hello.
I like your painting. It's lovely.
Oh, thank you very much, Mother. Thank you very much.
That will be yours, and that will hang on your wall, and it will always remind you of this day and your days at Waddesdon as a child.
Yes.
Now the judges must whittle the 8 artists to a shortlist of 3, from which one will be chosen to go through to the semi-final.
Well, he was such a showman, the last 30 seconds.
Peeled off the reveal,
It was brilliant to watch.
I find the composition interesting. However, I can't get my eye into it. It doesn't really engage me.
I hope they'll like it. I think the worst thing they could be saying is, why didn't he go to art school?
Lots of people will love this painting. It's a beautiful representation of a bucolic English scene, but it's so precise.
Do you think it's got a lot to do with his tool, which is the palette knife?
I understand why people really like this. I'm really glad it got chosen today.
I'm really glad it got chosen today.
Margaret chose my work. I was so happy about it. Just keep finger crossed and see.
I know it's his second painting, and I think it's quite brave to just keep it this as simple as it is.
Yeah. He understands composition so beautifully.
I took a bit of a gamble this afternoon. Whether they think it's worthy in terms of an artwork, I'm not sure.
I love the fact that you have a first glance, maybe not think very much about it, and then you spend more time with it, and you grow to be in that landscape.
And I'm also pleased that she did less of the scraping. In the one that she submitted, it felt a bit sort of artificial, whereas here, they're playing an active role, they're holding the whole thing together, so you don't really notice them as much.
I love looking at it. I think it's great.
I try to capture the essence of a place. I think the worst thing they could probably say is that they don't recognise that it's a view or that it's the feeling of this place.
I would probably go for that one. And then I definitely think we should have that one in too.
Yeah.
Artists, thank you so much for joining us at Waddesdon Manor today, and well done on creating some brilliant art.
But the time has come to reveal who has made it to the shortlist. The first artist is Titus Agbara.
The second artist on the shortlist is Joe Abbott.
And the third artist to be shortlisted is Paul Gaden.
Commiserations to the artists who didn't make the shortlist. It's been so brilliant watching you all work today. Well done, and thank you very, very much.
Obviously it's disappointing, it would have been fantastic to come back, but it's great to have been in a competition, so I'll take that forward, hopefully to more competitions.
I was happy with what I made, so I'd probably take it away and do a bit more work on it, if I'm honest.
To help decide who will go through to the semi-final, the judges questioned Joe, Paul and Titus about their work.
We love the desolateness of your Derbyshire peaks. And I was just wondering whether the busyness of this landscape here presented you with some difficult challenges.
Normally my technique would be to go into the landscape and do sketches and then come away from it. The one I've done here, I did start off with actually a lot more landscape and pull the sky down. And maybe if I'd gone back into the studio with it, I'd have pulled it down even further. I'm really pleased that I decided halfway to pull back and simplify and reassess, because it's obviously paid off.
It was a tense moment when I came over and saw a blank page and I thought, wow, OK, he's starting again completely. Are you pleased that you did?
Yes. Today I just had to get that scene out of my system. It wasn't a scene that I enjoyed painting, and I thought I've got to do something I'm comfortable with, which is a simpler scene with a more graphic-y look to it. The other two artists that are shortlisted, I think, have excellent paintings, and I'm quite looking forward to seeing how that turns out.
We loved the piece you entered because of its weird compositional device where there's actually no horizon. We guessed possibly that it was done from photograph, and today you were just as happy painting from life.
Yeah, when I do an outdoor painting, it's different from when I'm in my studio painting.
Okay.
If I'm painting outdoor, I think it's kind of free when expressing myself. My palette knife technique was successful, so I was like very, very happy with it. So you have to keep my finger crossed. Hopefully, if it's me, then fine.
Only one place in the semi-final is available, and the judges are faced with deciding who goes through.
Quite a lot of variety in the three that you've chosen. Who was very, very nearly there?
I loved the lino cut. I wish it was in the top three.
Yeah.
I just thought it was really, really clever and sophisticated and really evocative, but in its own distinct way.
When I looked at Joe's pieces, they are quite similar, and I sort of thought neither of these are terribly dominated by what the subject is.
You're right, on the surface, the marks and what she's doing with the surface of the painting look similar, but there are subtle differences, and I think she has responded to what she's seen today. All our shortlisted artists have found a way of reinventing themselves halfway through the day. Paul, he adapted to the day and really sort of went into unknown territory.
I agree with you on that point, because if you look at Titus, working from a photograph, there was a sort of sense of flatness. But he said that, you know, he felt he could be a bit more expressive outdoors. And I think that's great that people can come and sort of say, right, what's the challenge that I've got and how can I best tackle that? And sometimes really good stuff comes from that.
I think what we've got now is a good representation across the day. I feel pleased that we've got that range represented.
Such a range.
Are you agreed, do you think, on who the final winner is going to be?
We might have to have a little chat, but I think we're getting there.
OK.
Exciting.
We'll leave it to you. Titus, Paul and Joe, congratulations on making it to the shortlist. The judges were impressed by all your work, as you know, and it has been very difficult for them to make a decision, but they have made it.
The judges very much enjoyed the artist's struggle and really valued what they achieved both in their submission and in their work today. And that artist is Joe Abbott.
Well done.
I feel absolutely gobsmacked. Just can't believe it, really. I can't stop shaking.
Well done, Titus.
Really good. Amazing what you've done in a day.
I really love the experience. I'll just go home and continue with the painting which I left behind, yeah.
Thank you so much. I looked at Joe's work and she'd got marks on there which were really fantastic, and I really thought she deserved it.
I'm going to have to go home, take it all in, And then I'm going to have to reassess the fact that I didn't think I was competitive, because I obviously am.
Welcome to beautiful Flatford in Suffolk. Made famous by John Constable's The Haywain, it's one of the most celebrated views in the history of art.
Today it hosts a very special event. When Narin McIntyre won Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year, she was commissioned to produce a painting of Flatford. Today is the grand unveiling.
For the past 8 weeks, we've travelled the country in search of an undiscovered landscape artist.
All right, I'm ready.
Exciting.
From painters to lino cutters, etchers to sketchers, over 1,000 applied, but only one could win.
Narin McIntyre.
Narin never failed to impress the judges throughout the competition.
She's just gone beyond my expectations.
I think she lives and breathes landscape.
It's fantastic. I'm so happy. This will definitely change my life.
Now Narin tackles her amazing prize, a £10,000 commission to paint one of the jewels in the National Trust's crown, Flatford in Suffolk.
It's so iconic. It is quintessentially the soul of England.
Following in Constable's footsteps.
I never thought I would be able to come somewhere like this.
And finding her own way through the landscape.
It's very magical being here because you're taken back to when he painted.
Narin will be painting one of the world's most admired views that will then become part of the National Trust permanent collection.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Back home in Dysart, on the southeast coast of Scotland, being crowned Landscape Artist of the Year is still sinking in for Narin.
I couldn't believe it when they said my name. I really couldn't believe it. I remember shaking and just, because I just didn't think I would win. I was so emotional and it was like a dream.
Narin's journey in the competition started at one of the heats at Waddesdon Manor in Buckinghamshire, and she faced a challenge from the outset.
I was really, really nervous about going to Waddesdon because I don't normally paint buildings at all. So the first hour I was panicking quite a bit. Then I thought I'd just keep painting and, you know, get through it.
I think it's a really courageous, brilliant contemporary painting.
This is absolutely magical.
I've fallen for it, I'm afraid.
Yes!
I've been seduced by it completely.
Narin evolved throughout the competition. She entered with this very magical, realist, undergrowthy forest which came out of Grimm's fairy tales, and the competition puts incredible strains on the artists. You know, she really was moved out of her comfort zone, and she adapted very well.
Narin overcame the challenges of including buildings in her compositions, so much so that she was even playing with the reality of the view in her painting of Tower Bridge in the semi-final.
We were quite impressed by her brazenness. You know, it's got this fantastic, huge building, and she felt free to put it in a dark forest, flip it round, and make a very sort of evocative image.
It invites you to spend more time, and the more time you spend with it, the more things are revealed.
She's delivered something really special there.
With her place in the final secure, Narin was given 2 weeks to paint a commission piece for the National Trust at Plasnowith in Anglesey. This was judged along with her final competition painting at the Landscape Garden of Stourhead in Wiltshire.
Here, in a commission, you get not only the mysterious light, but you go through the painting. I think it's come together fantastically. It's just phenomenal.
I really liked the Stourhead landscape in terms of the huge amount of woodland and the different shapes and lines created by the trees and sort of the layout of that landscape. I really liked that fact. I also liked the fact that there was not one central focus of a building, so you could take quite a few elements from each, so I really enjoyed that.
She's also doing something with layering as well. So in the way that we're taking the elements from this landscape, it's almost like there's a layering of history.
The Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year is Narin McIntyre.
I couldn't be more proud of Narin winning the competition. More than anything, she just wanted to get really good comments and feedback from the judges, and for the judges to actually like her stuff. So I think that was probably the most important thing for her.
She won as soon as I clapped eyes on that painting, and I really felt so strongly that we had a groundbreaking artist.
If you think of painting as a sort of three-way thing between the subject matter, the artist, and what happens on the canvas, there was a lot of stuff coming from her into the picture, and I like what she had to say about the world.
I think she deserved to win because she's got this incredibly fresh approach to landscape. It's not really like anything we've seen before. It's a new language, and in a way, I think that's what you're always hoping to find in an artist's work. You want to see them looking at the landscape, interpreting it in a brand new way.
My work is mainly seascapes or dark woodlands, or quite maybe haunting woodlands, some people would say. I almost feel like you can go through them and you can be engulfed in them, and the darkness helps with that, contrasting maybe with stark elements of gold or light. So it does create, for me anyway, a magical mood or a magical emotion within the work.
What is clear is that she has a voice, and it's a voice that's developed over quite a few years. She's a mature artist, not in years, but in experience and what she wants to say about the world. And it was refreshing, it was new, it was something I hadn't seen before.
Do you know what it is?
Butterfly?
Nearly.
Ladybird?
Yeah. It doesn't fill me with much confidence in painting.
Narin graduated in Fine Art from Edinburgh Art College in 2002. Now 35, she has 2 young sons and juggles home life with her own painting. She works part-time as principal teacher of art and design at Dunfermline High School.
It's really structured, really organised just now. We can think about even more geometric shapes, or even almost like a broken or a smashed mirror or something like that.
Miss McIntyre comes around and she'll just fire out ideas, and we just sort of take it as a class, and everyone's always helping each other.
We're really pleased that she's won. It's an amazing achievement and we're proud of her.
Kind of excited to see what her work's like now,
No.
because so many people applied to be part of this competition, and that she's won.
Yeah, I'll definitely be taking her advice from now on.
When she entered the competition, she didn't actually tell us. It was only when she came rather sheepishly to say that she'd been invited to attend some heats that she asked for time off, and when she told us the full story, we were absolutely delighted to support her. She plays everything very, very quietly indeed. She never boasts or brags about anything. My only worry, and it's a very selfish one, is that I don't want her to be too successful in that sphere, because I do not wish to lose an outstanding teacher.
Narin's prize as Landscape Artist of the Year is to produce a painting for the National Trust Permanent Collection. At £10,000, this is the biggest commission of Narin's artistic career and will bring its own challenges. She'll be painting a location which came first in an online poll held by the National Trust, Flatford in the Stour Valley in Suffolk, made famous by one of the greatest British landscape painters, John Constable.
I'm really pleased that Narin's painting is going to hang permanently at Flatford. I think it's a real mistake if you think about what the National Trust does as preserving everything in aspic from the past. We're really trying to incorporate new views of the world into the work that we do. And I think she will make a great contribution to that debate about what landscape means to us as a people, the importance that we as the English nation hold our landscape for, and what we do with it. And I think that is really something that she could contribute to.
Giving the winner the chance to do a commission of Flatford Mill is bonkers. I mean, it's so iconic. You can't even see the view without thinking of Constable and seeing it through the lens of Constable. It is quintessentially the soul of England. Also, Constable paints about light. But actually, there are very rich green, dark shadows. And I'm thinking, Narin will have a fantastic time painting this. So, on the one hand, it's a crazy endeavour to give it to her because it's so iconic. On the other hand, it'll be refreshing to see what she comes up with, because I think, as an artist, she will find something new for us to see.
I was really excited to find out that it was the Flatford view. Constable, such an iconic artist. It would be really interesting to delve in a little bit more and see his working methods, his approaches, the sort of things that interested him in landscapes. I've never seen a constable in real life, so I mean that would be, you know, that's going to be amazing. And to actually be in the place where he's worked, it's a very big feeling, a big responsibility almost. So I'm really looking forward to it.
What I want her to do is go through a door that Constable opened, in the sense that spend time with the landscape, walk through the landscape, see it different times of day, think about the clouds, think about the way that the light interacts with the water, and really think about him as an artist, and not be terrified by that, but actually be really encouraged by that and be really inspired. And I think if she can follow his lesson of really looking, observing, spending that time outdoors and really feeling the landscape, then she's bound to produce something wonderful.
Before travelling to Flatford, Narin has come to the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, home to the largest collection of Constable's work.
They're a different world, really.
She's meeting Dr. Mark Evans, a leading authority on Constable, to learn more about the artist's working methods and to see the full-size oil sketch for the Haywain.
Could you tell me a little bit about the Haywain sketch, oil sketch, and the view?
Yes, well, the big sketch for the Haywain arose in the winter of 1820 to 21, because Constable was really in a hurry to get a painting finished for the Royal Academy. So he had 6 months.
Okay.
And what he did was that he found an old oil sketch, we had at least 2 of them, showing Willie Lott's cottage. And then he extends the composition across to the right. And then, of course, he needs a central motif. So the idea of a farm wagon crossing a ford, which is basically what we're looking at, is something that he would have known from earlier Dutch and Flemish paintings. And then punctuating it, I suppose, with these foreground motifs, the typical Constable black and white dog that you see running around in so many Constable landscape pictures.
How does the painting differ from the oil sketch?
And there are little features, like, for example, the boy with the horse. And if you look at the finished painting, you can see a shadow, because he originally painted the boy in and then decided he didn't like it, so he painted it out. But generally, it's a matter of finish. The sketch is more monochrome, and of course, to our eye, looks rather more dashing and expressionist than the finished painting.
Could you tell me a little bit about his process?
I mean, his process developed over time. Of course, he always made little pencil sketches. He carried a little notebook like this to make pencil drawings. But a central period of his career is the period when he was oil sketching out of doors very systematically. These weren't, on the whole, studies for pictures, but they were ways of capturing ideas and capturing the way light and cloud and water looked in oils.
Yeah. Did that make him quite radical then? Because, I mean, were other artists doing the same sort of thing? Or?
Very few artists in Constable's time worked like that, and it was something that Constable made uniquely his own.
Seeing Constable's paintings up close helps Narin to get a feel for Flatford. She spends time looking at a collection of Constable's sketches that are not normally on public display, and a replica of one of his notebooks.
It's really amazing being able to see one of his sketchbooks. Some are full page and some he's just got like little details of sections of the pages. Must have carried them with him all the time. just in case he saw anything that sort of captured his eye. I always say to the kids at school about using variation of line, different quality of line and pressures and your tonal ranges. And if you look at an artist like Constable, you're able to see how many different marks he used to capture an image, which is what you need to do. You know, you've still got the essence of everything there. You can, the structure of the trees and the landscape and the water. It's a complete shock to see how fresh the pieces are. The colours still really alive, the landscapes still look really alive, and Mark was just brilliant. I mean, knows everything. It was really interesting to hear him speak about Constable and his techniques. It was really good. I'm so happy to have come here. I never thought I would be able to come somewhere like this and like to speak to people that would know so much about artists that like I've looked at before, and to see like the work, and I'm really looking forward to going on and seeing Flatford and in Constable country, and just being able to see the images in real, you know, in real life.
Landscape Artist of the Year winner Narin McIntyre has been commissioned to produce a painting for the National Trust, and so far her research is going well.
I really enjoyed my time at the Victoria and Albert Museum. It was really worthwhile. I feel that it's really helped me prepare going forward to Flatford. I just can't wait to really immerse myself in all the visual imagery and gather as much information as I can.
Narin is on her way to find out the National Trust's hopes for the commission and to start her preparatory work in the place that has become affectionately known as Constable Country.
It feels really exciting to be travelling into Constable country, especially at the same time of year as he would have been working on his landscape, the haymaking time, with the way the natural light sitting off the landscape and the atmosphere that's created. I just get a stronger sense of connection, so I'm really excited about going to Flatford.
Since the end of the 19th century, visitors have travelled from London by train to set foot in the landscape which featured in so many of Constable's paintings.
The scenery is beautiful. The landscape is very green, there's so much space. It's very reminiscent of the pieces that I've seen of Constable so far. So I would say it is quite classically his landscape.
John Constable was born in 1776 and grew up in the village of East Bergholt, a stone's throw from Flatford. His father, Golding Constable, was a wealthy corn merchant and owned Flatford Mill. It was this working landscape, its light, atmosphere and realism, which imbued John Constable's art.
In many respects, Constable sort of defined what British landscape painting was. In his day, Constable was groundbreaking. He was pioneering in the way that he thought about composition, in the way that he sketched, in the way that he brought together the painting.
He was a great example for the Impressionists because he was the first person to look at how light falls on surfaces. I mean, to the point where on his 6-footers, the big final pieces, he would add flecks of white to try to recreate the way light flickers off the surface. I mean, that was very radical in actually looking at the landscape and seeing it as it actually was and how it affected your retina rather than harking back to some romantic classicism.
He's so radical that he's become the establishment, and actually that's what's so exciting about being on this journey with Narin, is that she is really radical, but actually people respond so well to her paintings. Yes, the vocabulary is new, but they still really speak to you.
Getting here and being confronted with all the different scenes of the landscapes of Constable is really exciting. Very unbelievable almost, in a way that you can see the scenes of his life in painting, and just to be able to be here within these scenes, it's really quite magical.
Narin is eager to start recording her first impressions of Flatford in her sketchbook.
There's a huge amount of colour in this landscape, vast array of greens, silver green, then you've got that contrasting with the dark blue-green. It's just beautiful to see such a contrast and variation of colours. Today I'm working on a ground which is just a varnish with an enamel finish, and it just gives you a prepared tone to work on, so I find it better. Looking at the lines within the trees and the shapes and just the different textures. Looking at as much of the natural elements as possible so that I can maybe try and incorporate a few different elements within the commission piece.
To find out more about their hopes for the painting of Flatford, Narin is meeting Ben Cowell from the National Trust at Bridge Cottage.
Constable didn't live in this building. This was a building lived in by estate workers, mill workers, who worked for his father. His father was a very successful businessman, and he had a reasonably prosperous upbringing, but he very much made Flatford the centre of his art. People have been coming on pilgrimages to Flatford, actually ever since Constable's day itself, to soak in the landscape that inspired him. And this is the place we'd love you to create a work of art for, because we've got these blank walls here that just need something in them to bring them to life. And really, it's for you to think about what landscape would fit best in one of these two spaces.
Because I do such a lot of work editing the sketches and the photographs that I take when I go back to the studio, I would probably wait until I've really immersed myself in that, but I'll definitely have in my mind going along and going back to the studio a really clear vision of where the image can possibly hang. And do you know whether you would be framing the piece or whether you would leave it frameless, because that would maybe allow for a bigger dimension of canvas and a bigger image?
That's a really good question, and I think it depends on what you produce, actually. We've got to bear in mind this is quite a small enclosed space, and there's some quite heavy timbers here. So I'm thinking maybe without a frame would give you more freedom and produce an image that really jumps off the wall at you.
Yeah.
But let's see what you produce.
Okay.
We're really thrilled to be part of the Landscape Artist of the Year competition. Landscape as an idea is really important to the National Trust. The landscapes of this country, which are famed all over the world, are really under pressure. And the National Trust is looking to the future to think about how best can we protect them? How can we protect the nature in these landscapes? How can we ameliorate the pressures of development? And I think art is a wonderful way of expressing the tension between development and conservation, and I think that this competition and Narin's contribution to it will be fabulous in that context.
Ben takes Narin to see the view that is most associated with Constable.
So here we are. This is the famous scene that Constable depicted in the Hayway.
It's really amazing to see it in real life after having seen the painting. The landscape still looks really familiar.
It does, doesn't it? It's very evocative. Iconic is an overused word in relation to works of art, but this truly is an iconic scene. And we try and maintain this view very much as if it was the Hayway, and so that people can recognise it.
Well, it makes it endearing to the visitors, just as it must have done to Constable.
Absolutely so. But for him, it was an everyday working scene of working life as part of his father's business here at the mill.
Why do you think Constable was such a revolutionary artist?
This was a time when landscape painters generally, would go off and find the most dramatic scenes to depict, scenes of mountains or rocky scenery in the uplands. Constable decided to stay put. He stayed in this quiet corner on the edge of Suffolk and Essex, and he painted pictures that were about the everyday landscapes of his father's business. They were industrial scenes in many ways, and that was really what was so radical about it. I think that, and the fact that he took such meticulous detail to record every single little nuance and subtlety in that landscape. You can lose yourself for hours in the pictures that he painted. Every single aspect of the landscape he just revelled in, and he made it his life's mission to paint landscape in a way no one else had painted landscape before. I think Narin has a tough job following in Constable's footsteps. And I'm not expecting a copy of the Haywain or any of Constable's famous pictures. I think it would be great if we could include some of that detail that Constable was so meticulous about recording. And in a sense, there's a tension at the heart of this. So I think Narin has to create a scene that is both peaceful and placid, but also full of movement and activity, and somehow recreate that essence of what made Constable's art so special.
Is a huge amount of pressure because I want to create something that suits the area that it hangs, and I also want to create something that is reminiscent of the landscape round about us, that soaks up that atmosphere, that evokes that.
To fulfil her £10,000 commission to paint Flatford in Suffolk, Landscape Artist of the Year Narin McIntyre has set out her palette and is getting a feel for her surroundings.
I've just started the painting today with a ground of enamels and acrylics. And I would usually work on a ground in the studio as well because it gives me a tone and sometimes a texture to build upon. What I'm doing, because I'm limited in my time, I'm outside, so it's like a painted sketch, if you like, is using the oils to sketch with and then taking away the shapes and elements to create the image that I'm looking for. It's really nice to be able to work outside, just like Constable did. I'm getting the same sort of experiences because I'm sure he would have sat in the exact same position I am, soaking up the atmosphere and looking at exactly the same landmarks and landscape that I am, and we're just interpreting it in different ways. When he was painting outside, that was a very different thing to do for painters at that time. So it's really nice that we've got that connection.
By using the various photographs she's taken of Flatford, Narin can get a feel for what the final commission will look like.
I've edited the composition and changed the trees sections and brought some of those forward, moved the cottage and the bridge over to the side rather than having that as a central focus. Really, the colours are coming from everything that I've soaked up, other things that I've seen. So that's something that I'll be able to look at and see if it works and decide later on whether to use that or not. Also, the scale of the piece, I'll be able to see whether to keep it maybe a rectangular framed format, or I might decide to use another dimension. It gives me plenty to think about.
Narin has come to Christchurch Mansion in Ipswich to take one last look at some of Constable's most important work. But now she's experienced the landscape for herself, what effect will it have on her own composition?
To see his work up close is fantastic. The paintings are beautiful. The way he works on different scales is very different as well. But I'm finding that each of the pieces are very textural. They're really rich in the way that he's worked the colours up and the layers up, so you can really immerse yourself in the detail. The larger pieces like Salisbury Cathedral are framed by huge arching trees, beautiful structures, and then they're balanced out by the large expanse of sky. I mean, there's so much colour and depth of colour, and he's created the lighter tones on top so that you can really see the contrast within the dark and the light, and that creates much more form to the piece for me. He's got gorgeous little bits of contrasting warms against the cool blues, which is just, it's just really lovely to see as an artist. Having seen the works here this morning, I will be able to view the landscape with fresh eyes because I'm seeing it from his perspective almost. I mean, these images in particular, you can really see the depth of the landscape and more of a closeness. I was thinking about including quite a dominant collection of trees or, you know, something quite powerful, either arching to frame the piece, or possibly even centre of the painting. So it is comforting to know that he also went down that route and explored that structure within his composition. So it's definitely given me some food for thought.
Back in Flatford, and Narin has a final opportunity to soak up the atmosphere of Constable country and to step into the Hay Wain.
The Hay Wain's Constable's most famous viewpoint, and it's very magical being here because you're taken back to when he painted his landscape, but it's also quite eerie as well because the landscape remains largely untouched, to be honest. It is still very recognisable. I'm just using some pencils on top of enamel and some charcoal, just quite quick colour tone sketches. Not similar, I would say, to Constable, just because of the works that I've seen of his. He's made oil sketches and graphic pencil sketches, so different in that respect. I'm just trying to capture the layout of the composition and some colours that I might play around with back in the studio.
I think if we ended up with a copy of the Hay Wain, I would be a little bit disappointed because it's been done. Constable's done that. But Narin is a completely different artist. She has a different story, she has a different way of seeing the world, and that to me is part of what being an artist is about, is sharing something of yourself. And people will be able to see what makes Narin tick and be excited about. And so I'm really excited about seeing what Narin comes up with.
Before Narin leaves Flatford, she's keen to experience the landscape from one last viewpoint, the River Stour itself.
My visit to Constable country has been fantastic. The landscape is beautiful. Being able to walk in amongst the landscape, being able to visit the cottage, the Hay Wain, being able to see all of these views that Constable has painted, it's almost like sort of stepping into the paintings themselves because the landscape is still so familiar. Yeah, really magical. And the boat trip's just the icing on the cake. The water is gorgeous, the reflections on the water. It's almost like there's an atmosphere, especially on this stretch of water, and the colours are really soft and light at the same time. It's been really beautiful.
Narin's visit at Flatford is now at an end. Armed with her sketches and memories, it's time to start work on the commission back at home in Scotland.
Being back home and thinking back to Constable country and Flatford, there's so many things that I've taken away from that were fantastic. Being immersed in his world, if you like, and seeing the sort of landscapes that inspired him was a real highlight. I saw so much, and so coming back, I've had, a good amount of compositional development in terms of the possibilities for the piece. So I have to say, even at this stage when I'm ready to paint, I'm still thinking it's going to be very changeable. So I do have quite a few ideas. To create the composition, I go through all of the photos that I've taken, and I'm really sort of looking for maybe a structural piece or something quite familiar in the landscapes. Within the journey, there was some really nice trees that stood out just singularly, so I'm going to try and incorporate one or two of those.
Having gathered all their ideas together for the commission painting, Landscape Artist of the Year Narin McIntyre is ready to put paint on canvas.
It's always quite exciting when you start a new painting. I am quite apprehensive about this piece. Obviously, it's a commission, so I want to do a really good job and create a really beautiful painting. But at the same time, I'm just at the beginning, so anything that I do that I want to change, I can do. And that's the wonderful thing about painting. If there's something that isn't going as well as you'd like, I can put it somewhere else or take it back and, you know, develop it in a different way. I usually have a very good idea of what I want the composition to look like when I start, but it always evolves. So things change. I may change the colour tone of something, the placement of something's not looking quite right. I'll leave things out if it doesn't look balanced enough. So yes, it's an evolving piece. It's very natural, I suppose, and organic in terms of the development of it.
During the competition, what we got to see were the paintings that Narin could produce in the short time frame that she had. And I love that sort of sketchiness and the looseness that she managed to get in those paintings. What I'm thinking we're going to see is something that's much more resolved, but I'm slightly nervous at the same time that it will lose that ghostly, magical, mysterious quality.
I hope that she will have picked up some tips on how Constable looked at light, because Narin is about the shadows, and she has a very strong voice. Her work is of a kind. She did evolve through the competition, but it would be nice if she looked at Constable and sort of imbued some of his relationship to light and brought it into her commission. I'm really looking forward to see whether that's happened.
Narin has been working on her commission piece for the National Trust for 2 weeks now.
Things are getting on quite slow at the minute, just because I started with the tree in the middle, but then I wanted to maybe explore a little bit more balance in the composition, so I've sort of obliterated the middle section and taken it back, and I'm going to try with a tree sort of arching over, maybe just to try and balance out each side. So it's set me back a little bit. So I'm just sort of frantically trying to catch up or to be where I think I should be at this point. I really hope that they like it when they see it. I hope that they see something recognisable but different as well, and the fact that I've tried to bring in quite a few elements of the landscape, because it was a big journey. I was able to take away a lot from it, and I wanted the painting to feel like that there was different elements in it. It's not just one view. There's different aspects to it, and I just really want them to like it.
The day of the unveiling. Narin has made the long journey from Scotland to Suffolk and arrives with her painting.
It feels really lovely to be back at Flatford, just a bit more relaxed because I've got the painting with me and I can just really enjoy the landscape. I am nervous, just thinking about the unveiling of the painting, just because I want people to like it, obviously. I mean, to ever think that I would get to paint for the National Trust is amazing. So there is a lot of pressure with that, which is why I'm nervous, but I'm just excited.
Narin, so you are the battle-scarred veteran of Sky Arts Landscape Artist of the Year. How has it been as an experience? And what I'm really interested in, has it affected your art, the way you paint, do you think?
It's been amazing. I would never have had this opportunity, and it's been fantastic. In terms of my artwork, I feel that I've been able to move forward with my, I suppose, technique and looking at the composition and maybe developing elements within my paintwork in a more mature way, I would say. So I've noticed a big difference in my own practice.
So it's been educational, sort of.
Yeah.
And what's it been like being in a setting which is actually one of the most famous landscapes in the world, and you've been painting here?
Well, it's like painting in a painting. Everywhere you go in Flatford, it just feels like you're walking into a Constable painting.
And is that intimidating or encouraging?
Both. It was very intimidating, and then when I got back into the studio, I sort of just tried to let that go, and then just, you know, painted how I would, and just sort of grasped my way of working.
In your mind, do you have kind of what you'd like to see?
I think I don't want to see another Constable, actually. I want to see something a bit different.
Can I quote you on that? You never want to see another Constable. As long as you live.
Absolutely, not from Narin, but I want to see something that's been inspired by Flatford, as he was inspired all those years ago. So I want to see this wonderful landscape continuing to inspire artists today and in the future.
We're going to unveil it, the both of us, OK?
OK.
Here we go. Here we go.
OK.
Here we are.
I love it. That's great.
Are you thrilled?
I'm just happy that Ben's happy.
Come on, Ben,
No,
what do
it's
you
terrific.
think?
I love just the way you've used the colours in that tree there, and you've picked out the detail of the tree, and I love this structure on the left. That's really interesting.
I try to incorporate elements along my journey, like I would usually do in a landscape, create a landscape, not just from the one view, from taking in elements from around. And I've called it Flatford in Summer because it's elements of Flatford to me, rather than just looking at the Haywain view.
It's the Flatford experience.
Yeah.
OK, well done, Narin. You are,
Thank you.
I think it's fair to say, a worthy champion.
Thank you.
Well done.
The judges have swooped.
That is fantastic. Because, you know, Constable, the way you always have that little pop of red.
Yeah.
And it looks like you're
Yeah.
going, I'm using blue.
Yeah.
That is just gorgeous.
It's interesting because your paintings are usually quite dark.
Yeah.
And Constable is very much like, I get the feeling his painting is very much about the lights in the landscape. And you found this light green, which you don't usually use in your landscape. So you have been open to his influence, which I'm
Yes,
very...
it's slightly less your palette than
Yeah, it's
normal.
lighter. It's a lot lighter
Yeah.
than
Lighter,
I would usually.
Well done. It's really, you should be
Yeah,
over the moon,
it's
because I am.
fantastic.
It's brilliant.
It's just endlessly rewarding. Well done.
Narin's created her own interpretation using different images, so it's a sort of compilation of her experiences here at Flatford, and I think that works really well. It's a modern interpretation of what landscape is and what this landscape is. So I think visitors will love it because it's so different from Constable's art, and I think that's what makes it a fantastic addition to our collection.
The different qualities, the different layering within the painting, and the light playing on each aspect just creates a lightness in me, if you see what I mean. And that's how you feel when you come to Flatford. You're so lifted by being able to see all of these special landmarks and seeing what Constable has done. The legacy that he's created and left is really special. So I hope that when people look at the work, they think that it's special and they enjoy it.